Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the last day of the Irish Civil War National Conference taking place here in UCC. We've had an extraordinary week of events, and I absolutely assure you that we have a stellar lineup both this morning and also for the rest of the day. So you're all very welcome here. And I wish you a very good final day of the conference. So it's my great pleasure to introduce you to three of our speakers this morning. We're going to be talking about the high politics of the Civil War. To my left here, I have Ciara Meehan from the University of Hertfordshire. I have David McCullagh from RTE and Gary Murphy from Dublin City University. And the plan for the morning is that each of our three colleagues here are going to say a few words, speak for about 5 minutes, introducing an aspect of the politics of the Civil War. And then at that point, we're going to throw the floor open for questions from the audience. So as we're going along, be sure to start thinking about any interesting and exciting questions you have for my three very capable panelists here who will be able to handle anything, I assure you. So first of all, to get the programme going, we're going slightly in disorder of the way we're actually arranged. So first of all, actually, David is going to speak. Now, I don't know why I'm introducing David McCullagh, because David McCullagh needs absolutely no introduction.
I go on then.
He's, of course, the co-presenter of the 6 o'clock news, and before that, of course, he was had an extraordinary one on prime time. So he is very well known to everybody here in the room. But importantly, and of course, probably more importantly, explaining his presence on the panel here today, of course, he is very well known for his books on the revolutionary period, and thereafter, he of course wrote a very important monograph on Johnny Costello, and his 2 volumes on Eamon de Valera will probably feature in his contributions today, I suspect.
They might get a mention.
So I am going to throw the floor open and hand over to you, David, and I am on a strict timetable, so you have about 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes.
That's great.
You are very welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Theresa. Okay, Civil War politics. We hear about Civil War politics all the time. People go on and on and on about Civil War politics without really, I think, knowing what exactly that means. And we heard a lot about it, about the end of Civil War politics when Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael went into government together. We'll probably have a whole rash more of it in December, as and when the planned switcheroo takes place between the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach. But I am going to suggest, in my few words here, that the whole idea of Civil War politics is nonsense. It is a conspiracy by political scientists, sorry Theresa, sorry Gary, designed to confuse the rest of us. And I'll give you 3 reasons. First, you can argue that the Civil War split really wasn't the primary difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, certainly not since the passage of the 1937 Constitution. The reason people, or rather political scientists, kept going on about Civil War politics is because the cleavage between the two parties couldn't be understood in the conventional left-right terms that explain politics in most countries. A lot of the time, Fine Gael was to the right of Fianna Fáil on economic matters, but for quite long periods, it was actually to the left. And the same is true for social issues, for divorce, for contraception, for abortion. The two parties switched their positions over time as it suited them. And you could argue, of course, that Fianna Fáil was more nationalist than Fine Gael, but not all the time. It was, after all, a Fine Gael-led government that that declared the Republic in 1948-1949. Now, there were real differences between them. Fine Gael saw itself, if Ciara will forgive me, as the party which saved the state when it was under threat, as the party which was loyal to the institutions of the state. Fianna Fáil saw itself as the party, the great national movement, which stood by the people, and most importantly, as the party that was simply better at governing. So real differences, but not particularly to do with the treaty. The second point, the really striking thing is not that Civil War politics lasted so long, but that efforts to overcome the treaty split started so early. In January 1923, just a year after the treaty vote in the Dáil, 6 months after the start of the Civil War, De Valera is already trying to reach out to people on the other side of the split. He'd been trying for months to reorganise Sinn Féin and to appeal to people who had taken a different position on the treaty, difficult though that might be for his own supporters. 15th of January 1923, he writes to Paddy Rutledge, "Our aim is not to make a close preserve for ourselves, but to win the majority of the people again. I understand the difficulties, but we must teach our people to be broad in this matter." By that he meant the support of opponents of the treaty was not enough to get a majority. They had to cast the net wider. Fast forward 3 years, De Valera's policy of reaching a wider electorate is meeting resistance within Sinn Féin, so he decides to ditch the hardliners and form a completely new party, Fianna Fáil. And Fianna Fáil's whole purpose was to get beyond Civil War politics. Shortly after the new party was formed in July 1926, again just 3 years after the end of the Civil War, he boasted to an American supporter that the party had 90% of Republicans on side, as well as those who were neutral since 1923 because they didn't believe in armed conflict between Irishmen, and also those who took the treaty as a stepping stone, but realise now that none of the official treaty party will ever step beyond the present position. Altogether, these three should be a majority of the electorate. In 1928, De Valera told the Fianna Fáil Ardèche, "We will never be able to work in a political movement until we have the majority of the people behind us. And how are we going to get the majority if, when anybody who was not with us before wants to come to us, we try to push them off?" In other words, gather in the lost sheep, widen the net as far as possible. And he did his best to do that. He attempted to recruit James Dillon, son of the last leader of the Irish Party, in 1929. But Dillon, at that time at least, said he had no intention of joining any party that was a section of Sinn Féin, and we parted on that understanding. Along the same lines, in 1930, Fianna Fáil, in other words De Valera, chose barrister James Geoghegan as a by-election candidate in Longford, West Meath. Now, Geoghegan had been a former Cumann and Wales supporter who had given Fianna Fáil legal advice and was later to become Minister for Justice in De Valera's first government. And during the campaign, Geoghegan said he would be in favour of keeping the treaty if the alternative was war with Britain. On Phoblacht rather dolefully pointed out, Fianna Fáil headquarters and not Geoghegan have changed. In 1931, Sean Lemass said that Fianna Fáil could not be accurately described either as pro-treaty or anti-treaty, a statement which was quickly repudiated by the party's national executive. Now, Lemass might have been somewhat ham-fisted, but he was doing what De Valera wanted. He was appealing beyond the ranks of the Legion of the Rearguard. So Dev was busily trying to steal the pro-treaty side's support, which is part of the reason behind my third and final point. Fine Gael's opposition to Fianna Fáil had less to do with the Civil War than it did to a visceral distrust, dislike, even hatred for one man, and you'll guess that that man is Eamon De Valera. Where do I get that idea? Well, I get it in February 1948 and the formation of the first inter-party government. It took a coalition of every opposition party in the Dáil, plus 6 independents, to put De Valera and Fianna Fáil out. The resulting coalition, compared by De Valera to a duck-billed platypus because of its rather odd appearance, bridged every cleavage in Irish politics, urban and rural, left and right, and pro and anti-treaty. Because who did Fine Gael go into government with in order to turf Dev out? Clown na Poblachta, a party stuffed full of people who had stayed in Sinn Féin when De Valera left to form Fianna Fáil, who had continued to support the IRA even after the 1937 constitution, led by a man who was, in the 1930s, Chief of Staff of the IRA. That man, of course, was Sean McBride. Now, Sean McBride was incarcerated in Mountjoy in December 1922. And he was one of the people who were considered for execution by the Free State government, in retaliation for the assassination of Sean Hales. Now, he was spared, probably because his father, of course, had been executed in 1916. So he escaped by a whisker from being executed by the national government. And the new government, the inter-party government in 1948, saw McBride sitting around the cabinet table with Dick Mulcahy, who had been Commander-in-Chief of that same National Army during the Civil War. And they were able to bury their differences because both of them wanted Dev out of office. Mulcahy because De Valera had opposed the treaty, McBride because he had overcome his opposition to the treaty enough to take power in the Free State and use the power of that state against the IRA. Now, how can anyone seriously suggest, after that coalition, that the division in Irish politics was due to the Civil War? What we have seen excitedly described as new politics over the last 5 years or so began as early as 1923, when De Valera tried to reach across the treaty divide to gain support, and was cemented in 1948 when Fine Gael went into coalition with Republicans. It's just taken the rest of us a bit of time to catch up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Well now, if that scintillating contribution doesn't stimulate questions from the audience later, I will be quite shocked. At this point, can I hand over to my colleague, Dr. Ciara Meehan. Ciara is a reader in the University of Hertfordshire, and she has also written extensively on the revolutionary period, the Cosgrave Party, a history of Cumann na Gael, and also a number of other books on particularly later Fine Gael governments and other contributions. And I'd like to also importantly add, she is the external examiner in the Department of Government and Politics, and we're delighted to have her, and we're especially delighted to have her here with us this morning. So I'm going to pass the baton to you now, Ciara. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Theresa. Feeling the pressure slightly. I'm not sure my presentation is going to be quite as entertaining as David's, but I'll do my best. So we've heard David talk about how the new politics of the recent years is laced with this conversation around the end of Civil War politics. And yet, although we've heard those pronouncements in the Dáil in the campaign of the most recent general election, we also heard Leo Varadkar, the leader of Fine Gael, talk about how his party was the founder of the state, the party that defended the democratic institutions, and the founder of the Republic in 1948. So the language of the Civil War hasn't gone away, even if we've allegedly seen the end of Civil War politics. And really what I wanted to do this morning was to kind of look more closely at where that language has come from, the roots of what shapes the debates or the propaganda in many ways that's come from Fine Gael in the decades since. And as far as I know, Gary is going to pick it up then from the Fianna Fáil side, I hope. Yeah, okay, or maybe, or now he knows he is, it's fine, it's fine. So if we go back to those days in 1921-22, when the provisional government shifts to becoming the official government of the Irish Free State, and the Free State officially comes into existence on the 6th of December 1922, 1 year after the signing of the treaty, W.T. Cosgrave, in his first address to the Dáil, starts off by speaking about his honour of being elected president of the Executive Council, but very quickly shifts into then talking about those who opposed the treaty and seeing them as a threat to the Free State. And it's not unusual or kind of unexpected that he uses a large portion of that speech to criticise those who sit outside the political system. But there we see in many ways the start of the language that will be perpetuated not only through the 20s but in the decades that follow as well. He talks about recklessness, about dangers posed to the state, and about scheming that's happening in order to undermine the legitimacy of the new state being created and being built. And so you get the start of the narrative of Cumann na Gael, later Fine Gael, as the defenders of the state. And again, you hear Liam Cosgrave many years later in the 1970s talking about Fine Gael in the same respect and channeling in many ways the spirit of his father, W.T. Cosgrave, back in the 1920s. Now, the first years of the creation of the Free State, if you look at the statute book, there are a flurry of activity as all of the work goes into building and setting up the running of the government and how the state itself is going to function. And while all of that is happening, of course, the government is dealing with challenges to the state. And David already mentioned the assassination of Sean Hales, which leads to the retaliation of 4 executions of men who can't possibly have been involved in Hales's murder because they were already in Mountjoy prison. That in itself is an interesting moment because the government has clearly stepped outside the rule of law by carrying out these executions without having any trial beforehand. And indeed, as I say, those men couldn't have been responsible. Tom Johnson, who is the leader of the Labour Party and who is offering the formal opposition in the Dáil because, of course, Sinn Féin had continued their policy of abstention, talks about how the government has effectively killed democracy in its birth by doing this. Now, we know democracy obviously continues on afterwards, but it did, in that moment, question what the government was doing, its respect, I suppose, for democracy, and it sort of raised questions that could be used in the decades following when Fine Gael positioned itself as the party of law and order. Its opponents were often quite quick to point back to this moment at the birth of the state and say, if you're the party of law and order, you know, your foundations are actually stepping right outside the rule of law as well. While dealing with those threats, the government is also then on an image-building project aimed at the international audience, where they're trying to disprove the British propaganda that the Irish weren't capable of self-government. And so you have things like the Tailteann Games, the setting up of the Shannon Scheme, and Irish membership of the League of Nations. All of these significant moments that demonstrate that the Irish Free State is functioning, it's capable of self-government, it has its own economic independence alongside the political independence. Extremely important moments for the development of the state, but also for propaganda purposes too. And again, down through the decades, you will often hear the subsequent Fine Gael governments referring back to these signature moments as evidence that you know, this is the party that set up the state and got it running as well. By the end of the 1920s, Ernest Blythe, who was the Minister for Finance, looking back, said that one of the greatest achievements of his government was that they got things going. So it might not necessarily have been the dramatic moments of the Irish Revolution, but you know, it was the day-to-day functioning. I suppose coming out of all of that, you know, just to tie it all together is, you know, the subsequent Fine Gael messaging that the party is the founder of the state. It very often in the decades since has referenced that continuously. It's the party of law and order. It's the one that defends the democratic institutions of the state and has, you know, that's remained a continuous theme through its propaganda, a point of pride for the party and one that is continuously referenced as well. It's something that's picked up continuously by its opponents if you look at the Dáil debates in the decades since as well. But I would imagine, especially when the change of power happens from the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach later this year, and as we move even into the next general election period as well, the civil war politics might be over, but I don't think the language of it is going to disappear anytime soon either.
Thank you very much indeed, Ciara. And now I'm really delighted to introduce my great friend and colleague, Professor Gary Murphy from Dublin City University. Now, Gary, you're speaking on behalf of all of political science here this morning. Now is your time to defend the discipline. Gary is also very well known to all of you. He is a very regular contributor to the broadcast media and also to the press. But he has written extensively on the politics of modern Ireland, on electoral behaviour, and of course his most recent contribution is the Haughey biography, which has been discussed widely and which I think is going to feature in his contribution this morning. Gary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Theresa. It's a great pleasure to be back here in UCC. I have horrified memories of this particular room. It's where I sat my first year history exams in 1987. I was sitting where Stephen Kelly is sitting, basically. And modern Ireland was, I think, up to about 1500 or something in those days. But yeah, it's a great pleasure to be back. So I haven't written extensively on the the revolutionary period at all. In fact, I haven't written about the Civil War in anything I've written. And when I was asked by John Borgonovo to come this morning, I said, do you have the right person? But I'm delighted to be here. I think I have something of importance to say, because much as I revere my colleague, Dr. McCullagh, I think he does protest slightly too much. I mean, the problem for that thesis about Fianna Fáil wanting to bring everybody in together, and De Valera in particular, it rests on the premise that De Valera was A, serious, and B, would brook an alternative viewpoint. Whatever about the first, the second certainly wasn't the case, as David has written eloquently more than anybody else, I think. But perhaps the epitome of this idea of Fianna Fáil as a welcoming home for everybody is in the career of Charles J. Haughey, a person who I've spent far too much time thinking about over the course of the last decade. And some of my critics are here in the audience, and this is, I think, not the time to discuss his career. But it is important for a few things. One is the constant split that was going through Fianna Fáil from when he became a minister in 1961. Why is that? Because many in Fianna Fáil, amongst them Frank Aiken, Sean McEntee and others, accused him of not being quite Fianna Fáil, of trying to engineer a sort of strange reverse takeover of the party from within, that his father was basically a blue shirt. And they had a picture of Collins in Belton Park. Maureen Lemass, daughter of Sean Lemass, of course, who started courting, to use that phrase, Charles Haughey when they were students of commerce in UCD in the mid-1940s during the emergency, and noted on her first visit to Belton Park that there was a picture of Michael Collins in the house. She went back, reported this to her father, who gruffly said, well, fair enough, why wouldn't there be? Didn't he fight with Collins? This was Johnny Haughey, Haughey's father, who at that stage was an invalid in Belton Park. He couldn't get out of the house. In fact, he couldn't get out of bed. By the end of his life, he dies relatively young in 1947 at the age of 49. But Fianna Fáil was different to Fine Gael. And Haughey was in Fianna Fáil, not Fine Gael, not for some strange reverse engineering process of trying to take over Fianna Fáil from within, but because he thought that Fianna Fáil was the party of economic and social progress and could get things done. And that was a common view on the north side of Dublin City, Donnycarney, Artane, the bailiwick of what became Haughey's sort of internal Dublin Northeast empire. Although he was a spectacularly inept politician up until he gets first elected in 1957. He loses 3 elections and the humiliation of losing a corporation seat where you only need about 2 votes in 1955. I think he definitely does benefit from a type of nepotism by being continuously put on the ticket until he finally gets it in 1957 and then jealously guards his seat forevermore until 1992. But there are letters in his archive from people who basically accuse him of not being Fianna Fáil, of not representing the true traditions of Fianna Fáil. He answered these very curtly, dismisses them, as you can imagine, with an imperial wave of his relatively short hand. His father was a noted fighter during the War of Independence. His Civil War career is less well known. He served in Mayo, he served in Limerick, but his fighting career there's not very much known of that. He struggled later on then to get a pension, as did his wife, Haughey's mother, Ciara McWilliams, who was in Cumann. A bureaucrat rather pitifully dismisses her application for a pension on the grounds, and I quote, all she seems to have done is bring food to the men in the trenches, to which one might say, well, they would have starved if they hadn't had that food brought to them. But she has a tremendous difficulty in getting even the most meagre pension. And her when she dies in 1989 in Belton Park, in the same house that her husband had died in some 42 years earlier, they they remained a residual bitterness towards the state that Ciara describes. And Fianna Fáil, their view of Fine Gael was that they were a kind of bunch of well-meaning but relatively hapless amateurs, really, who didn't know how to govern. And the question of the state and the nation, I think, is very important. In 1966, Haughey, at this stage, well ensconced in the cabinet, eyes perhaps on the leadership, runs the De Valera's re-election campaign. A campaign Fianna Fáil didn't want to fight and thought it was outrageous that they had to fight it in the first place, because in the Constitution, which of course De Valera had written, he was entitled to 2 terms and shouldn't have had to have the ignominy and indignity of having to fight a presidential election against nobody, basically, as he would have seen O'Higgins from Fine Gael. And of course, as we know, he barely wins by 10,000 votes. In fact, the worst result for Fianna Fáil in the 1966 presidential election is in Haughey's own constituency of Dublin North East, which I'm not sure what that says about his famous organisational abilities. But that was the difficulty for many who wanted to be or were attracted to Fianna Fáil in the post-Civil War period. Those who were attracted by its economic and social agenda, house building, for instance, sometimes they found it a cold house if they were not of the revolutionary generation and if they didn't have the pedigree. I mean, when I was thinking and writing about Haughey in 1966, and when Lemass steps down, and Jack Lynch, who was, I just lived down the road here in Evergreen Buildings, he was revered in our house, although it was generally an apolitical house, but anytime Lynch was mentioned, there was a kind of a, deathly pall would sort of hang over and revered silence for the great man. But nobody talks about George Colley's great ambition in 1966 to force an election contest. Everyone talks about, Haughey, that crazed, narcissist, Napoleonic, figure, ambition. Colley was of the revolutionary generation, of course, and his great sponsor was Aiken. And I think that was part of the difficulty in Fianna Fáil. And to go back a decade, and I'll finish now, Theresa, I promise, again, 1957. Fianna Fáil desperate to be back in power, not used to being out of power, of course. They lose in, well, if lose is the correct word. I mean, I'm always interested in, X has won the election and Y has lost the election, when there really are 40 different elections and in our PRSTV system. But when they're out of power, they're desperate to be back in 1957. Their approach is about a national government because of the dire economic situation of the time, airily dismissed by De Valera on the grounds that A, the economic situation isn't that serious. It certainly wasn't serious for him, but it was serious for many of his constituents. And, how could we possibly go into power with Fine Gael, who are not really the same as us? And I think that has been the difficulty for Fianna Fáil, this idea that, it reminds me of Thatcher's biography, you're Hugo Young's One of Us. Some of you are not one of us. Go back to Kevin Boland's, Fine Gael, Irish or British. There's this idea that if you weren't of that revolutionary generation, and I do think Haughey had suffered from that right up to perhaps the arms crisis and beyond, but that is for another story. But my point would be, yes, of course, De Valera was very keen to attract people in, but only on his terms which for many rightly were not appropriate or acceptable.
Thank you very much, Gary. Thank you. Can I thank my 3 contributors here beside me? With some very interesting through lines that have come across in the 3 contributions. And at this stage of proceedings, I'm going to throw the floor open for questions. So I think we have a roving mic with us this morning. And when the microphone comes to you, can I just ask that you say your name? I know a lot of you have come to know each other quite well over the last couple of days, but we are being recorded this morning as well, so it would be very nice if people in the audio or people watching us online would be able to tell who's speaking. So I'm going to give the first word here to my colleague Liam Weeks. Perfect.
Thank you, Theresa.
Thank you very much.
Liam Weeks, Government and Politics. I'll have to come in and defend my discipline as well. Apologies to take the floor on this. In terms of, it's mainly kind of David's point, sorry to focus in terms of the whole kind of Civil War divide. Just from a comparative perspective, so we talk about, is Civil War politics over? You know, we examine like the recent French election, you know, the great parties, the Gaullist party, the Socialist party, gone. Change occurring in Spain, the main parties in Germany, etc. And here in Ireland, of course, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael in decline. But who threatens to replace them? A party that also has the legacy of the Civil War. And just feeding into that, I'd have to agree totally with you in terms of, does the treaty actually matter? Micheál O'Flaherty and myself have produced a book recently on Birth of a State, and we examine the whole kind of treaty debates. And we struggle in these debates to find what actually separates the two sides. They claim it was the Republic, the oath, etc. But they don't actually talk about that. We examine the language, we examine the background, we found it very difficult. And then, from a political science perspective, what we're wondering really, and if we still think about the main difference in Irish politics, which is why the current government is so strange, the difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. François Mitterrand, the French president, was over in the 1970s and he was asked, these two parties, what is the difference? And he was told, that's easy. We are in, they are out. And that's why this government is so unusual, of course, because both parties are in now. And I think from a politics perspective, the main difference, it feeds into the point that Ciara talked about as well. It's government versus opposition. And we have struggled to define what else has been the main difference between the parties. I suppose that's a question as well for the panel. Thank you.
I think that's coming straight at you first, David, but I might bring our other contributors in as well.
I tell you what, I won't insult political scientists again. They're very picky. Yeah, I was being slightly mischievous in what I was saying earlier on to try and gee up a debate. But I think it is very difficult to ascertain the differences between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael over the years, because they changed, as I was saying, they moved around as it suited them. Which is an advantage, I mean, particularly for Fianna Fáil, and particularly in the era when Fianna Fáil overcame its core value about going into coalition.
I wonder who was responsible for that.
Indeed. I mean, it is very useful to be in the centre of a whole range of spectrums, and then if you need to go into government with the PDs, you can suddenly discover your Thatcherite side, and if you need to go into government with Labour, the social democracy will come out. If you look at the two parties, for instance, in 1932, I mean, there are very, very clear differences, and Fianna Fáil is well to the left of Cumann and Rail and then of Fine Gael in terms of, Gary mentioned house building, that's a huge thing in the 1930s. Sean McEntee in his first budget, I mean, ironically, because Sean McEntee is now derided for the 1952 right-wing budget, which is an absolute disaster. But in 1932 and 1933, he's saying, you know, we must protect the weakest, and those who have the most will have to pay the most. We must shift the burden onto the broadest back. So it was very much a kind of a social democratic approach to politics. But I suppose politicians get older, political parties get older, they become more conservative over the years until they're renewed. Just on the point of the former sort of, or the sons of pro-treaty people who came into the party. I mean, obviously Haughey was one, Brian Lenihan was another, and Donogh O'Malley was another. I remember one former Fianna Fáil cabinet minister telling me about a row he had with Desi O'Malley, and which concluded with you're only I won't use the word blue shirt anyway, because his father had been had taken the pro-treaty side. So and Jack Lynch, the opposition to Jack Lynch by Aiken and by Colley, two sort of sea green Republicans with that pedigree. Their opposition to Lynch, I mean, was that because Lynch didn't come from a family with a Republican pedigree? His family weren't involved in politics at all, I think. And therefore, they couldn't be the holders of the Republican flame in the way that somebody like Colley could be. So I think the point is not that there were tensions within Fianna Fáil between people who had the Republican pedigree and people who didn't. It's the fact that the people, even if they didn't have the Republican pedigree, could still rise to the top, like Lynch, like Haughey. So I thought that's kind of interesting. So that probably doesn't address your question in any way, Liam, so sorry about that.
I think there is an important point about, you know, we talk about high politics maybe too often. I mean, but I remember speaking very recently to a senior figure in Fianna Fáil who talked about growing up in the 70s and 80s in a county not terribly far away from this one, who continuously beat us in football, saying that you were either Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael at sort of grassroots level, at local level. And again, and there was, I do think, strong antipathy amongst coming in Fianna Fáil and whatever branches in Fine Gael in many constituencies all across the country, which then came to the fore during election time. And I think sometimes that's a bit missed in our obsession, and I have it more than anybody else, of high politics. I mean, the Haughey Archive is full of people from constituencies writing to him, some complaining to him, some telling him how fantastic he is. But the common is very important in Fianna Fáil in particular, and it does allow them to build the national movement as they certainly would have seen it. And of course, what's happened now is that it's collapsed. And this is part of the problem for Fianna Fáil, I think, in the current era. The membership has collapsed. No one's going to meetings anymore, and and their difficulties are severe and not going away.
Ciara.
Yeah, I think picking up on Gary's point as well about the grassroots and thinking about the Civil War language as well that I was talking about, I think you tend to even see it there more strongly than perhaps even with politicians themselves. And if you think to young Fine Gael, for example, and the way that they've used the legacy of Michael Collins as a recruitment tool during the Freshers' Week at universities and so on. Obviously, Collins dead long before Cumann Gael has ever said, "Oh, never mind Fine Gael," despite a title of a certain book and so on, but we won't talk about that. But the point is that the language there has been used so consistently to claim that legacy. And I think part of it comes back to the point that Liam was making as well, that sometimes the difficulty of defining the policy differences between the parties is so problematic that it's easier to go back to the language of the Civil War to try and establish differences. But I think at grassroots particularly, there is, for members, there's a real clinging or holding on to those legacies as a way of building their identity and differentiating between the parties.
Thank you very much. Now, can I come to the floor again? I'll come first here and then to the back. Yep, perfect, thanks. And if you just wouldn't mind, just for people watching online, if you just say your name, please.
Sure. Good morning. Owen O'Shea from a county that Gary referenced a minute ago.
Oh, yes, football.
Just 2 points, I think, in terms of Civil War politics mattering. I would argue that it began to matter less to ordinary voters even in the decade or 2 decades after the Civil War. Two fundamental differences I see between the parties. One was their approach to party organisation and elections. And whereas Cumann Gael, which was a party that set itself up or hailed itself as, the founders of the state and exemplary Democrats, they showed what I'd suggest was a contempt for the electoral process through the 20s and 30s by not even putting forward candidates in local elections. The second point, I think, that if you look at the rhetoric and the language used in election campaigns at a local level during the 20s and even the early 30s, whereas there are jibes about the Civil War, what resonated with people, it seems to me, was Fianna Fáil talking about social, economic issues, while Cumann Gael were continually harking back to the Civil War and the differences that between them and the anti-treatyites. What seems to have resonated with people in the late 20s and early 30s was Fianna Fáil's programme on housing, unemployment, immigration, and so on. So I would suggest that if you look at the campaigns in that period, the Civil War actually mattered quite little to ordinary voters who were really desperate for progress and for their own lot to improve and their families' lot to improve in the years after the Civil War. So I think they're the two fundamental differences that probably are as important as any divisions over the Civil War itself.
Could I maybe just answer the second part first? Yes, I would agree with that to an extent, but the political scientist in me then would say, but then why did Fianna Fáil consistently get the same percentage of the vote at literally every election? I mean, it fluctuates a little bit. It goes from sort of 44 right up to Jack Lynch 50 point, whatever it was, 0.6. It's very consistent. It's very consistent over a very long period of time. And the Fine Gael vote is also relatively consistent, although there are greater fluctuations. Yeah, and Fianna Fáil were really upset when they were turfed out in 1948. A shock to them more than anybody else, I think, that makeshift majority, as David has written so eloquently about, that anti-Dev coalition maybe came together. So yeah, there were differences, and the 51, 54, 57 elections are really important because there is an electoral fluidity there that wasn't there between 32 and 48. And that's where the big tension in Fianna Fáil comes about economic policy, where Lemass wants a more expansionist economy, supported by Haughey and other young Turks, including Lenihan. And Dev doesn't know what's going on, and McEntee is advised by Whitaker, who wrote the 52 budget word for word. You know, and would later have been seen by Haughey as, you know, a Fitzgeraldite, to put it at its most mildest. So yeah, so I accept that point, but the political scientist in me then would say, well, why is the vote so consistent over so long?
Can I answer as the historian?
Please.
Not to disagree with you or anything, Gary. But I do think you have a point, though, about particularly about the 32 election and how little the Civil War treaty divide mattered by then. Because if you think about the way the Cumann Gael candidates ran their election, it was all about why you shouldn't vote for Fianna Fáil, but not about why you should vote for Cumann Gael. Whereas Fianna Fáil were talking about housing and economic issues and so on, and at a time where the economy was under pressure and the ordinary people were really feeling the pinch. You could see the appeal of the Fianna Fáil campaign or promise, whereas Cumann Gael were referencing the treaty 10 years earlier. They were offering nothing fresh. They seemed to be completely out of ideas at that stage. And so, you know, telling people 10 years on that we were the founders of the state and, you know, we defended the treaty really mattered little when people voted based on their pocket, effectively.
It reminds me a little bit about the last general election when Fine Gael thought that they were going to get a great boost out of the Brexit deal.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
But people were voting on different issues, and I think the same is very true in 1932.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. A question at the back of the room, please.
Barry Keane. Now, Gary knows me quite well, and he knows that in one of my many activities, I was Fine Gael PRO in Cork's North Central for about 15 years, through much of the Haughey and Bertie Ahern years. And one of the things, as you said, at local level, is I obviously attended masses of branch meetings. And of course, in Fine Gael it's called the branch, and that was one way of working out who was who. And I had one problem. My father was Fianna Fáil, my mother was Fine Gael, so it was a sort of a mixed marriage, broken home situation. But you'd go into meetings and, you know, you'd be sitting there, and there was a visceral hatred of Fianna Fáil, and it was very much seen as a cult. Which was a bit silly because Fine Gael was a bit much of a cult as well. But fundamentally, you know, you get comments like it was all about jobs and it was all about holding on to power at local level and national level and so on. But I do remember one particular comment which I probably shouldn't repeat, but I'll do my best. One of our members was talking about an individual in a particular household, and he said, "Well, that fella, he sucked shit through a straw. Sorry, stuck shit through a sock for Fianna Fáil." You know, it was that sort of level of incredible nastiness and so on.
I might encourage you to get towards the question at this point.
I'm coming to that, and I'm getting to that, which is, and it was mentioned here, but I do think there was very much the division, the Civil War division continued more so because of around jobs and so on than necessarily the Civil War part side of things. That set up the split, but once Fianna Fáil got into power, they certainly were seen or believed to be looking after their own, and that then tended to kind of exclude everybody else, and so they stayed in power for so long that literally you had generations of Fianna Fáilers getting into power, and I think that was why the split has gone on for so long. So that's my comment, and I'd like you to comment on that.
Thank you very much. I would like to just kind of add a little context to that. When you talk about Fianna Fáil looking after their own, there is a sense of Fianna Fáil having a distinctive support base. which is a little bit different to Fine Gael. And maybe you'd reflect a little bit on social class and how that did or didn't play out in the politics of this period, because I think it connects kind of to the sense of identity. Like, what is the identity rooted in? And that's definitely coming at you first, Gary.
Oh, I thought you were going to take.
No, that's a question for political scientists. Off you go.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, so I'm from the inner city, and I remember a local councillor canvassing and getting ferocious bollocking at one of our doors, and told that there's no Fianna Fáil votes in this house, to be knocked on about 2 minutes later by the candidate himself. And of course, it was all resolved, and the Fianna Fáil street, as it was, would vote 100% in the local election the way it was supposed to vote. I can speak of Cork, which I know best, and maybe the north side of Dublin. Certainly, they were Fianna Fáil bailiwicks. Fianna Fáil was the party that looked after the working class, not in getting them jobs, although it certainly did that to a certain extent in places like the corporation, the port, the harbour board here in Cork, where my dad worked for many years, in the airport, Dublin Airport in North Dublin. But it was also the party which had relatively generous social welfare budgets and allowances, notwithstanding 1952, which I think they tried to write out of history as a strange aberration. But perhaps necessary at the time. But with classes, you know, and I know there was a paper on class during the week. It is in many ways still the great unknown in Irish politics. It's sort of the love that dare not speak its name in one way. You know, and there is still a very good history of the working class to be written, and especially how they vote, because they voted, as far as I can tell, for parties that would get things done. And their view was that Fianna Fáil got things done and Fine Gael didn't.
The thing about jobbery and giving jobs to party supporters, whether or not it was true, it was certainly believed by Fine Gael to be true, that Fianna Fáil were at this all the time. I remember Liam Cosgrave telling me a story once about some Fianna Fáil minister saying, you know, other things being equal, give the job to the Fianna Fáil man. And then he said, and of course, other things were always equal. So, however, I mean, that 1948 government, when Fine Gael got into power, and there was you know, Clown the Publican were very high-minded about, let's put an end to jobbery and we give the jobs to the best qualified person, and all the rest of it. Didn't survive long, that attitude, once they got in. It was very much, we will reward our own supporters. And their supporters were within their rights to believe that after 16 years of Fianna Fáil rule, when they saw patronage being used by the government to reward its own supporters. It was only natural, I suppose, that they expected the same. In fairness to, and Ciara's written about this, in fairness to that first Commonwealth government, I mean, they did bring in local appointments and all that sort of stuff had to be go through a reasonably rigorous and independent process. So that was certainly a mark in their favour. Yeah.
And even just thinking about the perception of Fine Gael as the party of the big farmers and of money, you know, comfortable middle-class families and so on, you know, that certainly comes from the 20s. And there's a really interesting moment in the 50s, late 50s and into the 60s, when Declan Costello starts formulating what becomes his Just Society proposal. And there's a kind of a fear almost within some of the more conservative elements of Fine Gael about what this actually means, and will this sit comfortably with our traditional voter base. And there's one particular letter in the Fine Gael archives from somebody who writes in and, you know, kind of says, is this going to be a sort of a free-for-all type thing? And the party's general secretary writes back and says, oh, you know, Fine Gael always has and always will be the party of the moneyed class. Which I think that expression alone sort of sums up the differences, or at least the perceptions of where Fine Gael stands in a class area.
Yeah, I think it's a very important contribution to make, because we whatever our long discussions of civil war politics and whether it's real or not, we've often ignored social class. And it may not be as visceral and as important as it is in other European countries, but it is there.
And Fianna Fáil presented themselves as the party who could make the lives of the children better than their parents. They presented that throughout its history, really. It was kind of part of all things to all, sort of men and women, perhaps. And I think their view was that the new moneyed elites of the 50s and the 60s, particularly Tucker, where Haughey and Lenihan, they go after this new moneyed elite, perhaps you might call them, precisely because they didn't want to give money to Fine Gael, because Fine Gael were the old money, where this was new money. This is not to say it's right, of course. It is just to say what happened, and this is what that was Fianna Fáil's thinking, and that begets their relationship with builders, developers, and of course we all know where that ends.
And we might go back to the audience on that particular. Mary, please, can I come to you next?
Hi, female voice, Mary McCullagh from UCD. I suppose what I want to ask the panel to comment on is something that where civil war politics wasn't so much of a divider as a great unifier, and that is their attitude to women from the first Cumann na Gael government, where you immediately start limiting women's right to access to the workplace with the Civil Service Amendment Act, the Juries Acts, marriage bar coming in. 1932, where some of the women are a bit more hopeful now that De Valera is coming in. Hannah Shee Skeffington, and I'm paraphrasing here, says, well, I don't know why they're delighted, because he's bourgeois and priest-ridden and all that sort of thing. And that continuous unification of the attitude of both parties to the position of women within society. I mean, you can see a lot of the women who had not gone into either party, Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, in the 30s, joined Clonmel Publicta in the 40s, because they seem to offer a little bit more of a I won't say a gender ideology, but certainly more for women and for making their lives easier in terms of the domestic, in terms of pricing and all, social housing and all that sort of thing. So perhaps I'm just asking the panel to comment on that great unifier, the misogyny of both parties, right down to today, I would argue.
Thank you. I might start with you, Ciara, because I know your research has touched on gendered dynamics, perhaps in later decades, but if I might throw the floor to you to begin with, please.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Mary's entirely right that the conservatism of the 20s is then repeated in the 30s and perhaps taken even a step forward. So, as she mentioned, you have the Juries Act being introduced, where women can't serve on juries anymore for fear that they'd be exposed to topics that are too sensitive for them to hear. And as Mary's shaking her head there, of course, the women can't possibly listen to that type of thing. Contraception, advertising, sale of contraception and so on, completely banned. That's reinforced in the 30s. Even areas like divorce, which had been possible before the Free State came into existence. Cosgrave obviously asks for advice on that, and so the opportunity for divorce is removed, and then we know obviously that becomes even further entrenched as we move into the 30s. So the way that social policy is formulated in the 20s and again into the 30s is done in a way that is very gendered, that is very exclusionary and penalising of women's opportunities as well. So it's certainly, as you say, one of the things that they're certainly united on, or at least share a common policy, and has repercussions in the decades that follow too.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with anything Ciara or Mary has said. I mean, it's interesting, Mary used to say that some women were confident that De Valera would be a help to women's rights, which just shows you how wrong some people can be. I mean, De Valera, as commandant in Boland's Bakery in 1916, literally shut the doors so Cumann na Món couldn't get in. It was the only garrison in 1916 that didn't have women serving in it. And if you want a more on-the-nose metaphor for how things would turn out under his government, I don't think you can find it. And I think the sense of betrayal that you see in the letters of people like Hannah Sheehy Skeffington and people like that when the Constitution is published. And you even find sort of Fine Gael supporting women. There's that journalist in the Gertrude Gaffney, is it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, who would have been quite right-wing, I think, and had been in Spain during the Civil War and seemed to think Franco was rather a good chap. But once she saw the terms of the Constitution, she went absolutely mad, and she wrote some brilliant articles excoriating the women, the mothers in the home article. Much good it did her. So I think you're right. There was a unity there, and you could spend hours discussing who was worse for the status of women in society, W.T. Cosgrave or Eamon de Valera, and we could probably keep you here all day talking about that.
Gary, can I give you a final word?
Well, yeah, to fast forward a little bit, Haughey always considered himself a great progressive when it came to women's issues. He famously told Maura Gagan Quinn when he was appointing her to cabinet in 1979, Maura, me and you were going to make history today, but then promptly dumped her to the Minister of State position when he was back in power in February of 82. Of the 3 times he had a chance to appoint women senators to the Shannon in his 11 picks, I think he picked 32 men and 1 woman. So he talked a great game, but maybe didn't carry it forward. He was very proud, of course, of the Succession Act, which rightly so, I think, and he was certainly influenced by his own background and the idea that his mother could have been thrown out of the family home without it, although in his particular position that's very far-fetched, but nevertheless he was very conscious of that, and he was influenced by his mother on a lot of things. Free travel, for instance, she certainly came up with the idea of that, and other things, but in reality he was, he never changed a nappy in his life, right? Like that. He didn't have 1 housekeeper, he had 2 when he was only in his 40s. Yeah, and I think he lived that life of casual misogyny, and it didn't come through in his, or it came through in his politics as much as anything else.
Ciara, I know you want to last word.
Yeah, can I just pick up on that as well, though? And I think we have to be careful as well in terms of giving politicians too much credit sometimes for that type of legislation that's being introduced. Because if you think of the National Association of Widows in Ireland and the lobby groups that exist in civil society outside, often the pressure for change around women's issues or even just social issues more generally tend to come, and Gary, you've written about this as well, in terms of the power of those lobby groups, that it's the politicians responding to that rather than looking inwardly and thinking that, now's the time for gender balance or whatever the case may be.
So always a struggle, I think, is the moral of that. Can I come to you first here? And yeah, there was one more there, and one at the end, and I might take the last 2 together.
Thank you. Jerry White's my name. 100 years after the Civil War, we now have a courtship. I suppose that seems to be working relatively well between the 2 main Civil War parties. And looking forward to August, we'll now have the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach speaking at that holy ground down at Béal-na-Bláth. Looking at all of that and looking at, I suppose, the challenges facing both parties, looking at the polls, looking at Brexit, economic, political challenges, and looking at that last bit of unfinished Civil War business, partition. Do you think going forward, as happened with the Labour Party and there are others, that courtship might develop into a marriage?
Now, there we go. It was always coming. Thank you very much.
I think it might, but only on the grounds of there is a tyranny in the numbers, and if the numbers keep reducing for both parties, they'll just end up as little rumps. So it certainly could happen, but I don't see it happening over the course of the next decade. But if the numbers keep going as they are, then it certainly will be interesting to see how this government breaks up and how both parties campaign in the next election. Will they campaign on a joint platform to re-elect us? Because if that happens, then you're moving further towards the marriage. I mean, would Fianna Fáil go in power with Fine Gael? Or I'd have said no, and here they are. But would they unite? You're never saying anything. We never say never. Clonard Public, the PDs, you know.
Yeah, never say never. But if you look at the example of Democratic Left and the Labour Party, I mean, the idea was that the total would be greater than the sum of the two parts, and turns out it wasn't. So you'd have to think long and hard about whether there's actually an advantage in a merger. I mean, obviously the political battleground should, of course, include the other Civil War party, Sinn Féin, and whether a united Fianna Gael or Fianna Fáil or whatever, whatever you'd call it, whether that would be more effective, or whether you'd be more effective with a more Republican wing in terms of Fianna Fáil as a separate entity, I don't know. But we have seen so much change that seemed impossible over the last couple of decades that you wouldn't rule anything out, I suppose.
Ciara, your crystal ball?
Yeah, well, my crystal ball is a bit hazy at the moment. All I'll say is that political expediency focuses minds, doesn't it? I mean, Fianna Fáil always opposed to coalition. In coalition, Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, who'd have thought they'd be in government together? So that's a cop-out, but there you go.
I have two questions, and I might take them together just and go back to the panel for one last roundup, if that's okay. So just over here in the lilac shirt, Felix.
Felix Larkin. The one arm of government, of course, which has always been above civil war and politics is actually the civil service. And how important do you regard the influence of the civil service in surmounting civil war politics?
So, and I might take the second one as well, and then I'll give you all a few minutes to reply. It's just
Tommy Graham there.
Yep.
Tommy Graham, History Ireland. How can we account for the fact that independent Ireland, which was only one of many, many states that became independent in the early 20th century, how can we account for its political stability, the fact that it maintained itself as a democracy, in the light of A, it was an economic basket case for most of the time, and B, there was an armed conflict taking place in the north of the island?
Thank you very much. I might start with you, Ciara, if you don't mind, on that latter question, particularly because of your research on Cumann na Gael and later Fine Gael, and their views in relation to how they established the state, saved the state.
Sure.
If you perhaps wanted to comment.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the creation of the Irish Free State in the wider context, it's happening at the same time in Central Eastern Europe that all of these new nation states are coming into existence. And of course, by the time of the Second World War, they are in a very different state to the Irish Free State. Part of it, I think, is down to geography as well, you know, that they're not bordering other countries where they end up being invaded and so on. And I think as well, the work that goes into building the democratic structures in the state is such that there is a respect, I suppose, for the functioning of that. And it kind of feeds back into what Felix was saying too, with the work done by the civil service behind the scenes as well. So I think part of it is the geography, and then part is although Fianna Fáil and so on are outside the political system for a while and don't come in until 27, having them within the political system and having an opposition and a government functioning as it should be in a democratic way very much helps embed the democratic structures that allow the state to change power in 1932 fairly smoothly.
I think there's a couple of things in answer to Tommy's question first. I mean, you could argue that the social revolution in Ireland happened before independence in terms of land ownership, and that created a bias towards stability and perhaps conservatism in parts of the country. You could also argue that the democratic tradition in this country had been laid as far back as O'Connell, and had, people had been mobilised, had been socialised into democratic politics through O'Connell, through the Home Rule movement, and then through the second version of Sinn Féin. So they were used to elections, they were used to that process in a way which perhaps they weren't in some of the other newly formed states. And you mentioned, you mentioned the North, and part of the reason for the stability of the 26 county states was probably partition. because that destabilizing question of what's to happen, of how you deal with it, with a very large minority on the island of Ireland, that had been taken out of the equation. So the 26 county state was able to put down roots and without having to address that question. And there was, as you well know, there was a lot of talk about partition and ending partition, and absolutely zero practical work towards that. In terms of the civil service, I think Felix is right that the civil service was a great agent of stability in the new state. I suppose a critic, probably not a civil servant, a critic could say also an element of inertia at times, because political parties often get into government, and some may find this in the near future with great plans for radical change and find that suddenly, well, I'm sorry, Minister, that won't in fact be possible. So we shall wait and see.
On Tommy's point, I think I would agree with everything David said, but also I think there is great credit due to Cumann Gael in 1932 for simply accepting the result of the vote and going into opposition and having a constructive opposition. And we see right up to the present day what happens when so-called Democrats don't accept the results of free and fair elections, and I think sometimes we miss the sort of personal. So I do think there's great credit to the leadership of Cumann Gael there. On Felix's point, yeah, again, I mean, Fianna Fáil have long had a sort of idea that civil service was sort of theirs and to be used by them. Fianna Gael had a different view, I think. But Fianna Fáil also had the view that, and certainly Haughey was the sort of maybe the epitome of this, and I'm sorry for rabbiting on about him for so long, but you might forgive me because I spent, you know, he's in my head. Yeah, it was Fianna Fáil's job to lead politically, you know, and yeah, certain things couldn't be done, but things could be done, like free travel, free electricity for pensioners, the Succession Act. I mean, that took forever to get done until a reforming minister said, we're going to do this. There's a story told from the 1977 election which perhaps sums it up, of the paper or the printer running out in the Fine Gael photocopying machine, and they're having this terrible crisis of, you know, should they use the photocopier in the Department of the Taoiseach's office, and in the end deciding that it mightn't be a good use of state resources, where, you know, Fianna Fáil would have used every state resource and did use every state resource in every election they fought, which perhaps might sum up the difference between the two parties and their approach to the administration of the state.
I think it's actually a very interesting note on which to finish. We talk about Fine Gael serving the state. Fianna Fáil very interestingly starting as that kind of in opposition to the state, but ultimately becoming fused with the state as it progressed through. So it's perhaps an apposite moment in which to draw proceedings to a close. Can I thank all of the contributors from the audience, thank everybody for their questions, and can I most especially ask you to show your appreciation in the usual way for our three contributors here this morning. And I might also add a word of congratulations to our School of History. It's been a wonderful event, and can I wish you all an excellent day. There are many, many more interesting panels for the remainder of the day, but I think there's a well-earned coffee break awaiting now until the next session after 11 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone to this morning's panel. I think our in-person people are still arriving, but this morning's panel on trauma. I'm Dr. Ciara Buckley. I'm the head of the Department of History at NUI Galway. I'm also very Cork, as you can hear, so it's lovely to be with you today for our very distinguished panel. Now, before we get going, and the format today is going to be, initially, each of the speakers will talk for 3 to 5 minutes, and then we're going to be very much doing a round table. But some of the things to think about: how do we examine trauma at a time when, as Schaefer Aiken informs us, the terminology of trauma did not exist? How do we explore the intergenerational trauma and the relationship between memory and trauma? And how can we research and interpret lived experience, as Linda Connolly does, of those who lived with this legacy of the Civil War? Now, the people on this stage have been challenging and complicating this narrative for some longer years than others, but no issue with that. So I'm going to give them the long introductions they certainly deserve. So Professor Linda Connolly is Professor of Sociology and Director of the Maynooth University Social Science Institute. She's the author of several books widely referenced, including on gender-based violence. And her most recent project is looking directly at women and gender-based violence. She has published a number of books, as I said: The Irish Women's Movement, Women and the Irish Revolution, which I was lucky to have a chapter in. And she has a new monograph on women, violence, and the Irish Revolution, which will be published in 2022. Now, Linda has particularly written recently about the case of Margaret Doherty, using files from the Irish Military Archives, and her most recent piece in the Irish Times was looking at Eileen Biggs. So I'm going to start with Linda, then I'll introduce as I go. I actually remember, Linda, the first paper I saw you give on this in 2016 in UCC. And even then you were talking about the ethical remembering of this violence and these women. So go for it, your work.
Okay, so thank you so much. I'm delighted to be on this panel, and particularly with Ciara, where I taught in this university for 19 years, so I recognize a lot of the students, which is lovely to see everyone and the staff. I think the Department of History here should be very proud of Ciara and all she's achieved in the time since you did your PhD here. And also, Shiva, congratulations on your book. And Fergal, your recent documentary, I think, has just been so incredibly powerful and important in terms of this theme today. So very quickly, so not everybody will know my work, I suppose, so I thought I would just give a brief explanation of what I've been doing and what I do before we get into the nitty-gritty of the discussion here today. So, as Ciara said, much of my work in writing over the past 2 decades or so has focused on women's lives and the role of feminism in Irish society, both past and present. Some of this work focuses on trauma, including, as you said, the gender-based and sexual violence women have experienced and continue to experience in all wars and all societies throughout time. In recent weeks, we have witnessed very harrowing cases of such violence, including in the Midlands, for instance, which are reported every day in the newspapers, what we call today multiple perpetrator rapes, gang rapes. It's frankly frustrating to read these reports daily. There is a long litany. I think what's happening to women in Ukraine today, and which has occurred in many other both small and large wars throughout time, represents what Svetlana Alexievich has referred to as the unwomanly face of war, or what we might refer to as a war on women. Women in wars have experienced particular brutal sexual violence, atrocities, and punishment in varying forms at different points in time. In my first book on the Irish Women's Movement, which covered the period 1860 to 1990, which seems very large, but it was a pretty comprehensive framework. And this provided a synthesis of women's activism in the period, including the Irish Revolution and its aftermath, as well as the period before and after. It also looked at questions around rape crisis, sexual assault, and domestic services in Ireland, particularly in the 1970s. And this was over 5 decades after the state was established. So we have only really very recently in Irish studies began to seriously address these questions around the relationship between the state, society, and the new state, if you like, and sexual and gender-based violence. The kinds of questions I asked about the Irish Revolution, in particular the War of Independence and the Civil War and its aftermath, were what did women experience? And I'm looking at Margaret Ward and Katrina Beaumont here and others who really have provided us with a vast set of publications, on what women did in the revolution and what happened to women in the aftermath of the revolution. I think what I was trying to do in this work was also to look at what women experienced in the War of Independence and the Civil War. And the kinds of questions I asked were, what happened to women who were caught up in conflict, war, and violence in this period, either as ordinary civilians, as combatants, or activists, as loyalist or Republican women? The work has subsequently led to a number of publications and some very detailed research on forced haircutting, or what I refer to as hair taking. After all, we apparently own our own hair, but hair taking, I think, seems to me a good term in that there's a lack of consent involved as a form of punishment and humiliation. So in a number of papers, I suppose, there's a lot more to say, but I'll just try and pull it together. We have our few minutes. I suppose really what I tried to do, including in the Women in the Irish Revolution collection and in my own contributions and chapters, and in articles such as in the Women's History Review, I've reiterated that the Civil War was usually described as a conflict of brother against brother, and I've written about this in a number of these pieces. And that aspect, I suppose, of sister against sister has been neglected. The sister against sister dimension, I think, has been picked up a little bit this year in the commemoration, but I do want to acknowledge our host, John Borganova, who spoke about that in the 2017 Irish Research Council funded conference that I organised. That was the title of your paper, and certainly I found that very useful in formulating my work. So it's important, I think, to acknowledge, I suppose, that work. The treatment of Irish women by fellow Irish men during the Civil War was, of course, raised in the earlier work of colleagues, some of whom are here today: Louise Ryan, Gemma Clark, Padraig Yates, John Dorney, etc., etc. Sorry if I've left someone out. But what I've done in my work is, I suppose, a further of at least additional 10 cases of sexual violence in the Irish Civil War have been identified. As you said, I've done a lot of work on the case of Margaret Doherty in Foxford, County Mayo. I see Frank Fagan here, who have been collaborating with that, and others. The military archives, I don't know if Daniel Iotis is here. So a lot of that work has been collaborative, working with not just with sources, but working in, I suppose, a participatory framework. So to pull this together, I suppose, and there are other cases. So these are what I call, I suppose, cases of also brother against sister. And, if you like, extending that concept, that familial concept or framework from brother against brother to sister against sister to brother against sister. And I think, this is important in terms of understanding this, and is one of the chapters in the new book. So to conclude, women experienced immense trauma and violence in the Civil War, despite it being described exclusively for decades as a conflict of brother against brother, and despite being killed in much smaller numbers than men. And this is evident, I think, in what Shifra and others have been writing about, what we might call the hidden injuries of the Civil War, as well as, I suppose, the killings and the deaths. And this became notably apparent in the decades after the revolution. And I think the argument I made in the Irish Times piece last week in looking at Eileen Mary Warburton Biggs is, in all the research I've done on her background and her life as well, complementing what is already done, it's very important, as I said in that piece, to look at women's lives in its entirety, not to focus just on the attacks that happened to them. So some of the trauma women experienced as pro or anti-treaty activists or as civilians was due to loss of relatives, witnessing violence, or directly experiencing bodily and or psychological violence. The fear women felt, including the fear of rape, also generated its own anxieties and trauma. So, as Maggie Doherty said, this is the final sentence, in her first-hand testimony in Ballina Workhouse in 1923, any man who takes revenge on a sister is not much. The Civil War might be over in the context of Ireland's military history, but the so-called war on women, including in military conflicts, but not exclusively, certainly continues globally, and an intergenerational memory and trauma coexists. And let's unpack that here today in a constructive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda, for getting to, we're going to go, very good. And as you say, these are a lot of the themes we're going to unpack in the next hour. Fergal Keane sent me one line. You know, he hasn't done much, but I expanded slightly. So Fergal Keane is one of the BBC's most distinguished correspondents and an award-winning broadcaster and author. He's reported from Northern Ireland, South Africa, Asia and the Balkans, and I'm sure the Ukraine will certainly come up in this conversation. He has been awarded a BAFTA, been named Reporter of the Year on television and radio. He has won a number of prizes for literature. He is the author of a number of best-selling books, and in 2017, he published Wounds, a memoir of love and war, which looks at the experiences of his family in Kerry during the revolutionary period. Described by the Irish Times as, quote, thought-provoking and nuanced, the book has received enormous acclaim internationally. So Fergal, this may not be what you've decided to talk about, but why did you write the book? And why did you write about your own family?
I'm just listening to your introduction to me, and a very Cork phrase came to me, which was like, your man's very septic, isn't he? When you hear that kind of phrase. I wrote it because I was trying to figure out my own obsession and preoccupation with war. That's how it started, because I knew some of that arose from a childhood in which many stories were told, but even more were left untold. And certain versions of the past were handed down to me. Principally that the fight against the British was a good, clean fight. And then the other argument, because my people were Free State Army people, and indeed blue shirts, was that the attacks, the violence that was meted out in Kerry during the Civil War was necessary in order to crush an anti-democratic revolution. So these were the two kind of points. And I knew there was something more. My own experience of war led me to the point where I had to start questioning the past, because I haven't been in a war that isn't a great deal more complicated than it is portrayed through the mass media. I mean, that is the eternal truth of war to me, is its complexity, particularly civil wars, and what it is that motivates people, why people engage in atrocities, what are the drivers of that. And so it had been worrying away at me, and I was encouraged, of course, by the fact of a much greater openness. And that certainly expresses itself, for example, in the arrival on the scene of the military pensions collection, where I was able to go and to see what had happened in my grandmother's life and in her brother's life. And my own interest in trauma had come about through my own diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of covering war, several hospitalizations because of it. And then when I got my grandmother's file, I saw, and had fantastic help from Linda here in deciphering the language of the time, the use of the phrase neurasthenia to describe her experience. And that had involved hospitalization, it had involved ECT, long periods where she was prescribed antidepressant medication, but nothing like the kind of talking cure that was offered to me as somebody who was trying to recover from war-related PTSD. And so wounds was the kind of natural conclusion of all of that questioning. I mean, from my earliest days as a reporter in Belfast, right through to Ukraine, I've just come back from Ukraine and making a documentary on 8 women whose husbands were killed in a massacre 2 months ago. But through experiences in Bosnia, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, I've always been preoccupied with the idea of violence as something that inflicts a single human life, and exploring the effects of trauma on a single human life. Because I'm really wary when we hear expressions like collective trauma or collective memory. I was very struck by something Cormac O'Grother wrote in relation to the famine, where he says you cannot talk about collective memory, because if you're sitting in Dublin, your experience is going to be vastly different, or in Belfast, to somebody who's living in Schull or in Listowel. So you know, Primo Levi has written about this as well, about the dangers of trying to create a collective memory, because of course these things can be used. They become political weapons, these notions of collectivity in memory and in trauma. I'm keen to learn more about. There is a great deal now available in the files, even if you have to do a certain amount of reading, a great deal of reading between the lines. You know, phrases like the nerves or outrage or neurasthenia, that great favourite, about what was inflicted. I know much less, and I'm keen to know a great deal more about what treatments were available. Because I do know that, for example, at the end of the First World War, male combatants from the Western Front were being treated in hospital in Killarney for what we then called shell shock. Yep. No such treatment or diagnosis was available for the people who came out of the Civil War. And it's one of the great regrets of my life that my grandmother did not live in a time where there was greater compassion, there was empathy, there was understanding and knowledge to relate to what she had gone through. In her particular case, she was sexually harassed by a black and tan. He then threatened her life and ordered her to leave Listowel. This was because of her activities in Cumann na mBan, in targeting and also carrying weapons that were to be used in assassinations. She didn't leave, but in the long years after the war, I have no doubt, and I know this from family members, that the experiences crowded back in on her. And it's when you read the kind of work of someone like Mary McCullagh, who's sitting in the audience here, who has studied in depth the behaviour of the black and tans, particularly around Listowel, their reputation there for sexual violence, for sexual harassment, that I suddenly have a context that growing up, listening to stories about the War of Independence, that I didn't have. Because of course sex in the 60s, in the atmosphere that I grew up, was shameful. And so even if it was something that was being inflicted on a woman, you still didn't talk about it. And so that whole area of experience, and I can only speak from my own sort of home place, but that whole experience of women there, that sense of threat, was something unexpressed until people like you came along and started telling these truths. And so that's
I'm going to jump to you for now, because, and I'm going to come back to these things, especially family across the panel, because that's something that's come through. I'm going to introduce Ciara first, but also to say I've had a very enjoyable few weeks reading all these scholars' work. So Dr. Ciara Aiken is lecturer in the Department of Irish and Celtic Studies at Queen's University Belfast and has published widely on social and cultural history of 20th century Ireland, a former Fulbright scholar, which is no mean feat, many of us know. Her edited publications include The Men Will Talk to Me, Ernie O'Malley's interviews with the Northern Divisions, and her most recent monograph, Spiritual Wounds, Trauma, Testimony and the Irish Civil War, has certainly complicated the belief that this very contentious war was silenced. So Ciara, as I say, I've really enjoyed the book. There's so many ideas there, but do you want to talk a bit about how you made your way through the different approaches to trauma?
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Ciara. And I'll just say thanks to the conference organisers, and it's a real pleasure to be on this panel with Linda and Fergal. I actually was at Linda's conference in September 2017 when I was starting off my PhD, so you know, a lot of this has informed my own work. I suppose from my own point of view, I started off with the PhD and I wanted to look at the Irish Civil War. I'd studied European history at undergrad, and I'd studied particularly Spanish Civil War, and I'd been in Spain. And I really felt that there was a lack of scholarship on the legacies of the Irish Civil War, and I think I was lucky enough to get a PhD funded with very little background research. I don't think that would happen. I'm in Belfast at the moment, and students wouldn't get funded with the amount of lack of research I'd done. I think I'd written my proposal the week before. But I think what was really interesting then was that I was committed then that I had to get this project done, and uncovering writings about the Irish Civil War, and that really is what informed my project and the book. And what was really remarkable it was that I was able to uncover a whole wealth of testimonies by veterans that have been overlooked, and I think that's really striking. And maybe I'll come back to that point, but I just want to say two main points, I suppose, reflecting back on what Fergal and Linda have said. And the first is about understanding trauma in that kind of collective sense, and then the second thing is about the medical context. So I think what's interesting for me is that the Irish Civil War comes with a tag of trauma and silence. And any time, even for the last few days, and I don't think I can get out of this, but I go to papers and I'm really interested in how those words are used, and I'm writing it down, the terminology, because I think we're using them without questioning it. And there's a big point to be made. Why was the Irish Civil War traumatic? What about the First World War? What about the Spanish flu? Why don't they have the same resonance in the cultural imagination? Another thing I'm interested in is the famines that were taking place in the beginning of 1922 that we don't hear. That comes back to, I think, Fergal's point about collective trauma, how that is such a complicated idea because people have such different experiences. But we can say that this is not unique to Ireland, that civil wars often have come with a traumatic legacy, a sense that civil wars are particularly traumatic, and there might be reasons for that. There's the material devastation in the country. There's also the psychological legacies, the breakdown of family and community ties. But it also is more complicated than that as well. It goes back to earlier imaginations of civil war as traumatic, and this is something that Guy Biner, who's now in Boston College, has looked at in terms of pre-memory, how we imagine and we understand events through the prism of previous memories and previous incidences. And that was something that was really striking when I was working on this, because when I was looking at the discourses in early 22, before the outbreak of the Irish Civil War, we see the language of unspeakability is already in circulation. We see that there's fears about the brother against brother trope is already in circulation. So in a way, the events of the Irish Civil War are placed into a template that was already available. So I think it's really interesting to think of it in that sense, and then that is further consolidated and further mediated over time. And from that point of view, another interesting dynamic of this, and David Armitage talks about this, is one of the few, I think, who's really theorised civil wars, but that the Romans were some of the first to theorise the destruction of civil war. But we see this then develop, particularly with the Age of Revolutions from the late 18th century, that there's a binary established between revolutions, with the Age of Revolutions, that are seen as enlightening and progressive, and then civil war that is seen as particularly damaging and against the progression of mankind. And I think that's what we see in Ireland. We have this distinction between best forgotten civil war and then this honourable, enlightening revolution. And I think for this very reason, in terms of memory and traumatic memory, the chronology of the Irish Civil War the memory of the Irish Civil War doesn't obey the chronology. And that's something that I've been teasing out, but we have to think of how there are so many unacknowledged civil war, and I've taken that term from Peter Harsh, in the previous period, that are equally contentious within the memory and are often, the chronologies blurred, that they're associated with the Civil War memory. So for that reason, it's something to think of. And another thing to think of that I think there's a panel later on is the North as well, that the Irish Civil War is really the Southern Irish Civil War, and again, how that narrative is constructed. So I'll move on then to the other point I wanted to make, and Fergal pointed to this. So I had to look at the cultural theories, memory studies, trauma theories, and also in sociology as well. But then the other aspect was the medical history and the medical humanities, which I thought was really fascinating. And that was something that I was able to gauge from a lot of the texts I was reading. There's a lot of insights into that. So And what you said, Ciara, is that the terminology of trauma didn't exist, and something I've argued. But at the same time, revolutionaries had very sophisticated understandings of psychology and the psychological legacies of war, and we see this in the aftermath of the First World War. We have terms like shell shock. We have soldiers being treated for shell shock in the hospitals. We have Irish nurses who are involved in this treatment and write about this treatment. And then we have all sorts of terms like neurasthenia, neurosis, and so on. What's interesting, though, is that the way these treatments are managed tell us a huge amount about the politics of the two new states on the island, particularly about gender anxieties and social anxieties and class. So what we'll see is that, and what was fascinating is, and a really striking example is, there was a doctor in Dublin, Dr. Robert Farnan, and he was actually a gynaecologist by trade. And Siobhan Langford has a fascinating account of being sent from Cork to be treated by Dr. Farnan, and she's recommended to take some sort of rest therapy, to take an extended period away from the stressful environment. And then there's other accounts of men being referred to Dr. Farnan, and it is suggested that they were treated with some sort of talk therapy that he could cure by merely speaking to the men. So there's a very need for swift recuperation for the men to return either to warfare or often to workplace in the aftermath, whereas women's treatment reinforced their exclusion from public life. And we see it in other ways. Hysteria, again, goes back to the word, it's a Greek word for womb. And what I was noticing going through the military service pension files was that these women were being sent to the gynaecologist. And I could see the pattern. And then I found it's in the state policy. So it was actually a policy that women, and particularly women who were claiming for nerves, were being sent for these gynecological examinations. So again, that connection between nerves and the female reproductive system. Again, that changes over time. So we see that revolutionaries developed their understandings of that. Let's say in the 60s, we see influence of feminism and anti-Vietnam discourses that changed this, and the language of trauma is introduced. But the other thing, and I'll finish then because I could go on about this for ages, but in terms of the politics as well, what's interesting is the Military Service Pension Board in Dublin is much slower to give any kind of recognition, and they refer to these as diseases. And obviously this didn't sit with the state building project of promoting a heroic masculinity. But what we see is the Irish Grants Commission, I know Gemma Clark has worked on this. They were based in London, and they provide compensation for loyalists established in the early 20s. But they included shock in the definition of physical injury. So we see that in Britain that there is a more openness, and there's a more openness following the First World War, and as Fergal said, they did offer treatments. And the other thing that I've noticed then I've more recently looked at this in the context of the North, and then it brings up all of these other issues, and particularly sectarian issues, in that in the aftermath of the First World War, there was a need to, I suppose, recuperate shell shock soldiers, but Catholic soldiers who were being treated for shell shock were actually subject, in one case, to personal threats in 1922, that this kind of remasculization was only worthy for certain members of the population. And equally, then in the medical authorities, there's a tendency to equate these conditions with wealthy women who could pay for the treatments. So there's a class element to all of this, and also to attribute it to the vices of modern life, like too much tea drinking and going to the cinema, rather than actually grappling, I suppose, with the real devastation in terms of the legacies both of the First World War, of the Revolution. And I think that denial is really quite interesting, and maybe that ties into some of the other discussions we'll have going forward.
Definitely, and I know recently, like reading all of your work, like that question of the language and the terminology, but also, and Linda, like you have looked at not just the period in time of which the person is being traumatized, but their entire life and how we look at that. And I don't know if you want to talk more about that. This trauma is embodied and it is carried through.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's embodied in all our work as well. It's very visceral, and I think the intergenerational aspect comes into that as well. And yeah, so I think, trying to put this politely, what I don't...
No one's watching, these people and the people,
I think we've been sort of discussing this, or I've been suggesting this. I think there's what we might call a trauma turn currently. Some people have been working on it for a long time, but there is a trauma turn, particularly in the discipline of modern Irish history. And this is not the case in other disciplines. So, for instance, the whole field of sexual violence, has existed since the 1960s, 1970s, with all of the issues you're asking me about. So this is kind of a critique of the way in which it's done, in the sense that it's important. So the military service pensions, for instance, are extremely important. I mean, I use them extensively, but they're only one small window into this broader question of how trauma, violence and stigma, which I'm very interested in, intertwine in terms of women's lives and women's lived experience. So rather than, I suppose, looking at attacks in the Civil War, which we do, I think it's very important in terms of positioning women's lived experience and their voice front and centre, to look at who they were, where they lived, what were their lives like before this happened, and also to look at the trauma, the medicalisation, the institutionalisation, the impact on families and communities afterwards, which of course is very profound, particularly with known cases of transgressive violence, which have this, I suppose, double bind of silence, but also being public knowledge at the same time. And I think the relationship between trauma and memory in particular, and I can only talk about the questions I've researched, I wouldn't have the broader understanding that my colleagues have here of all kinds of wars, and trauma is a much broader concept. But in terms of the women's lives I'm looking at, trauma and memory is not linear. The relationship is not linear. So I think it's important not to use the pensions and just to kind of quickly write something on trauma because it's the decade of centenaries, and not to unpack that, and not to look at women's lives in that sense, and not to sensationalize it, I think, as well, and to try and get a deeper analysis. I think the question of time is really crucial, Shifa, which you've just raised, that there's a period that was the Civil War. It's a very short period. Many people I know in this audience would argue that was it really a significant war, the Civil War? There weren't that many killed. It wasn't a particularly large war. But I suppose the memory of that war was significant, is very long. And so that kind of interplay, I think, between acknowledging that events and sources are not the beginning and end of the lived experience of trauma. And then, of course, stigma, is very interesting as well, because if you think about it, the ultimate, certain acts of violence are intended to traumatize. They're not intended to kill per se. Sometimes they do kill. So for instance, Margaret Doherty, who was raped in May 1923 by 3 alleged members of the National Army in Foxford, she didn't die, as a consequence of that attack, but she died in 1928 in Castlebar. And so she died as a consequence of what happened to her, but she didn't die at that moment. So the impact of that trauma, the bodily trauma, the impact, the psychological impact, but also most importantly, the stigma and the shame which she and many of the other women impacted, articulated, and how that impacted their life chances, their health, etc., I think is really important. So I think that's what I mean by, trying to look beyond what happened on whatever, the 15th of June 1922 or whatever, and to move beyond that, I think is really important.
And I think as well as all your work shows, and Fergal, I'm going to come to you in a second on this, and I have found it when it comes to the question of the history of institutions in Ireland, that far from actually silence, people are trying to tell in so many ways. Yeah. They're trying to tell in Shifa, in your work, maybe it's a fictional work, maybe there's so many ways that people actually are trying to tell, and are still trying to tell, and are just hoping that when they have respectful language and language that they have some say in. But also, and I think when I was reading your book, I was thinking, for obviously, from within families, that's where this is going to, really stem from for a lot of people.
It is, and it takes time. I mean, in the case of my own family, I think it's really significant. My uncle was a playwright, John B. Keane. He wrote about many subjects, okay, and subjects that were taboo, forced marriage, the brutalities that existed within families on a range of issues. but he never wrote a play about the War of Independence or the Civil War. These massive, massive speed bumps in the middle of Irish history in the 20th century. He didn't go there. And that to me was hugely significant. There were some things that were just left unsaid, that were better not raised. And there was a myth, and there was like many of our myths, there was a good element of truth in it, but that the kind of Civil War hatreds in Kerry had been resolved through Gaelic football and through men from both sides playing on the same team. And that was a comforting narrative, but it wasn't the truth. It absolutely wasn't the truth. One only had to listen to, well into the 1970s, the kind of things, if not later, that were shouted at people at election rallies for Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael in North Kerry at the time. I think the other area that we need to pay attention to, and my mind is very focused on it at the moment because of Ukraine, but also my previous experiences in Rwanda and in the Balkans, is the question of impunity. And to look at the Irish Civil War, and particularly the reaction of national authorities, Richard Mulcahy and others, when confronted with clear evidence of violence, violence against women, but also the kind of atrocities that we saw in Kerry during that period. And to ask ourselves if whether any conversation about this kind of violence has any purpose if we continue to exist in a state of impunity, where national leaders are concerned. It never happens without direction. It's really comforting to believe that basically you get some drunken troops and they go mad in a village. But that only ever, it happens because the leaders of countries or of statelets or of guerrilla organizations decide that sexual violence will be used to intimidate women, to humiliate their families, as a form of genocide. By telling people, as they told them in Rwanda, or indeed people were told in Bosnia, we're going to breed you out and we're going to rape you and you're going to have our children. That happens as a matter of policy. The kind of violence we're seeing inflicted in Ukraine at the moment is happening as a matter of policy. And then you come on to the next question, which is, if leaders deny that this is the case, what are they doing to punish those who are responsible? And you look at the Civil War and ask yourself what happened to Paddy O'Daly, or any of those who were accused of sexual violence or of presiding over a culture of sexual violence in that period. Impunity is central to this debate.
Do you want to come in on that, Linda?
Oh, I completely agree, and I have never found any of the cases I've looked at, there has never been any kind of prosecution. In fact, some of the trials, particularly the military courts of inquiries, they re-traumatize. So we're talking about trauma. We could just as easily have a panel on how re-traumatization occurs as well. And we know this, again, I can just kind of, even some of the cases that we see today, I suppose the assumption of female culpability as well, that the woman in question has to somehow demonstrate that she didn't do something for this to happen, and we use the term today, she was asking for it. So those kinds of, I suppose, justifications around the kind of strategies you're talking about. I mean, there was no genocidal rape in the Irish Civil War. It was not, and it cannot be compared, with, Bosnia and all these other contexts. But what is interesting is the question of whether or not women were targeted, I think. And certainly, many, I think there is compelling evidence to suggest that many of these attacks were actually planned, and certain women were targeted. There are perhaps different reasons as to why, depending on class,
or stigma,
religious
as
membership.
you brought up, because the stigma that was attached for so many years, and how that's
Yes, it's certainly, and again, I don't know where Frank Fagan is, but Frank in Ballina as well, you know, we saw very much that it was about what the brothers of Margaret Doherty were doing. You know, they said they were coming looking for others, but they came 3 times. You know, they were masked. So this was very planned kind of strategy. So yes, I would agree very much with all of that, but I think the context and the scale is very different in the Civil War. I think we haven't looked at other periods. We haven't looked at Northern Ireland. So there's a lot more to unpack here. Yeah.
There is one great commonality, and that is none of this happens without the unleashing. We use the phrase toxic masculinity a lot these days, but without the unleashing of a kind of male ferocity and carelessness about women,
well,
and which is sanctioned by leaders.
And if we look at sexual assault cases outside of our rape cases before the Civil War, in the courts, you see that a woman needs a witness. They need, and I looked at incest cases, a witness, or a pregnancy, or some evidence that goes beyond their own testimony, which is obviously incredibly difficult in some cases.
I forgot to say just one thing, sorry, very quickly as well. I think you mentioned the medical. I mean, again, doctors played a crucial role in terms of things like evidence, Fergal, as well. I think you can see that, and the silence as well. You know, doctors often spoke out on behalf of families of women. They documented this, and also the local midwives as well would have participated in examinations. So there's a whole forensic aspect as well, I think, which comes into play. Sorry, yeah.
And Siofra, you present this idea of an alternative archive of testimony. So you've used sources that perhaps weren't used before, and the ways that people are trying to tell this.
And I think it's really striking, and I think it's interesting being in a Civil War conference to present on this, but I think there's a major question to say how was so much material overlooked, and I think it's a blind spot, both in terms of literary scholarship and historical scholarship. And what's interesting is a few times in the last week or two, people have said, oh, you must be interested in being here because you're not really a historian. And I was going, well, actually, this is a history project.
I think people could raise up their hands in this room who've had that said to them. So.
Because this has started off as a history project. And what I discovered as I went on is that the places where I was finding the rich testimony was in these accounts that were published. And so I suppose the thing to say is that testimony is an account that has to be presented to the public with usually some kind of disclaimer that this contains the truth. So there's a difference between a public story, a private story that's kept in a drawer. So my interest is in testimony, and particularly how it's received. And as you said, Sarah Ann, there's a question of testimony and it being believed. But what I was finding is that a lot of accounts were coming out from the late 20s and particularly in the 30s that were blurring genres and using fictionalized veils in order to trace personal experience. And we see it in novels, and particularly in the 30s are quite popular. We see it in plays, we see poetry, and we see it in memoirs that slip between fiction and non-fiction in really, really interesting ways. And I think these are, again, I'm looking at testimony, these are written by veterans of the Civil War, and sometimes they're concealed behind very thinly disguised veils, so they might be set on the surface in the War of Independence, yet it's a brother against brother plot. On the title of the story even, it's one Mairead Ní Grád is called Brother Against Brother. And equally, there's use of pen names, there's equally use of the Irish language as maybe a sense of a bit of protection. But what's really remarkable here is that there is definitely a silence around the Civil War, and we see that's emphasised. We see destruction of records. We see writers themselves and veterans themselves destroy their own records, particularly and maybe we'll come back to this, the transgenerational sense, that there's a sense that maybe this is too painful to pass on to the next generation. Yet there are examples of veterans who wrote throughout their lives about their own experiences but refused to speak about it to their children. And I think that's an interesting dynamic to tease out. But it does come back to what you said about even the institutions, and I'm really interested in the legacies of the institutions, but that many people who live through traumatic experience, if we want to call it that, they do carry this desire to tell about it in a certain way and to share it and also to be heard. And so that was all part of this dynamic. Not only was it shared, but who was listening and who was receiving it and who was writing back to them to say that they had received this. So in terms of the testimonies, there's a huge number. Some striking, I suppose, findings is that in terms of women's writings, there's more fictionalised writings by the end of the 30s relating to the Civil War than autobiographies. Women were not getting published. The autobiographies were not being accepted by the presses. So we have much more fictionalised evidence. I think just in terms of sexual violence, what's really striking is that these writings, again, and they might be considered as sub-literary, they haven't been looked at from a literary perspective, but sexual violence emerges again and again in quite interesting ways, and it's not always censored. So there's this idea that there is a censorship in the socially conservative state. It was getting past censorship, and I think what it does is, I suppose, Linda's been opening up this entire debate, but this is a whole other aspect to it, because it's showing that this was known about, but it's also controlling the discourse, because as Linda said, in terms of blaming the victim. This is a trope that comes up again and again. Female revolutionaries are sexualized in all of this popular literature and seen as to be asking for it again. So that's going to deter women from telling about their actual lived experience when this is the popular trope, if you like. And I was also interested in the diaspora. I'll finish up because I'm going on, but the diaspora again, an aspect to this. And then equally fascinating is a number of testimonies that directly address perpetrator violence and perpetrator trauma from the perspective of those who committed violence. And I suppose that what the complexity of Civil War is that so many of the activists and the protagonists in the Civil War existed in these grey zones between victimhood, between perpetrators, between bystanders, that they don't fit into any of those categories in any kind of simplified way. And so that's another way that maybe these fictionalized narratives were able to accommodate that complexity in a way that first-person testimony and maybe accounts in the military archive couldn't.
And we've touched on it, but you have a line, Fergal, where you talk about, like, Mick left no diaries or tape recordings, and then you talk about the other sources, obviously, that you use, but memory is in there. And, like, how do we deal with, like, the memories you were passed as well as...
Yeah, and they were scant. It was, you're sort of half joking, your grandmother smuggled guns in her underwear. I'm sure many people who've got relatives who were active in that period may have heard that kind of story. But there was scant little else. I did find out from a cousin, for example, that Mick Purtle, whom you refer to, and who'd fought in the War of Independence in the Flying Column and had then joined the Free State Army and had been an intelligence officer in the Free State Army with all that entailed, was attacked and badly beaten up in the aftermath of the Civil War. I mean, quite a few years after it, by a very close neighbour. And then he, with another comrade, Mick Purtle, went back and repaid the favour, as it were. And so on that localised violence which lingered, people got on with farming life, with activities in the GAA, because they had to. But the tension was there underneath, and that's the kind of thing that I was made aware of. And it did, of course, it added to my curiosity, my determination to try and find out what did happen. I was very interested in what Shifra talked about there in terms of trauma being something that isn't just felt by a kind of designated victim. About the grey zones. I spent 6 weeks after the Rwandan genocide in little villages close to a massacre that I had come across, and talking to men who'd been involved in it, and women. And it was phenomenally disturbing on one level, but perhaps encouraging on another, in the sense that the number of people whom I came across who were genuinely gripped by hatred of their neighbours was quite small. The number of people whom you might classify as sort of psychopathic, I'd say there was one individual in that entire group who was, because it's one of the great tropes of, and you often hear it applied, I heard it applied at a debate in Belfast at the beginning of this decade of centenaries by a southern commentator who said, oh, well, if we could just get rid of the psychopaths, then the problems, you know, we'd sort out the problems. The issue is never the psychopaths, it's people like us, okay, who happen to be subjected to prolonged propagandization, who are afraid that if they don't kill the other lot, if they don't kill their neighbor will kill them. And it was very, very striking how traumatized these killers were. How they were, it was like people, talking to people in a state, still in a state of shock, trying to understand how they possibly could have done what they did. I remember one man who was sitting there with his own kids in front of his house in the evening telling me, well, we chased that Tutsi boy into a banana grove and we beat him with our clubs. We thought he was dead, so we buried him. But then we noticed he was moving in the grave and we beat him again. And he's absolutely distraught in describing what he's done. And that was, you know, that was certainly the experience of the majority of the people that I spoke to. But when I talk about encouraging, it was very clear to me that local efforts of restorative justice were having an impact. Not just restorative justice, but in storytelling, sort of communal storytelling, sitting down, this is what happened. And that often involved, you know, some quite strong arguments between people saying, no, that isn't what happened, you're lying about this, this is what you did. So I saw some value in that. But what really struck me, it wasn't something I'd taken into account. Having been there during the genocide, having witnessed the extraordinary brutality, I came away with a very sort of black and white vision of good versus evil. And of course, it's very, very rarely like that when you're talking about ordinary people. Now, there were certainly those at the top who I spoke a while ago about impunity. It wasn't just impunity, they were also encouraging people, actively saying it is your civic duty to go out and kill those who are the ethnic minority. Those people do fit into, slide into categories of good and evil in my view, but not the people who did the mass of the killing and we're now having to live in the aftermath of a genocide and a brutal civil war. The question for me was, how do you bring people who are victims, who are traumatized beyond belief, and perpetrators who are traumatized, and how do you allow them to live together again in one community?
Yeah, Lynn. Yeah, I mean, I think the phrase "the banality of evil" comes into mind here, and I think again going back to, you know, what is trauma. You know, it isn't just a victimization, as in focused on victims, inverted commas. I've also looked at perpetrators, and I'm not quite sure yet what to do with that because I haven't figured out the ethics in relation to the Civil War, but I have done some work on that, and I suppose. This might seem like a strange point to make, though. Trauma is also about killing or, you know, inflicting violence. And if we all look at our own biographies, you know, my children's grandparents, but they were all involved in wars, you know. My own grandfather was in the Somme, never spoke about it, but he was there for 4 years. They were killing people, you know, and we rarely have that discussion, you know. Our children's grandparents were, you know, one of them was involved in the German resistance, tried to kill Hitler in the July plot. So, you know, there's all kinds of ways in which killing is part of our intergenerational stories and or current generations. I mean, you know, I think conscious of colleagues here, you know, from Ukraine, for instance. We talk about this at a distance, but we rarely address that, I think, in terms of perpetrators. It's something over there. It's those people over there. And I think that's kind of what you're saying, Fergal, in a way, that there's a kind of a connection or an ordinary aspect to this that we don't really address, including in our own backgrounds. So the violence that has, you know, Sinisha Milosevic, who has a PhD from Sociology Department in UCC, in UCD, he has written an awful lot on the sociology of violence from Croatia himself, and you know, he talks about this, the structural violence, and the way in which I suppose the cultural dimension builds up around that. So I think part of the honest conversation and analysis is, again, not objectifying violence as something that's far apart or over there. It's something that actually is implicated in our backgrounds and our lives.
Okay, I'm going to go to the audience in a few minutes so you can be prepared, and then I'll come over and back. But picking up on what you said earlier, Linda, about trauma and Irish history, and the question of whether it's a turn, and I suppose as researchers, though, like trauma-informed research and even looking after the individuals doing the research is still a new discussion that's happening, you know, and whatever that source is that you're, be it a court record, a medical record, be it an oral history, whatever you are working with. Is there anything you'd like to say on that and your own involvement with this?
I can come in actually. Yeah, I think that was something that I had to grapple with, and I can actually see Una Cavan here in the audience, and she asked me this question in a discussion during my PhD, and it was really helpful because it was something that you're dealing with all the time, but maybe not. I definitely, when I would have started off the PhD, there was a sense that you had to repress your own personality in your research and split the research between the two. And I think that developed over the course of me working on the PhD. One of the things that actually changed my mind on some of this was Emily Pine's work, and actually hearing a lecture by Emily Pine. So I do think that, I know from my own work, I think my own work is in its own way interacting with some of the women's writings, particularly non-fiction in the last number of years, whether that's Emily Pine and Sinead Gleeson, you know, that there's this, I suppose, trauma turn, if you like, both in the academy and also outside of the academy. But she was referring, I suppose, to her own experience and how she was insisting on including that in an academic chapter she was writing. And at the time, I was writing a chapter for a book that Una Frawley did on Coming on Emigration. And when I was going through the files, I found my great aunt listed as a Coming on member, which I did not know. And I think it was very emotional for the whole family, and it was kind of a celebratory thing to come across, but that this hadn't been passed down. And it was only after Emily Pine was speaking about her experience, I thought, you know what, I'll write that into my chapter. I wasn't going to put it in the chapter, so it got put in at the end. But I suppose I had an extra challenge in that I have, I suppose, a very strong surname in terms of revolutionary history, in that my great-grandfather is Frank Aiken, so I couldn't get around that either. And I think in a lot of senses I was kind of trying to not tap into, I suppose, the Aiken family name, but at the same time there's no avoiding it. So I did reflect on that in the end of the book. And what's interesting is I put it in the end of the book. In a lot of the coverage of the book, it's the first thing that's announced, you know, and I think that's something that is just how I suppose Ireland functions. But I would say that was only maybe one influence on my work, among many other family stories and other aspects. But I did, for the book, decide to reflect on some of that, I suppose the emotional and the effective responses when you're working with, particularly testimony, because testimony is all about receiving it. So where's the researcher's role, because you're also a receiver of the testimony. So that was something that I've addressed. And what's interesting is, and a theme that runs through the entire book, is that the desire to tell is always matched by a desire to conceal. And I was really uncomfortable writing about myself, so I've only written a small bit, and I probably said a lot less than I could have. And maybe that's something that you would go back to at a later stage, but I don't feel that I need at the moment either to disclose my whole life story in order to inform my work. So I think that was also very interesting, and that there was a lot of it became all very meta, I suppose, when you're working on it. It was also a book that was about writers using narrative as a coping mechanism, that was written both during the pandemic and during a very difficult time in my own life. So I think that was another way that a lot of it kind of became very meta. So maybe that's something I'll look at more in the future.
Thanks, Siobhan. Fergal, obviously yours is not just looking at the sources, this is your job. You're operating in, you're coming in contact with trauma on a daily basis.
Yeah, and it's the interesting thing is that it gets very wearying. Now, that sounds incredibly self-indulgent when you think of, you know, I'm sitting there talking to people who've been through hell. But I was really struck by the title of your book, Spiritual Wounds, and also by the conceit at the heart of it, which is that, you know, I came out of Rwanda particularly thinking this is an experience where journalism runs out of road. You know, where narrative nonfiction even, and I wrote a book about it, there's a place that I can't express, and that this is maybe a story for philosophers and poets. And I was really, you know, the fact that you then write a book called Spiritual Wounds, which is, you know, delves deep into the kind of fictional treatments, but very true fictional treatments of people's experience of the Civil War. And so it's a sense of weariness, and that's not just about listening to atrocity stories day in, day out, but also kind of recognizing there's a limit now.
Yeah.
To how I can convey those truths, and to people's receptiveness. And so, you know, you get in the first 3 or 4 weeks of the Ukraine crisis, for example, a real public hunger for information and knowledge. But you just watch the way interest drops away. And something that would have really roused the sort of public consciousness and created outrage because of what was being done to people now drifts away because people are saturated, overexposed with it.
There's no capacity there to take in.
No, there isn't. At some point, people just begin to zone out. And I don't criticize or condemn people for that. It's a fact of, and I think particularly as well, we're living in an era where there's just so much information. We're overloaded. And thank God for historians and novelists and poets to make sense of it. Because I think a lot of the time in journalism, we're not making much sense of it. It's all happening so fast.
Do you want to pick up on that, Linda, before
Oh gosh, there's so much to say on that particular theme, I think. I mean, I love, by the way, both of you brought in your grandfather and your grandmother about your work. To me, that's just so compelling. And I would like to know more, but when you're ready. Yeah, but I suppose, yeah, I mean, there's absolute danger of burnout in this field. There's no doubt about it. I've tried to recognize the signs in myself, when to stand back, when to rely on colleagues. Having an ethical framework is really important when you're doing this kind of work, I think. So all of that, there's some sensible things, and that's why, again, I would be concerned about the trauma turn, in that it's not something you can just jump into without being trained. It helps to be a trained social scientist, because we do a lot of that kind of ethical work. But you really do need frameworks, ethical approval, all this kind of thing. So I'm a bit concerned, I suppose, that's got across here today. I have found collaborating with creative arts not helping me, but helps to perhaps, I don't know, we have to think about the living as well as the dead. And I'm collaborating with Eleanor Hooker, who's been awarded a Markievicz Award. She's a poet. She is, I'm sharing my research with Eleanor. She's writing poems about some of the women, and we're working also with an artist who's making sketches from the photographs. And I think that's a very powerful way, particularly in a moment of commemoration. We can't have all the action as kind of public commentators or historians or whatever in the newspapers. We have to work, I think, with the creative arts as well. I know there's a lot of documentaries being made, but I think that's different. There's a lot of sound bites in documentaries, but I think the creative arts are very important. And then that feeds into the whole question of community. Because again, we must remember, of course, that there are families, neighbours, communities, which, it really relates to what you're saying, Shivrin, that people want to talk, but they just don't know how. And, again, the question of what happened to women in the Civil War, it's a very basic question. But as soon as somebody begins to ask that question, it's then that opens up the possibility for engagement. So things like ethical collaborations with creative arts, I think, is very important. Ethical collaboration with communities, with families, not always done in a public way, not always written about. Sharing of information, if people want information, getting files opened is something I've tried to do. I've been known to write letters to ministers, etc., demanding that they open files. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but by God, when those files are opened, they reveal so much. So we have to advocate, we have to engage, we have to collaborate. And I think that's a really important way as well of, I suppose, of working with trauma as writers, as well as trying to perhaps, in a moment of commemoration, engage in some kind of local acts and I think healing gestures. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to come back to the question of the uncommemorated, which has been addressed by all of you, and but I want to see, is there any brave soul from the audience who wants to answer this? There's loads. Well, John or Heather? I'm going to go Heather first. Oh, yes, there's a microphone somewhere. I'm not in charge of that, apparently. Yeah. I think we have to now for the audience at home. So.
Thank you very much. That was a great panel. I'm obviously conscious that this panel on trauma is in the context of the Civil War, but I'm also thinking that, you know, when we think about trauma, we often do tend to focus on those kind of immediate or sudden things that traumatize people, and that's only one kind of part of the story of trauma. And I'm thinking, I mean, I'm not an expert in the area, but I remember being so interested in Elaine Showalter's writings about shell shock and the work of W.H.R. Rivers, who was somebody who wrote about shell shock in the context of the First World War, and that even the term shell shock suggested that it was that sudden thing that caused hysteria, as it was called at the time. But his realization that some of the symptoms the men were developing were very similar to symptoms that women he'd seen in women in Victorian England, who hadn't experienced these short, sharp shocks, but had a longer period of societal and of situations to deal with. And his sense that actually in some cases it was often things like, you know, soldiers being, you know, in situations of enforced passivity, when as men they were always expected to be active. So those issues, I think, of like trauma being something that, because I also think that when we think about violence and trauma, when we think about sudden things causing that, it takes us away from more contextual issues, societal issues, deprivations, which can, of all kinds, which are violence, even though they're not that immediate violence, and that can cause trauma. Even though the trauma hasn't appeared suddenly as a result of one thing, but is about a longer sort of impact.
Thanks. I got the panel to respond to that, and then I'll make my way around the room.
I can go ahead if you want. Yeah, I've written quite a bit about this actually, because PTSD, the definition for PTSD is a sudden incident outside the realm of ordinary experience, and that's why it's questioned and still questioned. So I think that is, from my point of view, that's one of the really interesting things, because why is the Irish Civil War seen as this trigger of trauma? And that comes back to this kind of punctual idea that trauma is associated to one singular event, whereas we know from unpacking it from all of these other contextual issues that that's not necessarily how trauma exists. And I think there's also a mistake to think that trauma is a response to one singular event, when actually trauma is the process of coming to terms with something over an extended period of time. And that could also be something that's unknown, because it could be insidious, it could be whether it's women's daily lives, whether it's oppression. So I think that there the balance is, at the same time, there will be people who will pinpoint it on a singular event, because that's what society tells us we should do. So that's another challenge with understanding the Irish Civil War, because maybe it's easier to say that somebody was traumatised by the Irish Civil War than to address something else that was more contentious. So I think that's something as well to go back to what I said earlier. Why is the Irish Civil War the trauma and not the famines and the desperation? And that, in a way, the political violence is, in Ireland anyway, an accepted trauma of the 20th century. And I think that's something I'm quite interested in. I suppose from my point of view, I don't often get to say this, but I suppose my point of view, my family background is obviously my great-grandfather was Frank Aiken in the Civil War, but my dad actually works with the trauma service with people who are in the institutions. So, and I think that that's something that informs my work, I suppose, that those two aspects, and particularly, I suppose, in the present as well, what kind of provisions are available in the current day. So that's how I'd respond to that anyway.
I think you've raised something absolutely crucial, and that is a tendency on the part of the medical establishment, particularly, to really narrowly focus. This urge to label things. And when the truth is, the human mind is so complex, magnificently complex. And what people want is a diagnosis for which they can prescribe a certain therapy, prescribe a certain drug, or prescribe a stay in hospital. And my own experience has taught me that the the factors which brought about my mental illness and my diagnosis of PTSD were very complex and varied. And I'm really encouraged that these days we're now starting to use this term moral injury, which, you know, is part and parcel of the whole treatment of trauma. And that is that idea. And you know, the thing for me that was the most damaging, I believe, was not being caught up in ambushes and landmine attacks and all of that, or having my own life threatened. It was actually walking away when the lives of other people, when I was pretty certain they were going to be killed, and I left because I was afraid. And that squarely falls into the category of moral injury. And it's much more widespread, I think, than, you know, people who will go through a specific experience of having their life threatened. And it's a critical part of trauma. And I think much of what you described there falls within that framework. And we've got to be much more generous, much more open-minded in diagnosis and in the kind of treatments that are recommended. It's not just good enough to have this kind of, if any of you have seen the Deer Hunter, you know, where Christopher Walken is the classic PTSD victim. He's walking around with a 1,000-yard stare, you know, flinching, jumping, being violent towards people. These are all elements of PTSD, but it's a much bigger field. And, you know, my PTSD was actually, you know, came out as a kind of prolonged melancholy, a wish to withdraw from a world that I found too cruel, too painful. And I've come across that in the descriptions of many, many people that I've been in treatment with in hospital, but also in my reading.
Linda?
Yeah, I'll try and be quick because I know people want to come in. So, yeah, I mean, I think I have looked at some of the files from St. Pat's and tried to look at some of those, and I think there is more material there on the Civil War period than we realise. It just hasn't been properly made available. But some of the notes I've looked at, they're very narrow. They don't say very much. They might say what the medication is. There might be a term. So for instance, Eileen Mary Warburton Biggs filed, she died in St. Pat's in 1950. It doesn't really say that much. It describes an injury which might have been related to the physical injuries she suffered in the 20s, but it's not really clear, you know. So on relation to your general point, yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I'd go back to, you know, first year sociology in a way, stigma, you know, labeling theory, all of these things. And I think I'm very interested in power and social control, which very much, you know, fits with your work, Ciara, because, you know, trauma isn't necessarily because you just experience something, it's because of how society has categorized you and defined you. So that, you know, that depends on class, you know, on gender, you know, to be an unmarried mother, you know, all of these things, you know, you find yourself, you know, they're accidents of time, that something has happened to you, and power and social control kicks in. So any kind of analysis of trauma devoid of power, social control, class, I know I'm speaking to the converted, you know, it to me is not sufficient, you know. Sorry, I rushed that, yeah.
I think it was John, and then put the hands high. I'm not as tall here. Yeah.
Is this on? Yeah, there you go. Thanks, you guys, for a fascinating discussion. You know, I saw Cormac O'Malley here earlier, and you know, I was thinking about we tend to think about kind of the writing of memoirs and what have you from some of the revolutionary types, but you know, Ernie O'Malley's a real important historian, and I think you know, Leanne Lane would probably have ideas about what Dorothy McCardle experienced, and I've done work on Florrie O'Donoghue, who's one of the really important historians of the period, and they had really extreme activist experiences. And I've always thought the writing of the revolutionary history was their own way of processing a lot of their own trauma and trying to understand and you know, to sort it in their own mind, and that kind of becomes this lifelong interest. I think, do you guys have any thoughts about just different manifestations of the processing of trauma and how it appears, and other ways that we, you know, other kind of manifestations of it that we might not see and might not become quite apparent, but actually when you look at them closely, they're pretty obviously connected to those kind of experiences.
Who wants to take it?
Okay, I mean, I think alcohol.
It's past 12 o'clock, we can say that.
I think alcohol. And I'm thinking particularly of a case, and you'll know, John, because you helped me greatly with the book, but of a very close friend of our family in North Kerry who had been involved in several assassinations, close up, who had walked right up to men and pulled the trigger. One was the case of a district police inspector, the other was of a suspected informer. And in the aftermath of and he then took the Free State side in the Civil War with all of the bitterness that went with that. And in the aftermath, he became a very celebrated Gaelic footballer. But he began to drink more and more heavily and would vanish for long periods to Killarney, to the mental hospital. And I remember asking his grandson, what was up with him? And his grandson said to me, every day of his life he went into the church to pray for the men he killed. And that was very, very, it made me stop. And it was clear to me, and I've, talking to family members, that in this particular case, alcoholism was a manifestation of the trauma he'd experienced. It was his self-medication. It's a very common self-medication, a culturally acceptable one in Ireland, just as much as Vietnam veterans dealing with post-traumatic stress would resort to drugs in Ireland. Sure, if you took a few drinks, it was, it's the culturally acceptable addiction for all the havoc that it wreaks. So that, in my experience, others may have come across something similar or different.
Well, the chair shouldn't speak, but she's going to. When I think about the alcohol, when I think about some of the ways that survivors and victims of the institutions have tried to tell and be believed, and Peter Tyrrell sending his account to Dermot Whelan, who I always think of Dermot when I'm here, but or to Owen Sheeskevden, and then Dermot brought it back to where it needed to be. But talking about even the pubs in London are talking about, and some of these narratives now seem almost worn, but they're not worn. They're really kind of important, how people are trying to make their way through this in their lives. But Linda, Siofra, do you want to take that? There's obviously a privilege then to be able to write a history and then work through it that way too.
Yeah, well, I probably won't add too much because I know there's other questions, but yeah, absolutely, John, and say that you can look at the history writing as a processing, and if you look at Dorothy McCullagh and Ernie O'Malley, that they wrote so much in so many different genres, and I suppose that ties in with, there's a psychologist, Dory Lobb, who worked a lot with Holocaust survivors, and he talks about the urge to tell, but that it's a lifelong task, that it's never satisfied. So I suppose that could be an example there. But I think just to go back to the alcoholism, and something I'm very conscious of, and I've looked at veterans who had the literacy skills and the writing skills to produce these works and get them published, that there's a privilege involved in that, and that we have to think of it again in terms of what were the avenues available for people according to their means, I suppose, and so that's where it all becomes quite complex. How do people address that? And that's probably why we've less from the institutions there. I know there's a few.
We'll have more now.
Yeah, we've more.
Yep.
But I suppose what's interesting is that revolutionary generation. We're coming from a middle class, educated background, possibly with the means. So we do have all this material, which is really quite striking. But absolutely, alcoholism is going to be a response. And I think, and something we were talking about in the corridor, is that we have to remember that the responses are so varied, that everyone responds in such a different way to their experience.
Linda, and I may be able to take one more question then. I'm looking, I have 3 minutes.
There's loads to say here, but really quickly, I think people left. Immigration was a massive part of this, for all of the issues we're talking about. So that's one. We could have another panel on that one alone. I think, though, as well, in terms of process, again, loads of stuff hasn't been looked at. Things like suicide, for instance, which we know has been studied in relation to veterans in other conflicts all over the world. So I suppose not everyone processed things either, is what I'm saying. So there's a whole swathe of things to be looked at, and institutionalization as well. People were hidden away, but I think emigration was absolutely a massive part of that. And for perpetrators were allegedly sent away as well, you know, who were involved in certain violences in the Civil War. So that both voluntary and involuntary migration, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
I can see two questions. I can only take one first, and then unless I'm allowed extra time, which I'll take two. I'll take two. Yeah, I'll take the two together. Yeah, I don't know if it's Parg. I can't see with the math, but yeah, it is Parg. Yeah. So I'll take the two together, and then the panel can respond.
It's Fergal Keane's point, which is very honest and very frank in what he said. And it does resonate with a lot of people, I think.
I think you'll have to Parg. I'm sorry, they can't hear you. Sorry.
So I just want to say Fergal Keane made a very frank, very honest statement, several of them. But it was immunity that intrigued me a bit. Under English common law, the person who pulls the trigger is the person who commits the murder. Now, several friends of mine were killed in various circumstances in the north. And I helped the families with some of their research into it, investigation into it, basically. In every case, the person who had operational control of a situation was a major. And in every case, the major would have debriefed the soldiers, would have helped them prepare statements to the police, would have taken them to the police, and they would then have given their statements. Some were charged, some were not. But in no case was the major himself questioned about what he was doing and what his judgment calls were in those situations. And if you look at the other side, which I know you're very aware of paramilitaries, well then the path gets even murkier because nobody knows, other than by word of mouth, who ordered it, whatever it was, however atrocious it was. So I think there is a problem, and I have to declare an interest here, interest in conditional amnesties. There's a problem with the courts. You cannot do this. You cannot have ethnographic conflict resolved by lawyers. It's just not possible. It's a contradiction in terms. So I just would like to know what your thoughts on the question of immunity are. Thank you.
Thanks, Parg. And then I'm going to go to Caoimhe, and then you can choose to answer one. There you go. I'm giving you basically about 2 minutes, Parg, again.
Thanks, Sarah, and I appreciate it. I'll be quick. I've really enjoyed the discussion, and I've really appreciated the work that all of you have done in extending our conceptions of what trauma is and was and continue to be in modern Ireland. And this is a question which is kind of a methodological question, and it's not an against trauma question, but I wonder if, you know, when it comes to dealing with the sources that you all have been looking at, whether it's the sparse medical records, whether it's family memories, whether it's you know, neglected literary contributions, you know, there is a tendency that we all share, I think, to read against the grain and to read into the silences, and that's maybe particularly strong when it comes to looking at the history of trauma. But I wonder if we need to resist that a little bit and be more comfortable with the unknowability of trauma and sit with those silences rather than trying to narrativize them too much. So yeah, that's my question. What's your response to that?
Now, Fergal, you get to answer Parg, yes?
I'm glad I don't have to answer that. I think that if to cut to the heart of what you're talking about, which is the North, I think we're going to end up with de facto immunity on both sides of the...
the chair has to intervene. I have very little time.
Yeah. And so the follow-up question to that is, where does that leave us in terms of dealing with trauma? It leaves us in a very uncomfortable place, because the fact is a great many people will never find out who it was who gave the orders for the murder or torture or disappearance of the person that they loved. That's a fact, and that's what we're going to be left with. And that is, in a way, it leads into your question. What do we do with that silence? Because it is, my fear is that it poisons the next generation.
Chief friend Linda, well, either question, but yeah.
Well, I can just respond really quickly to the methodologies. I think there's an issue with trauma and looking at it in the revolutionary period. I suppose from my point of view, I was interested in using that because it's so widespread. that we see that terminology used, and then it is used by veterans later on in their lives, I suppose. But there's definitely a lot of blind spots within, let's say, the trauma theory, as you say, reading into the gaps. And there's also an expectation that there will be gaps in fragmentation, whereas actually that's not necessarily the case. And I find that in my project as well, in that, you know, people actually could write coherently about what they wrote. And yeah, there are remarkable cases where you can see how they take things out. They write 2 accounts and they take things out. And I would definitely be highlighting that, but at the same time, we can't decide what's there. And I think with all of these testimonies, there's probably more unsaid than actually said. And as historians, we can work with what's there, but it's not our jobs either to try and guess what might have been in the gaps.
Linda?
Yeah, I actually fully agree with you. I'm not in the business of filling in silences that I don't, you know, so that's why I focus really on a very limited number of cases where I know there is very good documentation and evidence, and not just in one source, and as many as possible, contemporary and historical. So I agree with you entirely on that, Caoimhe. Having said that, if there is silence is part of the process, I suppose is what I would say, or silencing, because, you know, again, we've, I think, continually made the point, I think that, you know, because there is silence, don't assume that's because people want to be silenced. They can be silenced, or there is a silencing process in society around certain crimes, around, you know, what happened in Northern Ireland or whatever it happens to be. So, but I'm very clear ethically as well that I'm not going to second guess euphemisms. I'm not going to, you know, I might point them out, but I think ethically it's very important to focus on as hard evidence as possible in what you're looking at, because the issues are too serious to get wrong or speculate about. Yeah.
I have gone over. I've gone 5 minutes over. I'm sure there'll be conversations in the coffee or whatever happens next, but just to say well done to all our panellists, and thank you to you. Thank you very much. I don't know when it's off. Well done, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our first afternoon session. There has been a change to the advertised schedule. Unfortunately, Professor Charles Townsend can't be with us, so I've been asked to step in to chair today's session, and I'm very happy to do so with three brilliant scholars who are going to talk to us about partition, I suppose in the context of the Civil War, but also much more broadly than that, I think, as well. So what we'll do is I'll introduce each speaker in turn. They'll speak for 5 minutes or so, give or take, and then we'll open it to the floor. And I hope we'll have plenty of time for questions and interaction with the floor, because I think there's a lot that we can potentially talk about this afternoon. So our first speaker will be Dr. Caoimhe Nic Dovhéad. Caoimhe is a graduate of this institution and of Queen's University Belfast, and is currently a senior lecturer in modern history at the University of Sheffield. And she is the author of Sean McBride, A Republican Life and Terrorist Histories, and also the editor of 2 books, From Parnell to Paisley, Revolutionary and Constitutional Politics in Modern Ireland, and the recently published Northern Ireland 1921 to 2021 Centenary Historical Perspectives. She's currently working on a project on the history of emotions, but I think Caoimhe is going to, I suppose, kick us off with some reflections on maybe the partitions that might have been, as well as the discussion we'll have about the partition that was. So.
Oh, thanks, Brian. Yeah, so the main point that I want to make today is that the partition of Ireland was a process, not an event. And as the work of who would have been my fellow panellist, Charles Townsend, has demonstrated in his book, The Partition, this process had roots in the Home Rule crisis of the 1880s, fell slightly into abeyance in the 1890s and the first decade of the 20th century, before coming roaring back onto the political agenda after the 1909 election. But just because we can see the longer roots of that crisis that emerged first from 1912 to 14 and then again after the Great War, that doesn't mean that it was inevitable, either as a policy decision or in the precise form that it took. The partition of Ireland and partition in Ireland was contingent on all sorts of structures, on events and on decisions. And there were points along that path where choices were made. And I want to look at a few of these points, these junctures, and think about whether these were moments where things might have played out a little bit differently. So the first moment is the report of the Walter Long Committee, which informed the legislation which became the Government of Ireland Act, presented to the House of Commons in March 1920. So this was the act that formally partitioned Ireland into Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. And this is the moment where partition is decided upon as British policy in Ireland. Prior to that point, there was discussions about whether partition would be permanent exclusion, whether it would be temporary exclusion. There were all sorts of, is it a negotiating tactic? Is it a definitive policy decision? This is when it is adopted definitively. But the key principle of the Long Committee was to enable structures that would allow for the future unification of Ireland. And part of their recommendations is that a 9-county Ulster is the best way to bring that about. That is the structure that will allow for the future reunification of Ireland. That is part of their vision. So you have 9-county Ulster and a 20, let me get my maths right, 3-county Southern Ireland, and the mechanism that would bring about unity is, of course, the Council of Ireland. And this Council of Ireland is a trope, as people will be aware, of proposals for governing Ireland, north and south, that it recurs in the 1970s, and it comes again in 1998 in a slightly different format. So dividing Ireland, partitioning Ireland, as happened in March 1920, this is, it's important to place this in the context of what is happening in Europe in the wake of the Great War. There are boundaries being redrawn across the globe. There are minorities who are ending up on either side of that boundary. Ireland is not, necessarily unique in that context. It's just one of a number of territories where these kinds of questions are being grappled with. And it's also interesting to think about who Walter Long was. So he was the former leader of the Irish Unionist Party. He had a previous career touching in South African politics, and Long proposes partition because he sees it as the only way to reconcile these two, what he sees as two competing demands, competing rights, between the right of Irish nationalism for self-determination, and what he also sees as the right of Ulster Unionists for a parallel process of self-determination. And this partition is conceded by Long somewhat ambivalently. This is a constitutional experiment. Even Craig is not clear about what the future might hold. And, you know, within the context of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland looks strange. There is no other devolution, you know, across the United Kingdom. Now, you know, we are accustomed to devolution in Wales and in Scotland, and those debates, you know, were on the agenda from the 1970s onwards. But when partition was enacted in Ireland, Northern Ireland became an oddity within the United Kingdom. So it's quite interesting that Irish policy British policy towards Ireland is not being driven forward by the Chief Secretary of Ireland. So there's some irregularities there as well. Long proposes 9 counties. That then is dropped down to 6 counties following intense lobbying by the Ulster Unionists. So could the original Long recommendations have worked? How could a 9-county Ulster have been sold to Ulster Unionists? Well, it would have honoured the Ulster Covenant. You know, the whole point of the Ulster Covenant is that it pledges to protect and defend the rights of the 9 counties of Ulster. And it's quite interesting that if you look at Northern Ireland elections in the 1920s, 2 of the most prominent loyalists elected for Belfast seats are actually coming from Cavan and Monaghan. They're coming from those counties of Ulster who ended up on the wrong side of the border, and they use Craig's acquiescence in partition as kind of ammunition against the Ulster Unionist Party. These are independent unionists who are kind of, you know, who are critiquing the governing party, and, you know, they describe Craig as kind of sellouts and Lundy, and they call him a Lundy government for having abandoned them and betrayed them. But it still doesn't solve the problem of partition. And, you know, it might be interesting to think about what might have happened for a boundary commission if it was operating for a 9-county Ulster rather than a 6-county Ulster. You know, in theory, the same problems remain, right? You still have a 9-county Ulster would stand to lose even more territory under a boundary commission than the 6-county Ulster. So, you know, if you've been told in 1921 that you're going to be set up as a 9-county entity, but then in 1925 you're going to lose 2, 3, maybe even 5 counties, that's an enormous chance of conflict. So that's one moment where things perhaps might have gone differently, but any potential choices end up, you know, raising the same kinds of problems. The second moment I want to look at is the Anglo-Irish Treaty itself, about which much ink and blood was spilled. And here the issue is whether things could have played out differently had the treaty, the Irish delegation, stuck to their instructions, which is to break on the question of unity rather than the question of sovereignty. And that's where Lloyd George successfully manoeuvred them towards. He managed to get them where he wanted, where the crux of the discussion was around sovereignty and the nature and the extent of sovereignty that the Irish state would have, rather than the question of unity. And there's Gretchen Friedman's recent book is really interesting, I think, on the treaty negotiations. And there's, you know, those were the instructions the delegation had. They got them quite late. They weren't kind of, they didn't come to London with them. They were sent over kind of in piecemeal fashion. But that's the ground that Lloyd George cuts away bit by bit by isolating Griffith, by getting him to agree to a boundary commission. But here again, we're in the realm of kind of counterfactual history. But it's worth thinking about where things were by the autumn of 1921 when the treaty is being negotiated. The Northern Ireland Parliament is up and running. Elections have been held. Elections have been contested in Northern Ireland by Sinn Féin as well as by Northern nationalists. So there's a sense in which the electoral process is being engaged with by nationalists of all stripes. Northern Ireland is a kind of quasi-functioning devolved region, and so you know, when that is thrown into question again through the Boundary Commission, it would be or through the treaty, it would be a case of kind of dismantling. Like, how do you dismantle a system that is already at least partly in place? And I know there are questions about the extent to which local councils are participating in that devolved institution, and we might come back to that a little bit later. And I think it's kind of inconceivable, really, that the British would have shut down partition, having sent the King over 6 months earlier to open the Parliament with all that fanfare. So everyone knows that the situation is unsatisfactory, that it can't be resolved according to everyone's exclusive ideal world. From a unionist perspective, Ireland is lost, right? The union is fractured. From a nationalist perspective, the nation has been dismembered, and part of the national territory has been ruptured. So how do you reconcile those two? I mean, that's the crux of the question that faced everybody. So I think it might be worth thinking about whether or not things might have gone differently through the treaty and through the treaty debates. But the last moment that I want to suggest where things might have gone differently was the Craig-Collins Pact, both of them, but especially the second one, which opens optimistically with the phrase, "Peace is today declared," and almost the ink was hardly dry on the Craig-Collins Pact before it was clear that that was not, in fact, the case. And I think this is a moment where, in spite of everything that I've said, there was a glimpse of better community relations within Northern Ireland, but also better relations between the Free State and Northern Ireland, which might possibly have altered the governing Ulster Unionist philosophy, so it wasn't so insular and so close to the base and so exclusionary as it turned out to be. The appeal for Craig via the Craig-Collins Pact is that you get some nationalist recognition that Northern Ireland, some acknowledgement that this place actually exists, and the very fact that this pact is signed by the two leaders of the two polities in Ireland is a de facto recognition of the Northern Ireland state, if not a de jure one. And for Collins, he gets time to deal with his own divisions, and we might talk about that a little bit later. And he wants to be seen as the defender of Northern nationalists. He wants to be able to say, I am the man who stopped the shipyard expulsions, who put an end to the sectarian violence, and that's not to be sniffed at. But for Collins, Northern Ireland is part of a bigger picture, a bigger kind of set of issues that he has to deal with. For Craig, that's the only arena that he's focused on, that is his rock on which he's intending to sit. And the failure of the pact, I think, reveals the weaknesses of both men, actually. Craig, it's clear, can't assert any real control over what's happening in the shipyards. He does not have that power. He can't even assert any real control over the B specials. Even someone like John Nixon, who I mentioned earlier, extreme loyalist, district inspector in the RUC, is creating serious problems for the government in his, dodgy, dirty deeds in Belfast, which we might come on to. The McMahon case is the most well-known of those. But the government are trying to edge him out. So it's not the case that the Craig government is necessarily government of extreme loyalists by extreme loyalists. It's clearly not. The Craig government are trying to rein in some of the more problematic people that are destabilising everything, but they're not managing to do so. So the Unionists may have 40 to 60 seats, but the nature of their grip over the Belfast Parliament is, I think, less certain than that electoral arithmetic looks like at first glance. They can't control the fringes of loyalism, and so their governing philosophy moves to a place where they end up kind of pandering to extreme loyalism in order to kind of keep their movement together. And Collins is weak in a different way. He's commander of an army that is hugely and openly split over a major issue. So had it held, what could the pact have done? Craig could have perhaps won the consent of Northern nationalism, stopped workplace expulsions, rein in the really nasty elements of the policing apparatus. And this is a brief window at the start of the Northern Irish state, the existence of the Northern Irish state, where Craig is trying to win the consent of both Northern and Southern nationalists. And that moment passes. And after it fails at Cork, of course, Craig retreats to his rock. The Special Powers Act, which had been being prepared, is enacted with all of the, fundamental attacks on civil liberties that it entailed, and institutes an exclusionary and a paranoid system of governance in which he is largely left to his own devices by successive British states. But I think one of the challenges historians are still faced with is not to read partition backwards into Irish history, and just because it has turned out to have lasted for at least 100 years or so, even if that was not stable, good governance. It doesn't mean that it was expected to be that way back in 1920 and 1921. And I think being more attentive to the twists and the turns along the way might help us to understand how and why that particular form of partition emerged when it did.
Thanks very much, Caoimhe, for those reflections. And I think that question of what a 9-county partition might have meant for the Boundary Commission is a very interesting one. And I mean, even the idea that it's counties that are used is interesting in itself, and that necessarily wasn't going to be the case. There were alternatives to that as well. If you think about Donegal, East Donegal, the hinterland is Derry or Londonderry, and I think that allows me to hand over nicely to our second panellist, Dr. Adrian Grant. Adrian is a lecturer in policy at the School of Applied Social and Policy Sciences at Ulster University and is the author of Derry, the Irish Revolution, 1912 to 1923, published by Four Courts Press. I think Adrian is going to talk to us a little bit about the North-West and how partition played out there, and maybe some of the questions, and maybe a little bit about what's different about the North-West, perhaps if we think about, Belfast and Derry, or Belfast and East Donegal, or maybe have different experiences of this. So if you'd like to maybe talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I would concur with what Caoimhe says about partition being a process rather than an event. So I think I'll spend a little bit of time now looking at some of the micro elements of that over the course of 10 years or so, from 1912 on past 22 into 1925 with the Boundary Commission. But as a process, it's a process that dominated the politics of Northwest and West Ulster in particular in the 1912 to 25 period. I don't think there's much that wasn't much on the political agenda that wasn't dominated by the partition question. And then when partition happened, the impact of that obviously in the early 1920s was immense for the people who lived in the region. So the initial partition proposal, as Caoimhe has already outlined, coming from the 1912 Home Rule crisis, 1912 to 14 Home Rule crisis, almost split Ulster nationalism at that time. It was on the verge of a split, I think, just before the First World War, due to the partition proposals. But it actually did split the constitutional nationalist movement in 1916. The proposals that were put to the Nationalist Party for an exclusion of Ulster from any Home Rule settlement at that period meant that there was a split down the middle almost of the Irish Parliamentary Party between, in the northern sense at least, between those around Joe Devlin, very much centred on Belfast, and the Western Ulster variant of nationalism. People situated mainly in Derry, Tyrone and Fermanagh being the three counties that were likely to be excluded from Home Rule. So that split, I think, had a particular impact, and it's not something that's dwelt on so much by historians or in the public mind, I think, because it did have that impact of showing that the Northwest was quite different, and there were different priorities in the constitutional nationalist movement, at least, before all of that was superseded by the rise of Sinn Féin not long after that. So the Northwest is somewhat different in terms of the impact of the partition proposals. But when we get to the post-1916 period, again, partition almost dominates everything when we think about the War of Independence, the Civil War, and the immediate period after that. So I think almost every political event can be seen as being coloured by partition in that period. If I can focus on Derry for a minute, because Derry's as a case study city, it's a really, really interesting one. Derry was a nationalist majority city from the mid-19th century, but it does and continues to have that sort of symbolic status for unionism, being the siege city, the walled city that withstood the siege. The cries of no surrender that we still hear in Ulster today come from that city. So while it was a nationalist majority city, it also had that unionist identity that was very important to unionists from the area, but also Ulster unionists generally at that time. So it was a nationalist majority city, but it was gerrymandered at that time and continued to be so, obviously, up until the 1960s. But that gerrymandering in the 1912 to 25 period meant that you had, as I said, a nationalist majority, but a unionist-controlled local government. And it was only the introduction of proportional representation in the 1920 local elections that challenged that unionist domination, that minority control of local government for the first time. Ironically, it was introduced by the British government to protect the interests of unionists in local elections, but it had that opposite effect in Derry because it ensured that the nationalist majority was more proportionally reflected in the makeup of local government. So in January 1920, for the first time ever, there was a nationalist slash Sinn Féin majority that took control of the local council. And it was the election of the first Catholic mayor in the city since the siege, I think, in the 17th century. And that event of the control of local government going to nationalism, it was a sort of a watershed moment almost in the history of the city in this period. Things changed rapidly from then on. And again, it's all about partition because the notion was that even though Derry was a nationalist majority city and nationalists felt that it should form part of any southern state for that reason, Unionists felt that that symbolic status and the fact that local government was controlled by unionism would ensure that it formed part of Northern Ireland. So when local government became controlled by nationalists, there was a great fear on the part of unionists in the city that Derry would now go south and form part of Southern Ireland. And the main violent events in Derry during the War of Independence come from this period in 1920. I won't go into detail on what happened there, but there was a week in June 1920 when 20 people were killed on the streets in what was described as open warfare between Unionists and Nationalists, and the British Army was eventually deployed. But the point that I suppose that I'm trying to make is that control of local government was really important because in the boundary commission that was envisaged to come out of the treaty, the mayor of Derry at the time made some very strong points about the importance of having the infrastructure of local government behind them. And again, this was kind of a jibe at the anti-treatyites who didn't want to engage with the structures of government. The mayor of Derry was kind of making the point that they could use the structures that they had to do research, for example, have mapping experts, survey experts to go out around the area and really make a strong case in writing for Derry to come under the jurisdiction of the Free State. And I think that was recognised by the Unionist government as well, because one of the first things that they did when their power base became solidified was to abolish proportional representation in local elections. And then in 1923, the Unionist Party retook control of the city government. And of course, we all know what the outcome of the Boundary Commission was in any case. So I think right up until 1925, when the Boundary Commission report was shelved, I think most people thought that Derry would form part of the Free State for the reasons that I've outlined in terms of the demographics. But I think there was also a recognition on the part of most people, Unionist and Nationalist, that it made no economic sense to split Derry from Donegal. Anyone who knows the area will know that there are familial connections between the city and its neighbouring county, but also at that time there was a much stronger economic connection than there is now. Even James Craig, was quoted as saying, "Derry is Donegal and Donegal is Derry," and he didn't want the two areas to be partitioned. Obviously, Craig wanted Donegal in Northern Ireland, but it just shows you that there was a recognition, even amongst Unionists who were in favour of a six-county exclusion, that splitting Derry and Donegal was kind of nonsensical in many ways. And as someone, I live in Donegal, I live in Buncrana, and I work in Derry, and the impacts of that are still very real for people who live there. Just a very real example is like the night of the Brexit referendum results, when the value of sterling dropped. My wages essentially dropped by 20% overnight because your mortgage is in euros, but you're paid in you're paid in sterling. So those impacts are very real, and I think at the time there was a big fear of that because particularly the business classes in the city and in Donegal were really fearful of the economic impacts, shirt factory owners and things like that in the city. So I'll just sort of wind up by saying, there are a number of other issues that I think are really important for us to consider at this time with a Northwest focus. The border existed prior to the Civil War, but of course, there was no Civil War in the North. The only Civil War was really a war between the IRA and the security forces of the Northern Ireland state, and it was very brief, and it was very decisively won by those security forces. The IRA retreated across the border into Donegal, well, in the northwest anyway. Tyrone, Derry IRA members tended to retreat into Donegal. And they were stationed there, under orders that there would be an invasion of the north. And the notion was that a joint anti-treaty and pro-treaty force would invade the north in 1922, in the spring of 1922. It almost happened, it didn't happen. It's another one of those counterfactuals, what-if moments. It all fell apart for various reasons. But, there are various schools of thought on this. Was Michael Collins genuinely concerned about the North and concerned about reunification through military means? Or was he using the North as a means to keep the factions together temporarily? And you can see that once the Civil War does break out, that the concentration on the North and Northern nationalists does diminish quite significantly. But I think it's also significant that after Collins's death, it falls further down the agenda. So there's an interesting debate about that. I think the last thing I kind of wanted to say on this was that those IRA members who retreated or who moved across the border, many of them were neutral. They didn't see it as a northern fight, which it wasn't. Many of them refused to take a position on the treaty, and were under the impression that they would be utilised to fight in the north again. Unfortunately, they were eventually shipped to the Curragh and then unceremoniously given train tickets as far as the border and told to return home in late 1922. And when they got back, they faced, a very bleak life. Many of them tried to move back to the south and get jobs in the civil service, but of course the politics of the Civil War meant that many of them were refused roles in the Guards and in the Free State Army and in the civil service. And even those who tried to make a life in the north because of their past found that very difficult. There's one man called John Laverty from McCullagh in County Derry, tried to set up a business, that failed. He lost his farm and had to move to America to make a life. And that's one example of many, many more who were kind of forced to leave Ireland. And I know it's a southern story, but it's also a northern story. And the trauma of that was mentioned in the panel earlier. The trauma of migration, I think, is another part of this. So the economic necessity as well, I think, was another aspect of this. There were people forced to cross the border. There were streams of men coming out of Derry during the Civil War to join the Free State Army. And they were doing it out of economic necessity rather than out of any kind of political conviction. There's even examples of loyalists from the Shankill Road signing up to fight in the Free State Army. And the Unionist government was more than glad to see the back of them. Working class loyalists who didn't sign up to this new Unionist project, cross-class project, they were glad to see the back of them. But it just shows the complexities of all of this. There are people fighting in the Free State Army who aren't necessarily pro-treaty. They're almost, you wouldn't go as far as saying they're mercenaries, but they're certainly not there due to any political conviction. So partition in some ways impacts on the Civil War, and the Civil War impacts on partition, even though the conflict itself didn't cross the border. But I think the complexities of it all, and particularly when you focus in on Derry, Donegal, and the wider northwest area, you can get into the greyness of it and really see the impacts of it at the time and then what came after as well.
Thanks very much, Adrian. I think those real-world impacts of partition are a really important part of the story, from the sort of the financial right up to the personal and something like immigration. And I guess it's easy to, now that we know the result of the Boundary Commission, to forget that there were 3 or 4 years there where nobody else knew. The people living there didn't know what the Boundary Commission was going to mean, and there's all sorts of hopes and fears and expectations tied up with that. And again, I think that's an important part of the story. But I'll hand over now to our final panellist, our third panellist, Dr. Eamon Phoenix. Eamon was formerly Principal Lecturer in History at Stranmillis University College Belfast, formerly a Research Fellow of the Institute of Irish Studies at Queen's. He's the author of a number of books on modern Irish history, including Northern Nationalism, 1890 to 1940, published in 1994. He writes daily on This Day column for the Irish News and is a regular broadcaster, and I'm sure you're all very familiar with that. He's also a member of the Taoiseach's Expert Advisory Committee on Commemorations and was the resident historian on the BBC's excellent recent historical podcast series, The Year 1921. And I might ask Eamon to, before we open it to the floor, just to provide some thoughts on what we've heard already and maybe any others that you'd like to
Yes,
add
just
as
pick
well.
up on something just by way of introduction that Adrian has said, and that is really the aberrations of partition. If we look at the Derry-Donegal area, for example, the Londonderry Port and Harbour Board, was proceeding, looking after the anchor liners which brought immigrants to and from the United States down to the 1930s. And in fact, in 1919, they commissioned a new intercepting hospital on the shores of Inishawan at Moville called the Ballyratton Intercepting Hospital, and it was to remove people from the incoming liners who had communicable diseases at that time. So the hospital is built and suddenly partition occurs in 1920. And the Derry Port and Harbour Board has a hospital on the other side of an international border. And this is a real problem. And of course there's a doctor appointed, there's a nurse appointed, but there are no patients. So for the next 15 years, twice a year, the Derry Port and Harbour Board get a charabanc from Derry and they go to Keaveney's Hotel in Moville for afternoon tea, and they inspect their hospital, shake hands with the doctor, make sure he's been paid, and return to Derry. And this continues until 1936, while by simultaneous pieces of legislation by Dáil Éireann and Stormont, the hospital was transferred to the Free State's jurisdiction. So it just gives you some idea of the aberrations that partition occurred. So just picking up on some of what my colleagues have said, first of all, the origins of partition. John Redmond was totally opposed to partition during the Third Home Rule crisis of 1912 to 14. But he had reluctantly engaged with Dillon and Joe Devlin, a critical figure in this, the leader of Northern Nationalism, the coming man in terms of the Home Rule Parliament that they expected. And of course, they considered the idea of county option, and they actually negotiated plebiscites not just for Fermanagh and Tyrone, which had 56% Catholic, and therefore, in everybody's view at that time, nationalist majorities, but also separate plebiscites for the city of Derry and for Newry. So it would be a kind of a 3.5 county exclusion had that happened. Bonar Law at that time was writing to Carson and saying he couldn't really stand over any more than 3 or 4 counties being excluded from Home Rule. But of course, those negotiations collapsed. Redmond rejected temporary exclusion. He wanted something permanent. And we moved towards 6 counties by 1916. But if Redmond had really stood his ground in 1912-14, if he had insisted on that sort of plebiscite system for Fermanagh, Tyrone, Derry and Newry, a very different entity would have grown up, and one that wouldn't have had the kind of 1/3 soon to become, nearly 50% Trojan horse within the new entity called Northern Ireland. That would have been very different. The other key event, of course, was the impact of the Easter Rising on the partition question. And of course, this in many ways drove Redmond and Devlin to consider the idea of temporary exclusion, not just now on the basis of a smaller particularist area under county option, but instead the 6 counties, which Carson had wrongly called the 6 plantation counties, which would included many of the influential landed gentry, like the Brookes of Fermanagh, like the Abercorns of Baronscourt, people like that. And Redmond found himself almost being, if you like, impelled into those May negotiations of 1916, along with Carson and Craig. And of course, Lloyd George's strategy, he was the Minister of Munitions, he was the coming man in liberalism, was to deal with them in separate rooms, a bit like George Mitchell, except he had a plenary at the end. There was no plenary at the end of these negotiations. Lloyd George was the interlocutor who told each side what the other side were thinking. And eventually, of course, Carson was given a written pledge that in the event of 6-county exclusion, the scheme would be permanent, whereas Redmond and Devlin tried to sell it as temporary. It would be reviewed by an imperial conference after the First World War, all of that. And that brings us to the 2 conferences. Craig sold 6 counties to the historic provinces, Ulster Unionist Council, and there was a fight back by the 80,000 loyalists of Cavan, Monaghan and Donegal. They actually had a rematch several months later, but they were defeated. And of course, Redmond, Dillon and Devlin greeted the sort of 700 Northern Nationalist delegates from the 6 counties. That's a new phrase by 1916 in St Mary's Hall, a bleak hall in the city centre of Belfast, so reflective really of the status of Northern nationalism. And that saw the crystallisation of the division that Adrian has been talking about in Northern nationalism, as a majority of the nationalists west of the Bann, encouraged largely by the bishops of Ulster, people like McHugh of Derry and McCrory of Don and Connor, those very ardent nationalists, to reject Redmond's espousal of temporary partition. Now that scheme went through by a majority of 200, but it left Northern nationalism riven, and it created, particularly west of the Bann, a basis for the emergence of Sinn Féin afterwards. And then we move on. So many former nationalists align themselves by 1917-18 with Sinn Féin, but they're not keen on abstentionism. And it's Sinn Féin's decision, of course, to reaffirm the Republic of 1916 in Dáil Éireann, but also, of course, to abstain from Westminster. That creates problems in Northern nationalism. Sinn Féin has its landslide, but Ulster Unionism is strengthened because of the increase in the electorate and the redistribution of seats in British cities and Irish cities, Belfast and Dublin. Belfast goes from 4 seats, 3 of which are Unionists, to 10 seats, 9 of which were Unionists. This enhances Craig's stature at Westminster. And of course, it means that only a handful of nationalists led by Devlin are returned. Had there been even 30 Home Rulers returned for the whole of Ireland, the outworkings of partition would have been very different, because they would have had a fight back and they would have insisted on rights and safeguards and maybe a revision of territory for those living in the area which became Northern Ireland. Remember, Carson in all of those debates was very keen to have safeguards for the southern minority. He proposed a Senate under the 1920 Act for Southern Unionists, in which they would be overrepresented, given their 12% status. That's replicated in the North, but of course it's only elected by the House of Commons, so the Senate had no minority safeguards north of the new border at that time. What else can we say about that period? The Long Committee, of course, which Kiva discussed. But of course the Long Committee was a committee of Liberals and Tories who had been at daggers drawn on the Ulster question only a few years earlier. I mean, some of the Tory members had been talking about hanging Asquith and his cabinet from the lamppost of Downing Street in 1914. But now they were part of a coalition, Tory dominated, led by the man who won the war, Lloyd George, who had to be very careful because he was the Prime Minister without a party. And of course it was the Liberals who drove this idea of a 9-county Ulster, because they believed a united Ireland, self-governing under the Crown, was in the best interest of the British Empire. Now, of course, it's James Craig who drove cart and horse through that. Remember, the Lloyd George Bono Law Manifesto of 1918 is critical here, because in their coalition manifesto, they had ruled out the forcible submission of the 6 counties of Northern Ireland under a Dublin Parliament against their will. That was the safeguarding of Protestant Ulster. And that allowed Craig, Carson was now retiring from the scene, and 2 of his sort of front benchers to become junior ministers in that administration. Craig did not want a 9-county Ulster. He'd done the maths long since. When Craig was elected to the House of Commons in 1905 in a second attempt, he had a vision Wasn't a very brilliant man, but he had all the astuteness of somebody who had sat at his father's boardroom table in Dunville's distillery in Belfast. And he had that military efficiency of the railway staff officer at Kronstadt during the Boer War, when his job was to control the railway movement of troops. Incredibly boring, but he was Carson's backroom boy. And so, what did Craig do? Craig was very clear when he heard rumours, and of course he's a junior minister at the Admiralty, listening at the corridors of power, and he comes back very clearly and he tells H.A.L. Fisher, the education minister in the coalition, who was a member of the Long Committee, on the 13th of November 1919, just as the nine-county idea is beginning to float. Fisher informed the committee that at the Prime Minister's request he saw Craig. Craig expressed himself against the inclusion of the whole of Ulster in the Northern Parliament and thought 6 counties preferable. The reason given was that, and Fisher quotes Craig, so we know what was in his mind, Protestant representation would be strengthened. And he also thought that 6 counties would be a unit easier to govern than the whole province. So it's Craig who secures his 6 counties. The government overturns the idea. They have to keep their friends on side. By contrast, the Northern Nationalists had only a feeble voice in the House of Commons. Joe Devlin and T.P. O'Connor did their best to hold the coalition government to account on reprisals, on partition, on the lack of minority safeguards. But they were constantly being voted down. So again, Sinn Féin's abstentionist strategy worked for the South, undermining the British claims of sovereignty over nationalist Ireland. But they didn't work for that 1/3 minority of nationalists in the North, now bitterly divided between constitutionalism and Home Rule. And of course, Joe Devlin wasn't consulted about the Government of Ireland Act. Though the nationalists, the handful of nationalists, took no part in the committee stage because they wouldn't give any credibility to it. So we move on to a situation where Craig is now a junior minister. He's very active in the councils of power, especially in the Irish question, along with the Catholic Unionist, Dennis Henry, who was an eminent Dublin lawyer from South Derry, who actually ended up a Unionist MP for his native constituency of South Londonderry in 1916. They worked very closely with Lloyd George and Churchill in this period. And Craig insists on 2 things in the summer of 1920. As the IRA campaign is beginning to impact on the north, police barracks are being attacked, troops are returning from the Western Front, and they don't have jobs. We're into a post-war recession. We also have a period where Catholics have been expelled from their jobs in the shipyards. And of course, one of the, I think, appalling aspects of this stage is that Craig is the Prime Minister designate. 6 weeks after the Catholics are expelled with force from the shipyards, along with certain Protestant labourites, and the engineering firms on the Lagan and the Ban, Craig goes to the shipyard as Parliamentary Secretary to the Admiralty, and he makes a speech before I think it's 5,000 or 6,000 people. And he says, do I agree with the tactics adopted by you men in the last few weeks? Absolutely. So here you have Craig, a junior minister, soon to be Prime Minister of a divided society, endorsing a sectarian pogrom in the summer of 1920. But he's also asked for his opinions at the cabinet table. And on the 27th of July, 1920, the question of the war in the South, Collins's intelligence war, is concentrating the minds of the British cabinet. And they're wondering what to do. And Craig says that if the IRA campaign continues, he won't be able to stop a campaign of organised reprisals in the Ulster counties against Republicans. And Churchill says, let's arm the Protestants. The idea is to place the UVF, returning from the trenches, with younger men in the shipyards and farmhand backgrounds, into a new force, the Ulster Special Constabulary. Now that becomes 32,000 strong. It's paid for and armed by the British government. It's exclusively Protestant and Unionist. It becomes the key police force because it's very clear from the minutes of this period that the Unionists didn't trust the declining but mainly Catholic and mainly Southern RIC in places like Belfast and Derry at that time. And Craig does something else that's very important. He insists on a new Under-Secretary for Ireland, who will be based not in Dublin, as by tradition since 1800, but in Belfast, Sir Ernest Clark. Clark's brought in with others to be interviewed by Craig, and Craig says, to serve Ulster, the word Ulster must be written on your heart. And Clark, who served in South Africa, actually created a government there, had all the experience, had worked at the Inland Revenue. He said, but Sir James, there's no room, because the words England and Empire are already written in my heart. He said, you'll do, you're the man. And he's appointed, and he sets up everything, the government, the specials, the administration, the elections, a new judiciary headed by Craig's ally, Sir Henry, in this period. Now, of course, is there any chance of the treaty negotiations? We couldn't go into them in detail. Kiva raised the interesting point, what if Collins and Griffith had stuck to their orders and broken on Ulster? But what if they had secured a plebiscite to underwrite the Boundary Commission? That was the missing thing. Carlton Younger tells a story of one of Griffith's aides saying that on the mail boat back from Holyhead, somebody said to Griffith, but I mean, I'm looking at Silesia here. Shouldn't we have had a plebiscite? And Griffith said something, aye, right enough. But it's too late now. It's hard to believe that we could have reached that. There was no plebiscite written into it. When the chairman of the commission was appointed, an Englishman, but a South African judge, Richard Feetham, in 1924, he approached the Home Office with a view to having amending legislation. But they weren't going to reopen the Irish question. No plebiscite, as Cara Healy said at the time, one of the leading nationalists who had been interned for his work on the Boundary Commission in Fermanagh, if we don't get a plebiscite, we're going to be diddled. And then, of course, the Craig Collins pacts have been raised by Kiva. And, of course, the first pact was a genuine pact between Craig and Collins in January 1922 in the aftermath of the treaty. Churchill again, now Colonial Secretary, trying to create a modus vivendi between North and South. This would be a tabula rasa. You know, there could be better relations in the north, in the south, on the island, east-west, north-south, as we now say. And, of course, the point was that Collins demanded the restitution of the Catholics to their work, as Kiva has said. Craig wanted the Belfast boycott by the Dáil lifted, which was damaging, you know, SME businesses in the north, involved in confectionery and tobacco and all the rest. And then, of course, Craig raised the Boundary Commission, that existential threat, the protocol of yesteryear to the North's existence. And Collins agreed that perhaps they should have a more convivial resolution of the question, you know. They could talk about it, or their appointees across the border, something that border nationalists feared would hand, of course, a massive advantage to Craig, who would, if you like, adopt a non-posthumous position. But the second pact, of course, is prompted by one of the many brutal sectarian atrocities that scar Belfast in these years. You have the children in Weaver Street killed, of course, little Catholic enclave by a bomb thrown as they're swinging on lampposts on a moonlit February evening. And then you have the McMahon murders in retaliation for the IRA murder of 2 policemen. A high-profile Catholic family, apolitical, involved in business and sport, wiped out in their middle-class home on the Antrim Road, sending a thrill of terror because it clearly, if you look at all the evidence, involved the police and probably District Inspector John Nixon from County Cavan as the leader. But he wasn't the only one involved in these reprisals, which had been de rigueur in Belfast since 1920. Every time the IRA did something, almost certainly that night there was a reprisal, initially at Republicans, but then at more prestige targets, even Hibernians, ex-soldiers, supporters of Joe Devlin. This, of course, was the signal for Churchill, who told his cabinet committee specials may have committed these murders. And he summoned the 2 leaders, Craig and Collins, with members of their cabinet to London. But the agreement signed that day, Craig had no real input into it. A group of Catholic businessmen who were concerned about the fact that Catholics were suffering 58% of the casualties in Belfast, under many murders carried out after curfew by unknown uniformed men. They had drafted these proposals for the reform of the specials, a recruiting committee to recruit Catholic police. There was a view that only if Catholics got into the specials, only then could they defend the falls and the markets and nationalist areas. And then there was a proposal that there should be a conciliation committee. And other things. The British government proposed £500,000 to create relief works, believing that unemployment was an undercurrent to the whole thing. But Craig hadn't drafted those. Collins hadn't drafted them. I have found the originals in the papers of a Belfast businessman, Hugh Dougal, a prominent carrier in the town who had lorries on the road, a friend of Joe Devlin. But when these people followed this up with Craig, if you read the minutes, they were left in drafty corridors at Stormont Castle for hours. Craig may have wanted to implement them, but he couldn't sell it to his hardline Home Affairs Minister Dawson Bates and the police authorities. Within a week, the whole thing was washed away in a river of blood. So in many ways, we can't make too much of the Craig-Collins Pact. Yet there was a possibility. And of course, the Boundary Commission divided nationalists, the Belfast nationalists, led by their newspaper, the Irish News, looked to some sort of north-south agreement like the Craig-Collins Pact to give Catholics certain rights, the restoration of PR, which the Unionists were removing, rights in education, grants for Catholic schools, which the Unionists were removing. And of course, perhaps awaited nationalist representation in the Senate, which Devlin had been advocating. But of course, on the border, in Fermanagh and Tyrone, the nationalists wanted their parish, their townland, their county transferred to the Free State. And there they were disappointed in Owen McNeill, as he told them, a native of one of their counties, an alumnus of one of their colleges, St Malachy's in Belfast, because he took a quasi-judicial view. And you find Collins's policies supporting non-recognition by consuls, by nationalists, supporting the Northern IRA, the Belfast City Guard, the campaign which was planned to run in May 1922, a northern insurrection, with Frank Aiken as the head of an Ulster consul, which miscarries in the end. Aiken stays in his barracks, criticised by his men. But of course, the word that the operation is cancelled doesn't reach Belfast or Antrim or Derry or Tyrone. And the campaign goes off at half-cock, railways are destroyed, big houses like Shane's Castle, and the specials pour in. And of course, the nationalists pay a high price in Belfast for this as well. So it's a very, very violent period. And I mean, more and more is becoming available, thanks to the witness statements. One set of records that hasn't been released, which I look forward to, are the police records. Somebody who's looked at state papers, north, south, and in Britain for the last 35 years, including the whole Bloody Sunday period when I advised on that. I mean, the one thing you notice is missing in this period are the RIC/RUC records from the early 20s. Odd files have come out like the McMahon murders, but there's so much missing from that period. Those files are somewhere. They've never been released, unlike the files of the Bureau of Military History on the military pensions files. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Thanks, Eamon, for that really detailed and really rich overview of the kind of politics and the strategising from a unionist point of view of trying to, I suppose, maintain the border or enforce the border. And I think that allows us nicely to open the discussion up to the floor, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions. Is there a microphone to do the round? So I think Samuel down the back, yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Really interesting panel. I particularly quite like the counterfactual ideas. I think that's always quite interesting. But here's a quick question for the panel. If there was a 9-county Ulster, one of the biggest considerations you have to think about is, would the Anglo-Irish Treaty have gone through? Would it have been accepted by the Dáil at that time? Would it have been approved? Because one thing is accepting a 6-county, which led to a civil war. Would a 9-county have not even passed the treaty anyway? So that is one of the biggest questions we have to think about, especially when this is a conference on the Civil War. So could that history have turned out very differently as well?
Caoimhe, do you want to maybe start?
I guess I don't really think that would have made much of a difference to the treaty debates themselves. I mean, there's been some excellent work, drilling into a discourse analysis of what was actually said in the treaty debates and how many times partition was mentioned. And there's a very impassioned speech by Sean McEntee, who goes into great detail about his concerns about what the treaty would mean for partition. But he's a bit of an exception, I think. I think most of the TDs don't dwell on the question of partition because they believe that a boundary commission will sort that out for them, with or without a plebiscite. I mean, I think that's an important point that you raised there, Eamon. So I guess I don't really think that a 9-county Northern Ireland would have materially changed the result of the treaty debate, but maybe my panellists disagree.
No, I would entirely agree. I think I don't think it would have made much difference at all. And your point about the boundary commission is one well made, because, I mean, the pieces of territory within the 6 counties that were very clearly nationalist, most people in the early 20s thought that they would inevitably be ceded to the Free State anyway. So if you can imagine that Donegal, Cavan and Monaghan were part of that narrative, I think the same points would have been made, and made even more strongly. You know, if you think about a county like Donegal, the eastern part, the kind of fertile lands of the Lagan Valley, very much unionist areas. But generally, you know, the sort of rugged western parts of Donegal were very clearly nationalist. And the same goes for Cavan and Monaghan, I think, as well. So I think that the narrative would have been similar, and probably the impact on the Civil War debate, I think, would have been minimal in that regard.
Absolutely, and I don't think there's any way in which 9 counties could have been foisted on Craig and an unwilling, 6-county Ulster Unionist Council who had, forsaken the outlying areas, the outlanders, as it were, at that stage. But certainly, Cavan, Monaghan and Donegal would have went straight in to the Free State under a boundary commission. There was no question about that. And that, I think Craig realised he couldn't control them. I mean, the War of Independence, a lot of things go on, particularly after the treaty in Donegal. I was just saying to my colleague Adrian here over lunch that, in fact, the local B Special Commander in Derry, exactly 100 years ago this month, and he was in control of thousands of specials on the border. They were massed on the border. And he imposed an embargo of trade and fuel with Donegal at that stage. So he really, and then the unionist ruling class in Derry who ran the shirt factories and the port, they went ballistic and went to Craig and said, all our trades with Donegal, this is a disaster. It was eventually called off, but it was an earnest of things to come in terms of the hard border that was finally emerged later on. But I don't think that was a factor. And I do agree with Kiva that the reason why most TDs didn't raise the North, those 6 pages out of 336 that relate, was because even De Valera in his document number 2 simply, adumbrated the Boundary Commission as part of his alternative to the treaty.
Just to follow up on that reference to a hard border, given what a common term it is in discourse over the last number of years, how important a moment do you think the imposition of the customs posts on the border was in terms of physical infrastructure? Again, with the post-Brexit discussions, that idea of once physical infrastructure goes in, it means something different. And of course, it's the Free State that put in customs posts first of all. So again, any of the panelists' cases, but how important a moment is that in that bit where we get from all the potential and the various options that have been there over the previous years to the 6-county border that's confirmed in 1925?
Yeah, I think that was a significant moment, and we spoke about partition being a process rather than an event, but that was an event, and if you want to zero in on particular parts of this period that typify partition, the Government of Ireland Act, perhaps, really significant. But as we all saw from living through the Brexit debates over the last 5 or 6 years, it becomes tiresome after a while. People get fatigued with the whole notion of this political, ongoing, never-ending political debate about what's going to happen. But it's when custom posts went up, that physical sign of division, I think, had an impact on people. It was where they could really see what this was going to look like. And they could really see the divisions, land being divided, the landscape changing, and then, of course, the economic impacts that had. Some of the shirt factory owners that Eamon refers to in Derry began to set up shop actually in parts of Donegal and expand the shirt factory industry into that region. So it just shows, the idea that you would then have to have twin economic interests on both sides of the border to kind of circumvent all that. So you can begin to see people, the impact on everyday life really coming through when that happens.
But I think you could also see, you kind of touched on it a little bit there, so you have these moments where, you know, physical infrastructure is inserted along the border with the customs posts, and this is very disruptive to the lived reality and the daily lives and everyday life along the border. But also then what you have is an immediate, I guess, adaptation to or trying to like circumvent these physical infrastructures in various ways, and whether it's roads being blocked off, whether it's, you know, evading the customs checks. These are strategies that people who live along the border have to adopt and do so very quickly, and that remains the case, I guess, all through the Troubles as well. But you know, may turn out to be the case again if the border gets even harder.
Yes, it's very important when the Boundary Commission is set up in 1924-25, because Feetham, the chairman, makes it clear that they must take cognizance of economic facts as they are then, not as they were in 1921 or 1922. So if Clonus was a big Fermanagh town just on the wrong side of the border and is now sinking fast, they can't take account of that. You know, they look at things as they are then, and they're not trying to reintegrate economic zones which have been broken by partition. So it's very, very important. The fact that it occurred in April 23, and the Boundary Commission is on the ground in the spring of 1925. It works against border nationalist interests and the transfer of large areas of territory to the south.
So towards the end of the Civil War is still ongoing.
Civil War ends, yeah.
Might be significant as well. So question just here. Yeah, yourself.
Yeah. Just about the treaty was, thank you for stimulating talks, yeah. But I'd like to ask you, the treaty was for the whole 32 counties, and the North had the option to either come with the Free State or opt out. At what stage did the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland become the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
I think that's easy. That was on the 7th of December 1922. Remember, for 1 year legally, Northern Ireland was part of the Free State. I remember years ago hearing a very eminent Belfast-born lawyer, former Labour MP, and then he was Attorney General to Kenya or somewhere, Geoffrey Byng, QC. And I think one of the first political, I was really interested, he says, you see, I was born in Northern Ireland, but as part of the Free State in 1922. So legally, Craig had two objections to the treaty. One was, of course, the Boundary Commission, which threatened, you know, the sacrosanctity of his area of 6 counties, which had been granted by the British government with a fanfare by the King the previous year. But the other was automatic inclusion in the Free State, and the North had to opt out during that Ulster month, which eventually ran from the 1st of December 1922, and the North opted out at the earliest opportunity by an address of its parliament. So, I mean, I remember getting a letter from the Orange Order about 10 years ago saying, look, we're writing to different historians. Can you tell us what's the best date for the birth of Northern Ireland? So I give them about 6 dates, you know, because we started off with, you know, the 20th of December 1920, and then we moved to the 3rd of May 1921, you know, the Act becomes live, and then the 22nd of June 21, and then the 6th of December 21, the treaty, and then we move on to the 7th of December 22, and we finally get to the 3rd of December 25, when the tripartite agreement confirms the border. And they wrote back and said, thank God you gave us a summer date because we want to march.
Yeah, and I think it was David Torrance has an essay on Article 12, I think it is, of the treaty, which is the article that allows Northern Ireland to opt out, in our edited book on the centenary of Northern Ireland. And it's really symbolically important for Ulster Unionists, for the Craig government, that they are not under the jurisdiction of the Free State for even a moment. So they are at pains to opt out before there's any question that they are under the legal jurisdiction of the Free State. So it's at the earliest opportunity, as
and that's why Northerners could get Irish passports between 1922 and the Good Friday Agreement, because if you looked very carefully, it asked you, had you an ancestor born in any part of Ireland before the 7th of December 1922. That was the key legal date.
Thanks. So we'll go to Fergal first, and then we'll come over to the first. Sorry, or was that a follow-up to? Yeah, just if and we'll come to you then, Fergal. Thanks.
Just briefly about, did we have control of the coastal waters? That came and the airports. Apparently they were like the county of Cork, for instance, ends where the line, when it's where it ends, that's the thing. That's and then the sea or the harbour is was crown property, as
So just for people watching at home, that's just a question about the transfer of, I suppose, the jurisdiction of sea and airspace to the Free State. If anyone wants
Yes, I mean, absolutely. That was never resolved, and it's always been sort of sidelined in Anglo-Irish negotiations. You know, in the 1980s, you find it in the Anglo-Irish agreement. You know, the experts look at it, but they consider it's too controversial to get involved there. It reminds me of a court case in 1974 at Cushendall in the Glens of Antrim, when there was some incident involving a local trawler. And a resident magistrate who had been a nationalist MP, Paddy Maxwell, declared that these waters belong to the Republic of Ireland, because it was overturned in the High Court shortly afterward. But it has always left that a very murky area. And in the last 5 years, I've seen in a BBC documentary a DUP councillor from Derry standing at the high water mark over in Inishowen saying, this is the high water mark of UK waters. Now, it's never been proven legally, but that's what they say.
Fergal.
My question is about the memory and commemoration of the sectarian violence that took place in Northern Ireland, particularly in the first 6 months of 1922. It seems to me, compared to other aspects of revolutionary violence, that it's very much sort of forgotten and not commemorated. I mean, some of the most violent instances of the entire revolution, but instances that at the time received huge, even global publicity, like the Weaver Street killings or the McMahon murders. And it seems to me that they haven't really resonated this year in a way that you might expect in terms of them being thought about, marked, commemorated, remembered, and so on. I think there's like a lot of complicated reasons for that, but I'm just wondering if that's also the sense from the panel in terms of, you know, what is remembered and why is remembered are very much bound up with the contemporary often, and I wonder if that's the case for what seems to be a lot of non-remembering that hasn't taken place this year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, do you want?
No, go ahead.
Well, I think, yeah, I agree, and I think there's a few reasons for that. And one of those is the overlaying of the later Troubles violence in some of the same parts of the city on top of this, and that adds complications to choices of what to commemorate and how to commemorate, and then that all gets bound up with the question of dealing with the past and how problematic and difficult and painful that is. I mean, I think COVID has also been part of it. That clearly, you know, wiped out a lot of the commemorative activities, and I think, I will defer to people who live in Belfast, but my sense is that there often isn't, it's often quite hard to even get to like communal memories of it. It's almost even forgotten at a communal level. So it's not the case that there is a popular memory preserved that everybody knows about. Even those memories are sort of hard to get to and maybe, you know, confined to certain older generations. I mean, it's clearly, yeah, it's very politicized, and it's a complicated conflict as well, right? So because it's not just between the IRA and the police, it's also there's Hibernians involved, the B Specials are involved, who are kind of sub-branch of the police, the British Army are involved, and so I think the complexity of the narrative that can be told maybe also is an impediment to the kinds of acts of remembrance. But yeah, I think I'd be interested to hear what Adrian and Eamon think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought a lot about this over the last few years, really as I was writing about this period and researching it, and living in the area itself. You know, anyone who's from the north generally, you can see quite a difference in terms, like we're here in Cork, and the decade of centenaries period in the south has been, you know, public history has just been everywhere, TV documentaries, newspapers, the works, and that's been great. But when you engage with this type of history in the north, it's almost a novelty in some ways. You know, you can give you could have an event like this in Belfast or Derry, and a lot of people in the audience would come up to you after and say, I never knew any of this happened. And it's something I have thought quite a bit about, and I would agree. I think the impact of the modern conflict, or the more recent conflict and the Troubles, is so all-encompassing. The trauma of 30 years of protracted violence and anxiety, I think, it bears a really heavy weight on people's shoulders. if you think about this year, the centenary of the Civil War, or the centenary of whatever else was happening in the North, was also the 50th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. And the impact of that in Derry and in the North generally, I think it's bound to put a blanket over everything that came before it. The other thing, I think, having spoken to like relatives of people who were in the IRA or in the police in the North in the 1920s, there seems to have been a silence, in the same way that there was a silence in the South about the Civil War, and people generally didn't talk so much about the Civil War because of the difficulties that posed. And I think in the North, there was a feeling that people just didn't speak openly about what happened, the same way that they did in the South. To give you a really sort of concrete example of that, when the old IRA brigades were re-established in the 1930s to put together the lists for the pensions, for the military service pensions, in the South there would have been very open meetings about, who were on the brigade rolls, who did this ambush, who did that, and there was no chance that the guards were going to come in and start saying who did what, who killed who. The Derry Brigade met, upstairs in a pub in Derry, and the first meeting of the old brigade was raided by the RUC, and all the documentation was taken. And then they had to do everything in secret. So all the mail was sent through Buncrana or Creeshlock in Donegal, and everything was done across in Donegal. So they were afraid that things would be seized. So the silence was enforced in some ways, but it was also a self-enforced thing, I think, as well.
No, I would have to say that these things, many of them are remembered. I mean, I was in Ballymena the other night, and people recalling the special shooting 3 young people in Cushendall in retaliation, it seemed, for the murder of Henry Wilson the following day. An independent judicial report showed that nobody in the audience, these were young people on the street at the curfew hour where they gathered in the evening, the special arrived in, soon young people were dead. A judge was brought in from England under pressure from Michael Collins, and he reported that none of the local people had fired at all. They'd been shot dead by the specials. The report was suppressed. That's remembered. A book is coming out now, The Cushendall Killings, for example. It's quite amazing how sometimes even in a mixed community, cross-community audience, single identity audience, I've worked with them all. But in Ballymena the other night, we had very much a loyalist audience in a hotel where Roger Casement had grown up, the Adair Arms Hotel. His father had a suite on the first floor. He went to the local diocesan school, and suddenly everybody was massively interested in Roger Casement, even though his views were the antithesis of those in the audience, but he was local, and his father has a gravestone in the civic cemetery in Ballymena, Colonel Roger Casement, Antrim militia. And people began to talk about all this. So when we come to those Belfast atrocities, those border atrocities of those years, Fergal, I mean, 2 things stand out in particular. You mentioned Weaver Street. There hasn't been much about it. The area has been redeveloped. It's under the M2 now. And it was a horrendous event. But the McMahon murders, the house is still there, up an avenue off the Antrim Road. I was there about 10 years ago when the house had been turned into flats with a McMahon descendant. And we watched them take the bullets out of the walls in the drawing room where the male members of the family had been lined up on that night, the 23rd of March, 1922. Altnevey, a few miles from Uri, a little Protestant railway village on the Great Northern Line. It was targeted by Frank Aiken. On the night of the 14th of June 1922. He was retaliating for the murder by specials of 2 prominent Republicans in South Armagh. And the Republicans' bodies had been left in the craters of landmines from a previous IRA landmine. And it was decided that all the male members of the population of Altnevey, probably about 70 or 80 people, a rural townland on the line to Dundalk, were members of the Ulster Specials, and therefore they should be targeted. And the IRA came in. And I came across a recent statement by a member of that of the IRA men who murdered the Protestants in Altnevey, and he was seeking a military pension, and this has just come on stream recently. And he said that, I was told never to mention this, but he said, I'm writing to you, Minister, Frank Aiken, 1930s. Aiken says, you must never cite me as a witness of this event. Well, he says, I met you that night, and I knew I was going on a murder job, and my nerves got the better of me afterwards. And I was no use in the IRA for the following year. but I was at Alt-Neve, basically because 5 Protestant men and 1 woman were shot dead, and their houses burned in the background. None of them, it turned out, were in the specials. And there's that famous piece of local folklore which is authenticated. In those days, people identified people by their shoes. You know, a good pair of shoes, you know, stood out in a crowd in 1922. And one of the assassins in the IRA party who came from Ravensdale camp that night had been worked for the railway. And the woman, Mrs. Crozier, looked on, 56 years of age. She and her husband would shortly be murdered. And she said, she saw the shoes. And she said, "Red Paddy, we never did you any harm." She was shot dead immediately. She'd identified one of the assassins. Now, today, Alt-Neve is not only remembered. There's an Orange Hall there remembering it. There's an organisation in Uri called Alt-Neve, the Alt-Neve Community Group. Now, I've worked with it, and the Ballyholen Group, which was based on the nationalist community. Each area had an atrocity. Ballyholen outside Uri, the specials murdered 2 men. Then you had the 6 men murdered by the IRA. And the people got on famously well as we talked about the event. That's remembered. The McMahon murder has actually produced a sort of a constantly in print publication by Joe Baker, you know, Glenravel Enterprises, the McMahon murders. So there's a huge interest in that.
I'm conscious of time. I think because we started late, we might just have time just for Brian's question at the back. But we might have to keep it short, just so we can get ready for the next panel.
Sorry, thanks. I will keep it short. As part of the Boundary Commission agreement, 40 Republican prisoners were released from British and Northern jails. But the point about them was that they were pro-treaty IRA prisoners, including a Cumann Gaeltacht for Tipperary Sean McCurtain, who was actually in Peterhead Jail in Aberdeen until 1925. And my question is, does not the fact that the IRA split in the north over the treaty is very confusing and complicated, with a significant section of the IRA taking part in the Civil War on the pro-treaty side, and a large chunk of Northern Republicans, even those who don't like the treaty, still have a lot of time for Collins, O'Duffy, Mulcahy, McKeown and so on. That creates a problem for Republicans today in terms of how they remember partition and so on, and the Civil War in the South, because the division within the Northern IRA is so confusing and so complicated, and a significant number of Northern IRA men actually take part in the Civil War on the pro-treaty side, aside from those ordinary nationalists who joined for economic reasons that Adrian mentioned as well. So maybe if people could say something about that. Thanks.
I might just ask maybe Adrian just to take that from maybe for a dairy perspective, but if you want to say something first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Brian, that you know, there were those who, mainly on the pro-treaty side, you know, were taking part for those reasons. I mean, Johnny Haughey is a really good example of that. Charlie Haughey's father from Swatragh, County Derry. You know, he kind of typifies that northerner with the political viewpoint coming down to fight in the Civil War, and you know, I think it's a good point about Republicans and in the North and the way the memory has gone, because there is all that complexity, and maybe the positive memory of Collins is bound up with that period I spoke about earlier, where Collins, despite his pro-treaty credentials, was seen to be doing something for the North. And you know, and you see that in some of the oral history work that was done in the 60s. The Louis O'Kane archive. Louis O'Kane was a priest from sort of Monaghan, Knocknaclaw area who interviewed veterans of the IRA from the 20s. And he's very interested in the whole Collins Devil era split, you know, and he asks his interviewees a lot about this, and the complexity of the responses from the Northern IRA is quite interesting in that, because it speaks to what you're saying there about the way in which people are remembered differently. But yeah, did you want to comment on that as well?
I think Amy, maybe just give the last very brief comment.
I was just going to say, absolutely. I mean, the Northern IRA supported the treaty because of Collins and assurances he gave them within days of the treaty being signed. He was talking to people like Dennis McCullagh, the IRB, and so on, about giving military and moral support to the Northern IRA. at that time. And of course, he met them again. He met the Northern leadership on the 4th of August, 1922, shortly before his death, reassuring them again. So you have this massive infusion of about 700-800 IRA men from the north to the Curragh, but they find themselves in the Civil War. We mentioned Charlie Haughey, but Dan McKenna, who became Chief of Staff of the Irish Army during the Second World War, was a member of the 2nd Northern Division from Maghera. Seamus Woods, who was the OC in Belfast, became an Irish Army officer, later a businessman in Dublin. And there is that disconnect with later republicanism, because the IRA were pro-treaty. Many of them find jobs in the Free State Army or the Garda Síochána or the civil service afterwards. And there's that disconnect with the republicanism that emerges later in cities like Belfast.
Okay, unfortunately, time has got the better of us, and there's another panel to come. So if we could take an opportunity just to thank our three panellists for a really rich and engaging discussion.
Hi everybody and welcome. Fáilte Rómh go léir. So this panel is on disorder, which can be widely interpreted, I suppose. One of the most famous quotations from the Civil War period, I guess, is Kevin O'Higgins' one that, quote, "The provisional government was simply 8 young men in the city hall, standing amidst the ruins of one administration, with the foundations of another not yet laid, with wild men screaming through the keyhole." And as Pat McCarthy pointed out in his paper on Thursday on the Waterford Farm strike in 1923, O'Higgins made this statement first not in relation to the anti-treaty IRA or the irregulars, as people often assume, but with reference to the Special Infantry Corps, which was set up by the Army, formed specifically not to tackle the anti-treaty IRA, but strikers, land agitators, troublemakers, putty makers, etc. The irony, of course, was, as we heard this morning in the Labour panel, that the SIC, no less than the National Army, was chock full of wild men of their own. In another presentation on Thursday, someone mentioned how members of the Southern Unionist establishment thought that civil war was a price worth paying for the restoration of social order and civil order. So this notion of law and order, of social order, and indeed of moral order became central to the whole kind of Free State discourse and Free State mission, and to its view of itself, I suppose, as a bulwark against disorder and chaos and anarchy, so-called. So the anti-treaty IRA, as we'll hear, was also tarred with this brush, the same brush as the wild men and the criminals. The opposition camp, according to O'Higgins again, contained, quote, "a great deal of greed and envy and lust and drunkenness and irresponsibility. We are dealing with anarchy under the cover of a political banner." So Free State propagandists and the Catholic Church in support placed increasing emphasis on this notion of moral order. And P.S. O'Hagerty was foremost in arguing that the IRA's actions in the War of Independence had sort of led to the beginning of this breakdown of moral order in Ireland, in the country. And that became even more manifest then in the actions of the anti-treaty IRA. The irregulars, he wrote, quote, "drove patriotism and honesty and morality out of Ireland. They fouled all the wells which has kept us clean." So the Catholic hierarchy sort of endorsed this idea, and the drive to clean the wells, so to speak, in post-Civil War Ireland gave rise to, as we know, an authoritarian culture, a control culture characterised most obviously by many things, but by censorship, both political and moral and cultural. So there was a power vacuum in the truce period, in the lead up to the Civil War, and in the Civil War itself, a kind of a policing vacuum, a crisis of legitimacy, with the state being challenged and so on. And so today we're going to be discussing this whole notion of disorder, of lawlessness, of criminality, of everyday violence, land agitation, sectarian violence, class conflict as well, and so much more, and also the response of the Free State authorities and the anti-treaty IRA to these incidents of lawlessness, if you like. And it's my pleasure to introduce our panel. My name is Donald O'Driscoll, by the way. Sorry, I should have introduced myself. I'll just introduce my panel. We've here directly next to me Dr. Brian Hanley, who's written widely on Irish republicanism and radicalism. He is currently Assistant Professor of 20th Century Irish History at Trinity College, Dublin. Next then is Dr. Gemma Clark, who's Senior Lecturer in British and Irish History at the University of Exeter. Since her first book, Everyday Violence in the Irish Civil War, Gemma has published on sectarianism, gender-based violence, and arson. She's currently writing a global history of arson and has received British Academy funding for a related project, Exporting Arson, Incendiarism as Protest in the Global Irish Diaspora, which is something to look forward to indeed. And finally, Dr. Liam O'Callaghan, Associate Professor of Sports Studies at Liverpool Hope University. He's the author of Rugby and Munster, A Social and Cultural History, and with David Doyle, Capital Punishment in Independent Ireland, A Social, Legal and Political History. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Brian to kick us off with a short presentation, and likewise the other two speakers then, and then we'll both open it up here and then open it out to the floor. So Brian, thanks.
Thanks, Donald. Good afternoon, everybody. On the 16th of January 1922, the front page of the Evening Herald carried a euphoric headline that Dublin Castle was in the hands of the people, and obviously announces that, you know, in inverted commas, the handover of power was taking place. But on the other side of the front page of the Herald, there's a report of a wild gun battle in Phibsborough, not too far as the crow flies from Dublin Castle, between what the paper calls armed desperados, who are believed to be a gang of professional motor thieves, and pursuing police. And throughout the spring of 1922, these kind of reports are extremely common in the press across Ireland. Now, during the War of Independence, sometimes not very widely known, but during the War of Independence, there had been a rise in what might be called ordinary crime, in inverted commas. And part of the IRA's remit, and a very underestimated and underwritten part of the IRA's remit, had been policing during the Revolution. So during the War of Independence itself, there was a Republican police set up. The IRA attempted in various ways to try and deal with this rise in crime. Now, questions of crime and punishment raise all kinds of complex questions about class and about the way we understand crime and so on, and maybe we can go into them in discussion, but I'm not going to really talk about them here, except to say that John Borganovo, Thomas Earls Fitzgerald, Pádraig Gates, Brian Hughes and others have dealt with aspects of this in some of their writing. But in general, I think the role of the IRA as a police force has been underwritten really in terms of the story of the revolution. The truce period, however, brings renewed problems. There is, again, an upsurge in crime. Now, the Republican police had been reorganised in late 1921, but now they're also facing the consequences of the split over the treaty and all the problems that that brings. And again, a glance at the newspapers from the spring illustrates the scale of the problem. Bank and post office robberies, wages snatches, burglaries, break-ins and so on, right across the 32 counties. These often involve the use of firearms. They sometimes lead to injury and to death. Who was carrying them out? Who was responsible for this rise in crime? Well, almost everybody. Crown Forces personnel, lots of black and tans, auxiliaries or ordinary British servicemen are carrying out robberies or in some cases quite organised gangs of criminals. IRA volunteers of every persuasion, both pro and anti-treaty and possibly neutral. Members of the Irish Citizens' Army in Dublin, soldiers of the new National Army increasingly, opportunist civilians and criminals of various descriptions are involved in all these activities. So during the truce period, you have the Republican police cooperating with the Dublin Metropolitan Police, cooperating with the British military. There are occasions in Dublin where the IRA and the British military cooperate in hunting down gangs of deserters, for example. There are occasions in Dublin where the IRA threatened to fire on youths who are throwing stones at British soldiers, and this is part of policing during the truce period. There was a story about dogs yesterday, here's another one. A terrier is stolen from a British officer in Sligo and the IRA get it back for him. A car is stolen from the Black and Tans in Tipperary and the IRA get it back for them. So this actually happens during the truce period as well. But there is very definitely a rise in all forms of crime. Now again, the language around crime and disorder and lawlessness is of course loaded. And this language is often used to describe agrarian agitation and strikes and industrial conflict and so on. And certainly, again, Tony Varley and Pat McCarthy and so on in the last few days have talked about aspects of this. In the winter of 1921, the spring of 1922, people in the labour movement, Workers' Republic newspaper, for example, published by the Communist Party, are complaining of the role that the Republican police are playing in, as they see it, breaking strikes and being used against workers. And indeed, in the spring of 1922, Republican police in Tipperary, for example, under anti-treaty leadership, forcibly evict creamery strikers and burn a red flag. And again, it's interesting that it is occasionally anti-treaty forces who are also involved in this breaking of strikes or acting against land agitation and so on. By the summer of 1922, the provisional government is now labelling those who oppose the treaty as criminal and blaming the IRA for the upsurge in crime. The reality, of course, was more complex. There's numerous cases of pro-treaty personnel taking part in robberies and then using their position in the military to evade punishment. So, for example, in the spring of 1922, a Republican policeman is shot dead during a bank raid in Lanesborough in County Longford. His killers are National Army soldiers, and they're allowed back into the army to serve during the Civil War. But on the 1st of May 1922, the anti-treaty IRA does carry out a major series of robberies of the Bank of Ireland, which they see as the state bank. And the purpose of these robberies is essentially to fund the anti-treaty IRA. This leads to armed clashes in several areas. A girl and a woman are killed in crossfire in Buncrana. 4 National Army soldiers are also killed in Donegal then later on. And some people indeed see this again as a further step towards civil war. The point of view of the section of the anti-treaty IRA that carried out the raids was that whereas the National Army had a state to fund it, they didn't have any funding. This does mark a shift in strategy because up till that point the IRA had not officially endorsed bank robbery as a way of funding itself. But thereafter and during the Civil War, it would become increasingly a method for raising funds by Republicans. But even during the Civil War itself, not all IRA raids were authorised, and the destination of the money stolen was not always clear. So again, in July 1922, you have an anti-treaty attack on Free State posts in Monaghan. During the attack, a soldier is killed, but you also have several banks in the town robbed. And this looks like it's happening in tandem. But actually, the anti-treaty leadership question why the banks were robbed, ask where the money is and say it should be given back to the banks, and the officers involved take off to Scotland with the money. So again, this wasn't authorised, but it happens. You also then, fundraising, robberies can take place in the context of other operations. For example, an anti-treaty attack on Ballyconnell in County Cavan in early 1923, which John Dorney has written about, which is really, in many ways, a very rare occurrence of the anti-treaty IRA punishing a civilian population, but also at the same time carrying out robberies too, but that probably wasn't the primary reason for the attack. IRA volunteers, of course, could face the death sentence for involvement in armed robberies. When 2 men are shot at Mullingar in March 1923, however, even though they were IRA volunteers, they are not claimed by the IRA because the robbery they had carried out had not been authorised by the organisation. So these men are not part of the 77, even though they were IRA volunteers. On the other hand, 3 IRA volunteers executed at Tullamore earlier that year are included on the Roll of Honour, even though they'd been suspended by the IRA at the time for involvement in burglaries. But their local commander felt that essentially their offences were pretty minor, and the fact they were executed by the Free State meant that they should gain admission to the Roll of Honour, but nevertheless they were involved in unauthorised crimes as well. All the while throughout the Civil War, what we might call ordinary criminals continued their activities, sometimes contributing to the overall conflict in deadly fashion. So, for example, in Donegal, in the spring of 1923, an army officer was shot dead. Free State forces assume that was the IRA, and they execute 4 IRA volunteers at Drumbo in retaliation. There's strong evidence that that officer was shot dead by local criminals, not by the IRA, and it was part of an incident that had happened earlier in the day at a fair. While leading pro-treatyites, such as Kevin O'Higgins, as Donal has mentioned, characterised their opponents as motivated by criminal intent, forces under the government's control continued to engage in robberies, in extortion, and so on. And again, John Dorney has written about the Protective Corps in Dublin, who were established to protect cinemas and places of public entertainment, who are actually carrying out extortion and blackmail of these places and saying they'll rob them if these places don't pay them money. And these are government forces. Quite apart from this, of course, a section of the government forces engage in the use of deadly, illegal and extrajudicial terror against their Republican enemies. There are a variety of methods employed, including torture and targeted killings of suspects. And again, there's been much written about the murder gang and their makeup. And certainly that element, particularly in Dublin, of the use of a section of the state forces to target individual Republicans, sometimes in revenge, is also present in illegal killings elsewhere, such as Ballyseedy in Kerry. And I think the involvement of a group of officers, most of them former members of the Dublin IRA squad, is very significant in terms of how these killings are carried out. Nevertheless, I would argue that the government is, while not endorsing these killings or ordering them, is well aware of them. And it's also a factor, of course, in what happens to these officers later on. Now, a panel has taken place at the moment on gender and sexual violence. In this period is being researched more comprehensively, and there's evidence now of involvement of combatants in this type of crime as well. But the targeting and killing of Republican suspects by government forces didn't end with the ceasefire, as we know. Harry McEntee, Noel Lamass and Joseph Bergen are among those killed following the ceasefire in the Civil War. The last case, that of Joseph Bergen, who's a military policeman in the Curragh, who's passing on information to the IRA, is the only case that leads to the conviction of a person involved in this. And that's James Murray, who was a veteran of the IRA during the War of Independence in Dublin and an army officer. But the case also raises major questions about the involvement of another officer, Michael J. Costello, who goes on to have a very long career in the military and in society. Following that, Murray dies in prison in 1925, and there's a whole range of other questions about his case. Robberies and other crimes continue despite the end of the war. Liam O'Callaghan will no doubt tell you as well that several of the first cases of the shooting dead of Garda detectives during robberies in the post-Civil War period actually involved National Army officers, some of whom are executed for their involvement in these robberies as well. Elements on the anti-treaty side also then continue their involvement in robberies too. Indeed, the IRA kills one of their own volunteers, Philip Doyle in Wexford, accusing him of being a robber during 1923. And other members are court-martialed or expelled for unauthorised raids in the post-treaty period. Meanwhile, over 900 soldiers faced criminal charges of various descriptions between 1922 and 1924. Among these crimes are the murder of 2 Jewish men in separate incidents in Dublin in the winter of 1923. These killings are carried out by serving army officers, actually in one case a veteran of the Special Infantry Corps. The men involved, again, are veterans of the Dublin IRA. Overall, the level of armed crime, often with no explicit link to politics, remains high into 1923 and 1924, and every actor in the treaty split has some connection with criminal activities, though the decision of the anti-treaty IRA to formally endorse bank robberies in May 1922 is a significant one in many ways. Lastly, and importantly, the state forces employ lethal and completely illegal methods to suppress Republican resistance, but also to settle scores. Some of the fallout from this include the unwillingness then to prosecute Free State veterans for a number of criminal acts they commit in the post-war period. In the years after the Civil War, particularly in the west of Ireland, agrarian trouble continues. You have a crossover with other forms of crime and robberies and so on. But the IRA does stop bank robberies as a tactic, and they don't return to it really until the 1940s. Individual Republicans are involved in some cases in 1927 and 1929. But by the late 1920s, there is a marked decline in armed robberies and so on in the Free State. But they did reach a high point between 1920 and 1923-24, and it is, as I say again, something that's maybe underwritten in a study of the revolutionary period.
Excellent, Brian. Thanks a million. Thanks, Brian. That was a really good start now, in fairness. Gemma, do you want to take it up there?
Yeah, thank you so much, Donal, and thanks to all the organisers for this immense conference and for inviting me. So my 2014 book on the conflict is entitled Everyday Violence in the Irish Civil War. And I use this term to describe acts of aggression and intimidation, typically non-lethal, so slightly different tack from what Brian's just been talking about, typically non-lethal, that occurred alongside the military conflict between pro and anti-treaty forces. And I also choose this word, everyday, because it doesn't, at least in the initial stages of research, prematurely ascribe motivation along the lines of political violence, social violence, agrarianism, or the 19th century British states, one of their favourite terms, outrage, which, as we've learned from Mary McCullagh, Linda Connolly, has very different connotations by the time of the 1920s. So I examined this everyday violence, which constituted thousands of acts of boycott, threat, land seizure, house and crop burning, on their own terms as far as possible, in order to observe patterns in the function and intensity of everyday violence. And that focused for me initially in Munster, in the southwest, Limerick, Tipperary and Waterford. And that was at the heart of my book, but also gone into a bit more detail in some subsequent publications, with which you're all very familiar, of course, here at UCC, the Atlas, and then lately 1922. So collectively, I argue that this violence served 2 key functions, which I kind of want to recap now, but then I'll go on to explain what else I think, how my thinking has evolved on kind of disorder through these conclusions. So first of all, community regulation. So these are non-lethal acts, but they are acts that nonetheless are designed to punish and in some cases expel religious and political minorities in order to rout the newly independent state of British influence, British rule, but also English cultural influence. And this ongoing decolonisation is needed in the eyes of the anti-treaty IRA, at least, because of the inadequate terms of the treaty. Now, this question, as we've discussed already this week, of Protestant depopulation is still controversial. So it's been really encouraging at this conference to see all the different approaches we can take to this issue. First of all, to understand broadly the complexity of identity politics, and I think that came out really well in the last panel as well, but we could think back to Ed Burke and Brian Hughes talking about loyalism at this time. And then more specifically, this question of what role did violence and intimidation play in the departure of Protestants from the new Free State. So we had reflections on demography from Barry Keane and like assessment of more kind of qualitative accounts from Ian Dalton. But my argument is that these different acts collectively did play a role in this mass movement of people, and migration is another really interesting theme that's come through all of these papers. And the second key function of everyday violence was as a motor for land redistribution, or at least an expression of land hunger, so it may not be successful redistribution. The social dimensions of the conflict have been explored in much greater detail than I ever did by Gavin Foster, who's here, and we're all kind of rightfully moving beyond, with panels like this and on all these different sort of social and cultural themes, moving beyond the truism that islands was as a purely political or constitutional transformation. We've already mentioned it, but Pat McCarthy, Tony Varley and others have spoken about labourers' strikes, agrarian disturbances, rural disturbances. So in restating these kind of key conclusions on everyday violence, I'm also reflecting here on the characterisation of this subject as disorder, which of course is the title of this panel. And this word, and I think this follows on nicely from what Brian was discussing in terms of criminality. The word implies a lack of order, of course, disorder, a lack of law and order specifically. But it's also important from my perspective to distinguish between illegality, lack of order, in the form of deliberate sabotage of state infrastructure as strategy by the IRA, which was also seen in the War of Independence, so the burning of RIC barracks and courthouses, smashing of bridges, roads and all of that. And distinguish between that and this notion of disorder that might conjure up a more sort of popular idea of civil war, which is this idea that in the context of war, and especially a civil war, where there's lacking conventional battle lines, the Hobbesian social contract kind of breaks down and everyone enacts unleashed brutality against each other, when really, as we're going to see, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. So in the Civil War, we do see plenty of the former, this idea of the deliberate sabotage, targeted violence. So we can think of Justin Dolan Stover's argument, for example, that the environment served as a kind of fifth column for the IRA throughout this period, not just in the Civil War. And this is something I've been reminded of really strikingly through this conference, is the role of landscape. So, who are the actors and the agents in this disorder? It's not just people, it's also property. It's really important in Ireland, and objects, if you like. And so, I mean, role of environment. Jerry White's brilliant walking tour placed the River Lee right at the centre of the sort of military conflict in this city. We've got Thomas Dillon's paper on the Kerry fisheries as a really kind of excellent case study in the intersection of competition for natural resources and political ideology. So not only does the natural and built environment provide an important backdrop to the Civil War and this violence and disorder, it's also, revealing, when we study what it's targeted against, it's revealing of wartime agendas. And in a forthcoming centenary collection on Limerick's Civil War, I reflect that in that county, which was at the time comparatively well connected by rail, burning train carriages, station masters' cottages and so on, can be seen as part of this wider war on property intended to damage commerce and halt daily life. Now, speaking of burning, which is quite a good segue, but I've written quite a lot already, you might be familiar with, and others have too, including people at this conference, on the burning of the big house, and we're probably quite familiar with the statistic of more big houses, 199 being burned in the Civil War, rather than the War of Independence, which is 76, and Terry Dooley's got a new book on this with Yale. But that's an interesting case, and we can go into that phenomenon. But my newest research on arson and sort of thinking about how I think looking at violence and disorder in newer ways is looking at arson as a tool not only of a protest and insurgency, but also counterinsurgency. So again, it's so interesting to hear about involvement of, we can think back to Black and Tans burning Cork, but also the Free State Army and the Special Infantry Corps, counter-violence and the use of some of those same tactics. So this newer work has underlined further the significance of fire in Irish and indeed colonial conflict. So more than a weapon of the weak, I think the striking of a match expresses a new strength for insurgents, a shift in the power balance between state and society, and potential to enact change practically and opportunistically, but also crucially symbolically. So whereas the burning private property or cultural property, things of national significance, is if incumbents do that, they seem to have stepped beyond the boundaries of sort of accepted illegality, shown their weakness by failure to control society through more sort of subtle methods. But for insurgents, it's this performance, including performance of decolonisation, can be much more effective. And again, this has been great to be at a conference like this where we've been able to sort of interface between academics and kind of practitioners and think about applying some of these labels, counterinsurgency, to this period. It can be useful. And learning from experts in the field like Tim Hoyt, but also people from the Defence Forces themselves. So in examining arson as a key facet of this disorder that occurred during the Civil War, we see not only the performative decolonisation of English influence via the burning of the Big House, which is a practical, serves some military purpose, but also a symbolic war on property. But we also see these wider socio-economic concerns that have been hinted at already, and perhaps hopes that a free state an independent state, would treat ordinary people perhaps better than the British had done, to put it very simply. And this impulse to redistribute was seen not only in the burning of crops and outhouses, which sort of stands for quite a significant proportion of arson attacks in the areas that I studied. So 45% of arson attacks in Waterford were on crops and outhouses, for example. Similar figures in Tipperary, slightly lower similar in Limerick, 41, 28% in Tipperary. But also, so not just burning, but also land seizures, cattle driving, animal maiming, boycotts. And again, we've all been talking about new archives we can access. I think the opening of the Land Commission is going to be really helpful here to help us understand, why, if these seizures had resulted in long-term transfers between different families and communities. So to end briefly on point B, which was this sort of, so A, deliberate criminality or disorder, if you like, and B, this idea of disorder as a lack of constraint or the opportunity for revenge and acquisition of resources. That's often what we do associate with civil war, and it's been theorized, especially since the 90s, and the increase in civil conflict, especially in Africa, Middle East, by people like Paul Collier, who talk about greed and grievance. I mean, this comes back to the idea of labels, and there's obviously political and ideological reasons for describing things as greed as opposed to grievance. And but after the war's short military phase, by September 1922, the Free State had largely reasserted its control militarily. But there was this, as we've discussed, there's still this power vacuum left by the demobilisation of British police and armed forces, teething problems with the new police force, An Garda Síochána, but also arguably a shift in civil-military relations or civil paramilitary, where the Republicans are not serving this role as police force in the same way that they had been, as Brian described in the earlier conflict. So clearly, some groups, not only minorities, but also a group of people who make up half the population, women, were vulnerable to certain forms of everyday violence during this period of comparative lawlessness. But what's also interesting are the restraints that operated within Irish warfare. By comparative European and global standards, casualty figures were low, atrocities rare, which isn't to diminish at all the personal and communal legacies of that kind of more extreme violence. And we've seen already approaches like Schieffer-Aiken to how we can understand that through the lens of trauma. But I do want to suggest, nonetheless, that there is an order to disorder, and civil war violence has this logic, to quote Stathis Calavas, and by studying it, we get these insights into the priorities of many different parties, so priorities around land, politics, gender, religion, decolonisation, priorities not only of militants, but also the state, the changing state that's managing this disorder, and indeed also among ordinary men and women who are engaged in these low-level acts of violence and intimidation as they are emerging as an independent state from British rule.
Great, thank you, Jim. Well, that's a good link then, Liam, to the state.
Right, yeah, thanks, Donal. It's great to be here. I first studied the death penalty as a master's student here 20 years ago, so it's a real pleasure to be back, and thanks to the organisers for inviting me. So I'll briefly set out the government approach to official executions during the Civil War and immediately after the conflict, which is something I've studied in a bit more detail, when some kind of, we'll say, civilian norms were restored in the area of justice. So the execution policy, which led to the execution by a firing squad of 81 men, as we know, was indicative of a war that had passed its conventional phase. As government forces gained some measure of territorial supremacy, the war, as we know well, became more fragmented, became a lot more squalid. And heading into the autumn of 1922, anti-treaty forces remained well capable of inflicting a bloody nose on government forces. And semi-conventional warfare had given way to ambushes, assassinations, reprisals, counter-reprisals, and so on. The type of low-intensity warfare that can be sustained for a prolonged period, potentially, and which might, as in this case, prompt draconian action from one side trying to quell it. As well as that, there was the widespread feeling among the pro-treaty side, and the church and all the mainstream newspapers are included in this. There was a widespread feeling that Ireland was in the grip of a wave of anarchy that threatened the very existence of the state. So the bandit, the highwayman, the armed robber all became popular tropes in the news media of the time. And the anti-treaty side ultimately, or rhetorically at least, became little more than a gangsterish criminal conspiracy in the eyes of government and their press supporters. So you can imagine how minds veered towards more drastic action in that particular context. So in mid-October, the government introduced the Army Special Powers Resolution. This, as the name suggests, was just a resolution. It didn't really have any legal standing. In order to enact legislation, the provisional government needed royal assent, and they weren't going to go seeking that in order to execute their former comrades. The resolution provided for the setting up initially of military courts that had the power to impose death sentences for a range of non-lethal crimes, including illegal arms possession, which was one of the more common crimes to lead to a death sentence, attacking the National Army, looting, destruction of property, and so on. And the legislation was, the resolution, I should say, was very deliberately worded so that it delegitimized the anti-treaty forces. So the resolution itself said any civilian who commits these crimes can be brought before a military court. So the executions began in mid-November. 17 men were executed after trial by military court before the year's end. No women were executed. That really wasn't contemplated. It would have been very unusual for that to occur, even though the Free State government did execute a woman in 1925, the last to be executed in Ireland. As well as that, beyond the military court proceedings, there was the famous execution of 4 high-profile anti-treaty men at Mountjoy. These had no legal window dressing whatsoever. They were just an act of vengeance after the killing of Sean Hales. And what's a bit puzzling is that the Judge Advocate General, Cahir Davitt, who was the senior legal officer in the army, he wasn't an officer, he remained a civilian, but he was their senior legal advisor. He said afterwards in his Bureau of Military History statement that the executions in Mountjoy were the most justified of all, given the role of those 4 individuals in starting the conflict, in his perception at least. Now, a far more aggressive stance was taken from January, and executions were brought to a range of localities, having largely been confined to Dublin prior to the turn of the new year. There had been a couple of executions in Kilkenny and a few in the Curragh as well, I think. Young, low-ranking Republicans formed the bulk of those shot, and they were more often than not found guilty of arms possession. There was some armed robberies as well. And there's a lot of the legal proceedings. I mean, somebody could be found guilty of arms possession if they were found in the vicinity of arms. They didn't actually have to have it on their person. The legal proceedings, such as they were, after January, could now be conducted by a military committee, which is a particularly dark episode in Irish legal history. These committees removed all of the flimsy legal protections that had existed prior to then. Men could now be executed without any legal representation. Rules of evidence disappeared, and the trials or committees were ultimately foregone conclusions. At one stage, ministers even entertained the idea of removing any sort of legal window dressing and giving the army the authority to summarily execute captured Republicans or people captured under captured in the various crimes stipulated in the resolution. And O'Higgins was particularly aggressive in this context. They didn't go that far. but in any case, 34 men were shot in January alone. By the time the execution stopped in May, they had been brought to 17 counties in Ireland, many of which wouldn't have witnessed any sort of an official execution for generations. So executions took place in the four corners of the Free State, from Drumbo, as Brian has mentioned, at Donegal, over to Dundalk, down to Wexford, and over to Tralee, and a whole load of places in between. The dead, as I said, were almost all lowish-ranking anti-treatyites, some of whom were National Army deserters, and there was one or two criminals thrown in as well. So far, so draconian, but the headline figure disguises some nuances. For a start, compared to contemporary conflicts, this was a modest number, and the stock comparison here is the Finnish Civil War, where there were many thousands of military executions. Of course, in that case, there were fewer restrictions on executions of those captured, and there was a very, very sinister ethnic tinge to the executions there as well. Russians in large numbers were shot by white forces. More pressingly, in terms of our subject today, though 81 were executed in Ireland, the great majority of those sentenced to death were reprieved, around 4/5 of the total. And that leads to the most lingering set of questions about these executions, because we don't know a great deal about them because most of the relevant records aren't available. So out of the pool of those sentenced to death, by what criteria were men selected for execution? It seems a number of factors played a role. So the immediate context, strategically and tactically in the war, certainly played a role. The policy in general was designed to bring about a swift end to the conflict, but executions could also correlate with Republican activity at the local level. There's circumstantial evidence of that, at least. Another factor would have been the disposition of the Free State Army commanders. So some were far more reluctant than others, or some were far more enthusiastic than others about executions. And the executions were also part of the reprisal, counter-reprisal cycle of violence that marks guerrilla warfare. And there must, in some cases, have been personal animus involved, famously enough in the case of Childers, who the provisional government absolutely hated. So the precise configuration of all these factors remains unknowable. But what's really interested me in the years I've studied the death penalty, so I studied it as a grad student here and then revisited it about 3 or 4 years ago, is how an administration that pursued an execution policy quite ruthlessly and very inhumanely at times could take so little interest in the death penalty in principle and in practice the moment the policy was dropped, even though crime remained rampant after May 1923. So from the latter part of 1923 onwards, there was a concerted effort to civilianize the pursuit of justice. It's been argued by some historians that the relatively large number of judicial hangings that happened in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War was basically the provisional government trying to stamp their authority on, stamp their law and order authority on a country where endemic violence still existed. And around a third of all the hangings carried out post-independence, judicial hangings I'm talking about, that came from the civilian courts, around a third of those occurred between 1923 and 1926. So it's tempting to conclude that the pattern was in some way related to the legacy of the Civil War and its desire to be seen as a law and order government, as it were. But that conclusion isn't quite right, because even though there was a relatively large number of hangings in these years, the headline figure is still quite small, there was also an equal share of reprieves. So if we compare Cumann na Gael's 10 years in office with its successor regime's first 10 years, in both time periods, around 50% of those sentenced to death were reprieved. In England and Wales, between 1920 and 1929, 2/3 of people sentenced to death were hanged. So Ireland showed a great deal more mercy than our neighbours did, even though there are obvious differences between the countries and the nature of crime in them. And one of the reasons this occurred is because the Free State government basically outsourced the entire decision-making process, in most cases, to the judiciary. So the prerogative of mercy, legally and conventionally, was a political decision, whether it would be extended in capital cases. But Irish cabinets, from the very first sittings of the criminal courts in December 1923 onwards, hardly ever disagreed with the sentence recommendation of post-sentence recommendations of judges. And to finish, I just want to talk about one particular case that illustrates my points. So in March 1924, Jeremiah Gaffney was hanged at Mountjoy for murdering Thomas Brosnan in Scartaglen, County Kerry, in December 1923. Gaffney was a lieutenant, serving lieutenant in the National Army, and he was at the head of a party of soldiers that basically lured Brosnan away from his house and shot him. Gaffney was probably confident he'd get away with it. He threatened to kill his comrades if they said anything. And besides, these were the kinds of killings that were carried out by the Free State Army with impunity in Kerry just a few months earlier. Now, his background is a bit shady, but according to the petition material in the Department of Justice files, and according to his commanders, he'd been specifically selected to work in Scartaglen because the government's writ really didn't extend to that part of Kerry yet in any meaningful way. But in this case, he seems to have been acting as a free agent. So he was kind of on that Collins side of the National Army. He was associated with them. In this case, he seems to have been acting as a free agent. Even though his victim was a member of the anti-treaty IRA, the motive was never properly established. There was competing accounts of what happened. But he also coerced the others into helping him, and that made his criminal culpability very much deeper in the eyes of the authorities. So if any case could have been politicised, it was this one. There were reasons why the government might advise a reprieve. Gaffney had an enviable record of involvement in militant republicanism, dating back to when he was a teenager, when he joined Fianna Éireann, through to some high-profile engagements in the War of Independence before he enthusiastically joined the National Army. The government also received letters pleading for mercy from high-profile Free State Army commanders, such as David Nelligan and Tom Ennis, who knew him personally. But there were also reasons why they might want the execution to go ahead. The army, as we know, by early 1924, was a major headache that needed to be dealt with. And that sort of army and discipline, up to a point, the Free State government tolerated it, but there was a point at which they began to look on it in a different way. His case was also considered the very week of the army mutiny, the presentation of the ultimatum. As well as that, there was a Kerry factor. If the government were ever going to gain the trust of the people of Kerry, then surely they couldn't be seen to show favour for one of their own. But all the evidence indicates that these weren't the decisive factors. In fact, it was a particularly hostile memorandum written to Cabinet by the judge, Mr. Justice Jonathan Pym, of the famous Dublin Quaker family, that seemingly sealed Gaffney's fate. So Gaffney, along with another Free State Army officer, were convicted in this murder. Gaffney was hanged, the other was reprieved because he was seen as sort of a harmless accomplice. Pym advised the government very strongly that the death sentence in this case had to go ahead. The very same week, the Cabinet considered Gaffney's case. They also considered the case of John Ryan, another Free State soldier, a sergeant in this case, sentenced to death for murder after shooting a man while he was in a drunken stupor. This time, Pym again, the judge, pointed out that the crime was not premeditated and Ryan was reprieved. And the same pattern persists in a whole load of what we might call legacy cases that ended up in the civilian courts after the Civil War, cases that stemmed from the Civil War period and cases that occurred immediately after but were moulded in Civil War conditions. Almost in all cases where we have judges' recommendations, the Cabinet simply rubber-stamped it. And in some ways, this was a powerful expression of justice levied by civilian means. And after a whole series of deeply politicised executions, this was probably an earnest effort to depoliticise the process.
Excellent. Thank you, Liam. So yeah, I don't know where we're going to start. There's so many issues covered there. I suppose maybe I'll just start, Gemma, just in terms of, you mentioned Tipperary, Limerick, Waterford, which was your chosen area, and I'm just wondering about the geography of this arson and this lawlessness and etc. You know what I mean? Is there a reason you chose those three counties? Do they stand out in some ways? Was it just to do with sources? And have you any idea of how the whole thing worked out on a geographical basis, countrywide?
I think that it's all of those things really. It was an interest in sort of exploring how, geography is just so important, as we know. All contributors to the Atlas are to history, and sort of looking at some places with stronger traditions of republicanism, like looking back to 1918 election and forms of political violence, but also some areas like Waterford that were relatively quieter in the War of Independence, so getting kind of a sample in that sense, but also sort of encompassing different different types of economy, you know, the Golden Vale stretching across quite a bit of that, but then also having a county like Waterford with towns and with a strong Protestant kind of urban class. So being able to explore different demographics and test out the idea that things that occurred like arson weren't simply a byproduct of conflict. They weren't proportionally diminished in counties that weren't as active in the war. So that's why that was an interesting thing. But I think you could look at other places and think about how it functions in rural versus urban spaces. But also it was thinking about source availability and lots more things have become available since I wrote the book. But I looked a lot at kind of compensation claims.
And so the kind of class conflict that occurred in that Golden Vale area we heard about this morning, you know, relating to the creameries and so on, and the Soviets and the occupation. Do you know is that dimension? Is that evident in terms of what you're talking about? Is it just appearing, or is it a driving force in any way?
Yeah, I think absolutely. Like, you know, it's agitation on the land in order to get redistribution. It's agitation within like light industry on certain estates that have mills, that have sort of more organised labour. It's a expression of violence against those who have been seen to have unfairly acquired land. So it's moved far on from the land war, and the landlordism is dismantled, but it's targeting stronger Catholic farmers and graziers and those with pasture land, which is absolutely the heart of that, you know, dairy economy. And this is something that's recognised on all sides, you know, because that's why I've tried to move on from thinking about disorder as a form of just insurgency, but this is something that's perpetrated by state forces as well. You know, you get the creameries, you disrupt, as the Black and Tans, but you get the creameries, you disrupt the whole local economy, and you collectively, as we've talked about collective punishment, you punish a whole community.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, ultimately, we talk about crimes against the person, I suppose, but crimes against property are kind of central to all of this discourse, isn't it? And I mean, that comes back to the question of class, obviously. Brian, I mean, do you think that you know, the class dynamic, you touched on it there, I mean, do you think it was central to this?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking afterwards about how I might have framed a lot of that differently. Too late now, but there we go. The lawlessness, disorder, crime, they're all extremely loaded terms. And obviously the Free State government, the police, the media and so on will use that terminology. And it's not the way I'm using it, but I think there is differences in terms of, one, you have to look at how Republicans viewed crime. And the IRA did not have a liberal analysis of crime. The IRA did not believe crime was caused by deprivation or by people, you know, who society had forced into a difficult position. The IRA shared mainstream society's view of crime. Evilly disposed people or greedy people committed crimes. And you put them in prison, and because during the War of Independence the IRA didn't have any official prisons, you took them what was called an unknown destination, and you held them there for a while. You made them do farm work, or you made them do labour, or to a greater, lesser extent. Sometimes this was very cruel, and sometimes it wasn't cruel at all. Sometimes it was farcical, and sometimes it was deadly. They didn't kill that many criminals, again, as John Borganovo pointed out in his article a few years ago. In a few cases they did. And they also then again gave money back to banks. So when banks were robbed, the IRA tracked down the robbers and gave the money back to the banks, most famously in Mill Street, but also in a load of other cases. Trains robbed in Limerick, the IRA get the money back. They take £20 for investigative services. So the IRA's view of crime is not that different to mainstream society's view of crime. But at a point in the run-up to the Civil War, the IRA needs money, and they'd already done it to a lesser extent beforehand. And they said, well, this is justified. You know, to rob banks is not criminal now. It's part of funding ourselves. And it's the government bank. The Bank of Ireland is the Unionist and the Free State bank. But I think even within that, there are nuances and differences. So the Special Infantry Corps putting down labour strikes in Waterford, they may do it very cruelly, but in general, they're doing it under martial law or under the protection of the law. But within that, the Special Infantry Corps also put on masks at night, break into farmers' houses, fire over their head and burn down their houses. And that, even by the standards of the law, is illegal. Similarly, the executions, even though some of them are very dubious, but there is a legal basis to most of the executions. But there's no legal basis to the killings of anti-treatyites who are picked up in Dublin, who are taken away, who are dumped usually out in Tala, and so on. So that is, even by the Free State standards, that's illegal. And in that case, I think it's quite clear the government knows their men are doing it. I mean, in the case of a guy called Bobby Bonfield, he's arrested by CID in the presence of Cosgrave, because it's Cosgrave's escort who arrest Bonfield. And Bonfield's body is found 2 days later, so I don't think there's any way that W.T. Cosgrave doesn't know it's his men who killed him. But ultimately, that has to end sometime as well. And in general, they're not going to prosecute any of the lads who do it. I think John Dorney has written about them, and I think there's still a little bit of resistance to really studying that particular group of men, because they're not the pro-British mercenaries. You know, they're not the British ex-servicemen who get blamed for loads of things and really do very little. These are the squad. These are the men who took it to the Brits, right? You know, these are the men who are the special forces of the Dublin IRA, and an awful lot of them do very bad things in the Civil War. So I think that says something about militarism, it says something about violence, it says something about special forces and the way they operate and so on as well. But they are allowed to do that, but I don't think they're going to be allowed to do it forever. And that's why you do eventually have Murray sentenced to death, but then locked up, and it's really, the involvement of Michael J. Costello and so on is very, very interesting. But I think in general, we have to be very careful of terms like crime and lawlessness and disorder. There is class conflict. There's also, I think, the IRA's view of respectability. It was mentioned by Pat McCarthy again, that the labourers talking about the Special Infantry Corps being tinkers. There's a whole story of travellers being moved from place to place during 1920-21, being seen as troublemakers, being seen as criminals, and the Republican police seeing it as part of their job and getting loads of praise for it, to drive them out of fairs, keep them out of towns and so on. And that's a very interesting thing too in terms of class and respectability and so on. And it's very messy. So I should have been a bit more clear about that.
No, that's really interesting. I assume that use of the term tinker there was that sort of, you know, that there's contemporary parallels, you know, with that K word and whatever that's used, not just for travellers, but just, you know, as a wider slur on you know, working class people or whatever, you know what I mean? That's possible. And Pat McCarthy made that interesting point, actually, didn't he, that the Special Infantry Corps was made up of transfers. So if you get the call up in the Curragh to say, send me 20 of your men, who are you going to send? Your 20 best upstanding men or your 20 worst that you want to get rid of, you know? So, you know, that was an interesting point to make as well. So, Liam, when you said that crime remained rampant, you know, and I suppose two things. First of all, the relative restraint and how quickly, I suppose, things reverted, right? From that kind of military emergency idea towards, you know, into the civil realm, but also the rampant crime continued. I mean, do we have stats for that? Is it like, did it go up? Or did it go?
I'm not sure it went up, but I'm relying on Gavin Foster's figures for that.
Okay,
in terms of extant crime after the cut. But the point I will make is that there was definitely, that was a point at which the Free State government seemed to have made up their mind in terms of, right, especially in discipline among their own. Anything that happens after that date, you know, you're liable to come before the civilian courts, even though they were quite slow to get up. There'd been no proper sittings of criminal courts for years, really, you know, because obviously we had a situation where the Free State Army were essentially had the power of martial law. The British introduced martial law for part of the country. There was a Restoration of Order in Ireland Act. None of these particular instruments are given to civil law, but there was a determination to get the courts and the police up and running. And even when the Dublin Commission sat in December 1923, Chief Justice Thomas Maloney presided over it. And years later, writing in the Irish Law Times and Solicitor's Journal, he basically identified it as one of his crowning achievements that court sat, that he tried 18 people for murder, 7 of them were convicted. He recommended 4 should be executed and 3 should be reprieved, and that's exactly the way it went. No interference from the government. So it actually is quite striking how civilian norms were restored in that sense. Now, obviously, behind all that, there's a lot of crime that went undetected. You know, so the Civic Guard, for example, at least half a dozen of those are murdered in the first 5 or 6 years of the state, and I think only one is successfully prosecuted, Felix McMullen. Me and Brian were talking about that earlier on. So I'm sure there's a lot of murders that they would dearly love to have been able to prosecute. But in terms of the ones that they actually detected and brought to court, it is quite striking that the government were very, very slow to intervene in any way, even in cases that were quite political. So even in that case I discussed, you get a long letter. So it was the job of the the Secretary of the Department of Justice, who was Henry O'Friel at that time, to compile all the various materials, Garda reports, judges' recommendations, petitioning letters and all that. And there's a long note from Pym basically saying that under no circumstances should this man be reprieved. And Higgins, in his own hand, just writes a simple sentence saying, no advice for the Governor-General, and that's it. Okay. No intervention. Now, obviously, as in everything, the archive has its limits. We don't know what kind of informal conversations were happening at cabinet level. And it's not as if this case, again, just to talk about that occurred in Scartaglen, that was a flagrant instance of army indiscipline way after the formal cessation of hostilities. It's not as if the cabinet sat down and didn't recognise those facts. But the evidence we have suggests that they were very slow to intervene, especially when you look at that alongside other cases where Free State soldiers were brought before the courts. Brian mentioned the Murray case. Murray was treated very inhumanely, actually. He after being convicted, he was reprieved, but he became very ill very quickly in prison. He got TB and he suffered desperately. He ended up weighing 7 or 8 stone, and his family petitioned the government over and over again to allow him to release him, which would have been the norm in similar cases, but no way, they wouldn't do it. Then you look at other cases where the criminal culpability is perceived to be less. So drunken Free State soldiers with a gun getting into a fight in a pub and shooting somebody. There was a few cases of that. They look at that and they say, well, look, the country was very unsettled at the time. There's no real premeditation there. We'll reprieve them. Even though it was well within their gift to say, no, we have to take a stern line on the army and we have to basically show them that this country is now run by civilians and not by armed force.
Okay. So we have about 15 minutes to open it up to the floor. Can we pass the mic around? I'm sure there's plenty of, yes. Just wait for the microphone, thank you.
Where was Oriel House, the CID, and when were they set up and were they disbanded or whatever? They had a notorious reputation. The Central, what was it, Investigation Department, yeah.
CID.
CID, yeah. John, do you want to take that question? John Dorney, no? They're set up, well, certainly by Michael Collins and Joe McGrath, if I'm not mistaken. Is that true? Yes. Yeah. And in the, mainly, again, of Dublin IRA veterans, with a few others. And Oriel House, it's still round the corner from Trinity, is the special branch of the new state's military forces. Now, along with military intelligence, they are regarded as responsible for a lot of what you call the dirty war that goes on in Dublin. And some of that is becoming more, again, a lot of it was known through kind of Republican legend and memorialization and so on, but it's becoming more understandable now in terms of the release of pension files from a lot of the victims' families and so on. You're finding a little bit more about each individual case. What I think the use of illegal terror or extrajudicial terror was authorized by the state, or was certainly used by the state to try and break the IRA. But I also think that the group of men involved had a gang mentality. They tended to kill in response to things that really affected them. So obviously Colin's death was a trigger, and they killed because of that. They killed Fianna, very young Fianna members in Dublin because of that. But in the case of, say, Noel Lamass, who's killed after the ceasefire, they believed he was involved in an ambush in June 1922 in which 2 officers, colleagues of theirs, had been killed. So they were always going to kill Noel Lamass, I think is the way they thought. Similarly, Ballyseedy, there are not 5 ex-British servicemen who are blown up. There are not 5 Kerry lads that are blown up. They include men from Dublin who were well known to Paddy Daly and the other leading Free Staters in Kerry, and they want revenge for their friends. There's no doubt about that. And again, there's the argument that it's a group of officers known as the visiting committee, and even that kind of use of these terms and the way they see themselves. I think there's a big personal motivation in the way they operate, as well as the government knows about this and they know they're doing it. And I think if it demoralizes the IRA and terrifies the IRA, they let it happen. But at the same time, there is this extra element of these men don't need to be directed a lot of the time. If you attack them, they are going to attack you. And it says, I think you have to go back to Collins and so on and the way the squad is formed. And in the Michael Collins movie, these innocent lads, who are just, these are, most IRA volunteers never killed anybody. you know, and these guys do kill repeatedly, and I think that again says something about armed services and wars and special units and so on.
Just two questions. First one for Liam. Gaffney's a really interesting example, Liam. He has such a bad reputation in Kerry. He's involved in several other murders. Was he the first National Army officer to be executed? I have a sort of suspicion he might have been. And then my second question is more for Brian and for Gemma. Was the decision not to go after commandeered property, which affects many, many more people than say, killings, was that instrumental, do you think, in the relatively quick return from disorder to order from the mid-20s onwards?
Okay, so yeah, he wasn't the first Free State soldier. The very first execution was of actually demobilised Free State soldier called William Downes, who killed actually an Oriel House guy in Dublin, and the second was Felix McMullen, who was actually a demobilised captain in the National Army, who was involved in a bank raid in Baltinglass. And again, in that case, the most striking thing was the long discourse gone into by the Judge O'Shaughnessy, talking about how absolutely malign this particular crime was and how under no circumstances should this fellow be reprieved. But Gaffney, you're right, he did have a desperate reputation. And even that crime that he committed, just the sheer lawlessness and lack of discipline, him and that party of soldiers drove around that area of Kerry drinking all day before they eventually happened upon this poor young individual.
That's a really good question, Dahi, and I don't think I'm going to be able to give you an adequate answer, but I don't know if Gemma has, I mean, I think it's a very interesting point, and I also think Pádraig Yates has written about the amnesty, you know, as well, which is remarkable in terms of the aftermath of the Civil War, that, you know, the people aren't going to be, once it's past a certain date, you know, and I think people are kind of unaware that actually, you know, was brought about. And finally, not related to that, but it's also when Liam talked about evidence, you also have this remarkable situation, of course, that in 1932, a huge amount of this material was burnt, destroyed by the outgoing government. The archives were actually burnt to stop us knowing, you know, exactly what happened in these cases. And that is, you know, a very, you know, quite amazing act, actually, you know, in terms of any administration.
Especially when you've such a large pool of people being sentenced to death, and you can do fairly educated guesswork as to why some of the people who were executed were, but it's just that, it's guesswork. And there must have been records there, even correspondence between the Army Council and between the local commander, because that was the chain of command. It went from the judge, well, it went from it would have been the local general officer commanding in whatever Free State Army command it was, up to the Army Council, and then up to Cahir David, who was the Judge Advocate General. But those records would reveal a lot more, I think.
Gemma, do you want to come back?
No, that's a great question that I can't answer either, because I guess I've been thinking about it more from, I've seen a lot of the impact of this, you know, looting and destruction on people long term afterwards. So as to the question of commandeering and return, I don't know. That's a good one, though.
John?
Gemma, you were talking about non-lethal attacks and what have you, and you know, Liam, you mentioned a Friel, and you know, what struck me there was myself and Andy Bielenbringer, Parker O'Rourke, we did one of the Ernie O'Malley notebooks in West Cork, and thought it was important because there's this really compelling testimony by Ted O'Sullivan, who became a TD, about this atrocious torture where he was beaten with hammers for days by O'Friel's brother. You know, Franco Friel, I think was his first name. But it's a really compelling case of torture. And we know, and I actually think that we have really ignored torture as historians of this period. And including the War of Independence and including, and especially the Civil War, because we know it was absolutely commonplace. And you know, it didn't necessarily mean you were getting your fingernails torn out, all of that happened, but it just meant absolutely savage beatings, which were extremely common. And I'm wondering if you're seeing any
potential prosecutions of those, any kind of even discourse around controlling torture, or if you guys are, I mean, I know that's not really a fair question because it's not quite out there, but if you've seen any kind of indication of official unease of this kind of thing that was quite commonplace at the time.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Wake up. No?
So I think this is a great question, John. I think that we don't know a lot. I don't know a lot about torture, but I suppose there is more coming out now in terms of when it takes place within, the prison system. So thinking about Margaret Skinner and Dorothy McCardle's memoirs that Mary McCullagh and Leanne Lane have made into great historical works. So there is some, and Leah Brazil was here talking about the interest of the Red Cross Commission. So there were people investigating these things, but I think there's still just so many, there's a lot more to do. There's so many difficulties in finding out what happened. But I think just to sort of speak slightly on a related point about this, we were talking about morality and respectability. I mean, torture is a counterexample to what I was talking about the restraints of violence. So it's absolutely worthy of further investigation because, I guess when I talk about non-lethal, it's not to say, as we've discussed this morning, that it's not really impactful on your life for a very long time. So yeah, that's a good question.
Hello, yeah, is that working? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks for your presentations, everyone. Just one quick comment on the CID and then two quick questions. So the CID, gentleman asked about its disbanding. So it was disbanded in November 1923. There was also the two other armed units attached to the Ministry of Home Affairs, so the Protective Corps and the Citizens Defence Force, and there's a total of 150 members with the rank of detectives, and 11 of them only were chosen to be in the DMP special branch afterwards in the Free State. So most of them were obviously deemed not fit for service in a peacetime police force. Two quick questions though. One is about the question of property. My impression is that there's there's an amnesty obviously late in the day, but there is an interim period where they stop prosecuting people for things that are committed like competent acts in the Civil War, but they are trying to convict people for civil crimes. Is that correct, in your research? And the other question is specifically for Liam regarding Gaffney. I was under the impression this murder was a reprisal for the killing of a guard. Is that correct in Scardy Glen?
In terms of the Gaffney case, the waters are muddied there. So there was a civic guard killed, and Brosnan, the victim, was implicated in it. So the story goes. But there was also another version where Gaffney had fallen out with the Brosnan family because some sort of a dalliance he had with a female cousin of the victim. And in the court files, in the Department of Justice files, that's never resolved. And if you look at, actually, Gaffney's mother applied for a military pension afterwards. Obviously, it was turned down because he didn't do what he did in the name of Ireland anyway, or didn't die in the service of Ireland. Brosnan's father also applied for a military service pension, and according to that file, Brosnan had ceased active service in May 1923 and was deemed not eligible as a result. So I really don't know. I would imagine a convenient narrative to put forward from the point of view of the soldiers involved is that it was a reprisal for the murder of the civic guard, Guard of Woods, I think his name was. But there was that other story as well, and as I said, it was never resolved.
Just the other question is about is there kind of an interregnum period where they're not prosecuting people for competent crimes, but what they are doing for civil crimes? That's kind of my impression, but I don't have the.
Are you talking to? Is that directed at me? Sorry.
That's anyone who can answer it,
When you're talking about, so what period are you talking about?
So after the IRA ceasefire and the dump arms, my impression is that in the period around the election, they stopped prosecuting people for war activities, if you like, but they are prosecuting people like, for example, Lambert in County Wexford, the IRA commander there, is prosecuted for robbery in an ambush, but not for the killing of a soldier during the ambush.
So obviously because those cases would go to a different court, so the courts came back by degrees. So the lower courts actually did begin to sit, and the Dublin Commission was the first kind of sitting of a court for serious criminal trials. And they basically took over the old British legal infrastructure before introducing the Courts of Justice Act in 1924 to put it distinctly.
Sorry, I'm being told we have to cut here. Okay. Just due to the filming and everything, sorry to interrupt you. And sorry for everyone who didn't get in. Thanks a million to our panel, and thanks everyone for contributing. I'm not used to having a
So everybody, welcome to this final panel at the UCC 1922 conference. And this one's on faith. And I'm joined here, I'm Ida Milne, I'm a social historian at Carlow College. And I'm joined here on the stage by Dr. Andy Billenberg, Dahi O'Caron, Dr. Tricia Oakley-Kessler, and Dr. Gabriel Doherty from UCC. So I've asked each of them to prepare an opening statement to introduce, their area of interest, and also to look at some of the key questions that we might look in relation to faith and the Civil War. And we will begin with Dahi. Sorry, I might just introduce you, Dahi, more fully, if I may, as well. Dahi is a lecturer in the School of History and Geography in Dublin City University. He's published widely on the Irish Revolution, 1912 to 1923, and Irish Catholicism. He is co-author of The Irish Dead of the Revolution, 2020, and very recently, Cathal Brua, An Indomitable Spirit, 2022, and he's co-editor of the acclaimed Irish Revolution, 1912 to 23, series published by Four Courts Press.
Thank you, Ida. And hello, everyone, and hello, everybody who's watching us online. I'm a historian of the Irish Revolution, and I'm also a historian of religion, and in particular Catholicism. So most of my remarks are going to pertain to Catholicism. The question of faith at the time of the Irish Revolution and the Irish Civil War is simply vast. So one way that we can approach it, and one way that I've tried to think about it and to write about it, is to look at the manifestation of faith and faith leadership at three different levels. The level of the individual, the level of the community, and the level of the state and the institutional church, and the interactions between those two great institutions. So if we start with at the bottom, so to speak, and at the level of the individual, again here, there are a myriad of questions that we can pose. But two obvious ones in the context of the Civil War are: how do ardent Catholics, deeply devoted Catholics, how do they reconcile that devotion to their faith and sometimes the practice of lethal political violence? That's one question. Another question that we can ask is: how do individuals respond to the guidance provided by the Catholic bishops on essentially political questions? The best example of this being the October 1922 pastoral, when the bishops are using words they use the word irregular and so on to describe the anti-treaty Republican side. Now, as Ida just mentioned, only the last 2 or 3 days, myself and Dr. Gerard Hanley have published a new study of Cathal Brua. And he makes a fascinating case study for this interaction of faith on one hand and your political motivations on the other. Brua, as we all know, is an ardent Republican, but he is equally an ardent Catholic. During the War of Independence, he dons disguises so he can sneak out from his office to go to Mass without being detected by Crown forces. He is a daily Mass-goer. During the 1916 Rising in the South Dublin Union, the men, led by Brua, are reciting the Rosary at night time. When he is severely wounded, he downs in one go a bottle of holy water from Lourdes, which he told the family helped to staunch his bleeding and keep him alive. Now, killing for Brua is not something that he takes lightly. He fights and he dies in a civil war that he tries to prevent. And on the morning of the 29th of June, 1922, so the Civil War has started, Brua seeks spiritual direction from a trusted priest. He then observes the Holy Hour of Adoration of the Eucharist, obviously making peace with himself before he joins up on O'Connell Street by re-enlisting as a private in the IRA. Now, for activists like Brua, there is a facility to compartmentalize. So being able to put their religious convictions to one side and their political and their Republican convictions to another. But let's take one further example. Let's take the example of Dorothy McCullagh, who's been mentioned in a few papers over the last few days, a Republican journalist and writer. She is so outraged by the support given by the Catholic hierarchy to what she would regard as a murderous government that she renounces her Catholicism. And she practices a type of spirituality for most of her life and then joins the Church of Ireland at the very end of her life. So moving on to the next category, so to speak, that of community, obviously faith is particularly important for religious minorities. So for Northern nationalists in Northern Ireland, it's particularly important. And Andy and Theresa are going to tell us a lot more about other religious minorities. But Northern nationalists felt a sense of betrayal when the Civil War began. They felt that they were being forsaken in their hour of need, and we've heard again in several papers over the last few days of the civil strife in Northern Ireland. But faith was also important for the majority in the 26 counties. It served as a bonding force or a unifying force and provided a sense of stability in the aftermath of the Rising. So things like parish missions, for example, help. Now, they're not the only factor, of course, but they help to heal some of the more glaring wounds of the Civil War. Now, Ireland is very unusual in an international or a European context. No anti-clerical party develops in Ireland. That's very unusual when we compare Ireland to our European neighbours. And when the losers of the Civil War, De Valera and others, form Fianna Fáil in the 1920s, one of the means that they utilise to gain this sense of respectability is to show that they are the loyal sons, mostly sons, but there are some loyal daughters, of the church. And they do that very effectively. And then finally, sort of the last level, at the level of state and the institutional church, the traumas and the legacies of the early 1920s and the Civil War shape church-state relations in a number of very profound ways. So first of all of the main Christian churches on the island of Ireland, they continue to operate on an all-island basis, despite the advent of two political jurisdictions. For the Catholic Church, there is never any question that the political border will fracture its religious unity. So in faith terms, its map image remains an all-Ireland one. And that's quite important in the decades to follow. Second, partition reinforces the association of political allegiance and religious affiliation on both sides of the border. Now, in what becomes the Irish Free State, there is a remarkable religious homogeneity. 93% of the population at the time of the 1926 census are Roman Catholic. And lastly, the advent of Northern Ireland with a unionist government that is hostile and actively hostile to Catholic interests fills the Catholic bishops, the Catholic hierarchy, with dread and foreboding. And that helps us to understand and to explain their determination to safeguard the treaty settlement and, to borrow Patrick Murray's wonderful expression, to sustain the Irish Free State during the traumas of the Civil War. And the reason they do so is because on the horizon, whenever the Civil War ends, they see the immense opportunities that will be afforded the majority religion in independent Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dahi. I hadn't realised the book was quite that hot off the presses. We'll move now to Theresa Oakley-Kessler. Now, I've really enjoyed engaging with you over the last few days and really getting to learn about a kind of different demographic profile of Jews in Ireland to what we are experiencing today. You're a research associate at the Wolf Institute in Cambridge. Your doctoral thesis from UCD examined political, social and economic change in 1930s Ireland through the prism of Jewish refugee factories, which are really plotted all around the country, aren't they?
At the West, mostly in the West, yeah.
Okay, so more broadly, Trisha explores the Irish economy through a socio-cultural lens to understand everyday life, racism, nationalism, and gender in Irish history. She's published several articles on Jewish and non-Jewish encounters in Ireland, and is presently working on a monograph of her doctoral research. She is a teaching research fellow at the Herzog Centre in Trinity College, Dublin, and she supervises modern Irish history and British political history at Cambridge, and is a co-convener of the Cambridge Modern Irish History Seminar.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ida. And thank you. Sorry, I can see, I need to see them there, but I have to take them off to see yours. Anyway, it's wonderful to be here. And it's actually fantastic to be given a platform as a sort of Jewish voice and as a researcher of the Jewish community, which I think has got a sort of looking at Irish history through a minority Jewish lens has a lot to offer Irish history. So it's actually wonderful to be here. So thank you very much. Okay. So on 11th of January 1922, the Evening Herald printed the following telegram sent from the Cork Jewish community to President Griffith of Dáil Éireann. Quote, "With fervent feelings of gratitude to Almighty God, the Jewish community of this noble city hailed the ratification of the peace treaty with Britain and promised to work hand in hand with their fellow citizens for the prosperity of Ireland that has never oppressed a suffering nation," end quote. And as we see, I think this shows that the Cork Jewish community was really eager to express its support for the treaty and also declare loyalty as fellow citizens of this new nation. The following day, a letter appeared in the Irish Examiner from a Jewish well-wisher who had grown up in Cork and was now living in London. He suggested that the paper begin a subscription list to raise money to be divided among the hospitals of this hard-hit city, and he offered a 10-guinea subscription as a starter fund. This was citizenship in action. Both the telegram and the letter were reprinted in the leading Anglo-Jewish newspaper, the Jewish Chronicle, a London Anglo-Jewish newspaper, that's where it was printed, and but it serviced the whole of the British Empire, and served as a reminder to its readers that tolerance and acceptance of a minority were aligned with loyalty to the nation and active citizenship. And I think this is an important point to keep in mind as we talk further in this panel. However, and at the time this was not a given, for as the Jewish Chronicle noted, there was a rising anti-Semitism in Europe and the continued crisis of the Jews in Ukraine. And I think this is another interesting lens through which the Jewish community looked and observed the violence and particularly the civil war by looking at what was happening in Europe and in Ukraine. So by 1922, this small and diverse community, I think it's important, was a relatively new minority in Ireland, and its community structures were still in formation and shaped by its affiliation to Anglo Jewry, which espoused the values and philosophy of becoming English people of the Jewish persuasion. For Jews living in Ireland, the question of identity was more complex. Cormac O'Grada argues that newly arrived immigrant Jews saw Ireland as an annex, a hyphenated land, England-Ireland. Close connections with Great Britain through family, ethnic and trade networks were vital to this community, the Irish community, and the Jewish Chronicle played a very important role in maintaining these links. So for many Irish Jews, their identity was formed within a marginal space, but it was also shaped by nationalism, religious encounters, class, ethnicity, xenophobia, and anti-Semitism. And I think it's also important to thinking about the previous paper that representations of Jews or an understanding of Jews at this point was often through religious literacy and the liturgy. So that's an important aspect. And also, I think Jews were very much seen within an economic space, and that has problems. A key question to think about today, however, is how the Jewish minority navigated the political and social instability of the revolutionary years when questions of belonging, allegiance, and identity came to the fore. And moreover, and this is of interest to me, how did the experience of Jews living in provincial towns differ from those in the larger communities of Cork and Dublin? The census records shows a decrease in the number of Jews recorded in provincial Irish towns between 1911 and 1926. The numbers weren't very high to begin with, but particularly in Munster, including Cork, Kerry, Limerick, and Waterford. And overall, there was a decrease of 3% from 3,805 in 1911 to 3,686 in 1926. So we're talking a very small community. And while, of course, decisions to leave were most likely due to a range of economic and social factors, but we cannot dismiss the reality that Jews living in smaller Irish communities were more vulnerable during the revolutionary period, although the only Jewish fatalities of this period was the shooting of 3 Jewish men in Dublin in October and November 1923. I'm currently working on some private papers of the Khan family, who are the cousins of Robert Briscoe, who lived in Tullow from 1890 to 1922. Their decision to sell their motor garage and leave their home of almost 30 years to move to London was partly shaped, because there are other factors as well, but it was shaped by the violence on the ground. Their house help had her hair cropped for fraternizing with British soldiers, and their daughter had a gun put to her head. Why, questioned Isaac Khan, is this beautiful land so troubled? And I think reading his memoir, there is an element of trauma that runs through that. He loved his home, he loved his business, he loved his friends, and there was a sort of sense of loss for the rest of his life. The Khans were seemingly fully integrated into the local community, economically and socially. They negotiated different social scenarios. Their 7 daughters and 2 sons attended the local Catholic schools, and Isaac was a Freemason. And they present, which is really important, a more diverse picture of the Irish Jewish experience. They were happy with their Jewish lives in provincial Ireland, going to Dublin for festivals, having the Briscoes to Tullow for holidays. But I've been thinking since John Reagan's paper yesterday about how these networks of knowledge played out in communities, and that it didn't take much for neighbours to become strangers, and that if you think you're part of a certain network and then suddenly you're feeling vulnerable, and your networks then are sort of in the larger Jewish communities of Dublin and Cork, you begin to kind of see there's a complexity and a vulnerability there. The Khan experience raises the question of the impact of this revolutionary period on the landscape of Jewish Ireland that saw diminishing Jewish numbers in provincial Ireland, and the consolidation of the Cork, Dublin Jewish communities. It also highlights the importance of networks for minority faith communities. And I would say at this point, God Almighty was not going to save them. It was the networks that was going to protect them. And the importance of developing the different pathways to structures of social power and new social spaces as they're trying to navigate and manage change. And it's perhaps no surprising that the Jewish community gave such prominence to the roles of Robert Briscoe and Rabbi Herzog, because both presented a community in sympathy with republicanism, although it was more complicated. For example, Rabbi Herzog was only officially recognized as the chief rabbi of the Irish Free State in 1926. Until then, many in the community continued to accept the authority of Rabbi Hertz as the chief rabbi of the British Empire. And these internal tussles reflected the challenges the community faced in navigating change. But what I think Rabbi Herzog did so well is that he began to make these networks. He could actually reach out to who he thought would be important in order to protect the community. And while many within the community may not have fully supported the activities of Briscoe, there is no doubt again that his connection to the Republican movement was significant during these unsettled times. And I think you begin to see the communities having to think in a different way about how to manage this change, but also how to have these connections and mediations and protection. And they were diverse. So it's interesting that one of the first events hosted by the Dublin Jewish community in July 1923, as noted in the Jewish Chronicle, was a celebration of the contribution to the community of the Jewish JP, Philip Sayre. And it was noted that a number of TDs who had signed the peace treaty were in attendance, as well as the widow of Arthur Griffith. So you get this sense of the diversity within the community and the different networks that were being played out. Finally, I'd just like to sort of look at this for a minority that placed great value on loyalty and citizenship, the experience of a civil war and the potential breakdown of constitutional democracy was no doubt concerning. How do you manage? Who do you profess your loyalty to? So there was this sense that looking at memoirs of the period, you get the sense that the community is holding its breath. It's turning inwards, it's closing its doors to provide cultural and religious support, but it's also playing also active citizenship. They're running soup kitchens in Dublin, they're contributing and fundraising for the local distress funds. And I think it was a time in which the sort of communal structures were being strengthened and these networks were developed because they knew as a community they were going to have to navigate a new minority status in the Irish Free State. And thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Tricia. Next, let's move to Andy Bielenberg, who did his PhD at London School of Economics. He's been lecturing in Irish economic and social history at the School of History in UCC since 1992. And in recent years, his research and writing has focused on aspects of the Irish Revolution. Over to you, Andy.
Thanks, Tricia. The loyalist majority of the southern Protestant population could celebrate victory after the First World War as part of the Protestant majority across the United Kingdom at large. The extensive commemoration of the First World War dead within Protestant churches underwrote one of the defining differences with the nationalist community for decades to come, indeed, down to the present day. And this commemoration was faith-based insofar as it took place within semi-private church settings, commemorating the sacrifice for the British war effort. When the provisional government was established and the British Army withdrew in 1922, the Southern Protestants found themselves to be now a tiny minority within a Catholic nationalist state. Many did not see the state as their state. And much discussion in the historiography has circled around the impact of the IRA campaign on Protestants and the extent to which they were driven out. That people were driven out is not in doubt. The question is, how many? But many left due to regime change or the fact that they had no desire to live in a Catholic state. Military withdrawal accounted for part of the Protestant exodus, although, of course, most of these were British-born Protestants. Also, British and imperial opportunities in these years were also strong pull factors for Protestants, on top of the undoubted push factors which revolution initiated, including fear. Although there were some extreme sectarian episodes in 1922, such as the Dunmanway Massacre or Altnavay. These were exceptional rather than typical. Nonetheless, Loyalist compensation claims reveal significant geographic concentrations of post-truce attacks on Loyalist households, in particular areas such as West Cork, the Midlands, North Tipperary. And these included boycotts, farm confiscations, forced sales, intimidation and injury, raids, damage to buildings, etc. Arson attacks on Protestant homes across the south between 1919 and 1923 are estimated to have amounted to about 400 in total. But in this, we must understand that the larger share of these houses were big houses. And of course, these largely belonged, or all belonged, to the Loyalist establishment. And in most of the south of Ireland, these arson attacks on big houses increased in the Civil War. And then the 1923 Land Act further diminished the position of this declining elite. Undoubtedly, land was a major issue, more notably in the west of Ireland, where agrarianism flared up as a central feature of the revolution. But we can see from the 1926 census that Protestant land ownership on larger holdings held up relatively well, and they retained a disproportionate share of larger holdings. Unlike the old landed elite in Russia, for example, or Ukraine, who were removed at this point in time. And when the Civil War ended, Protestants retained a well-developed ecclesiastical infrastructure, a network of schools, hospitals, sports clubs, a major university. They still dominated the business, professional, and industrial elite. And moreover, the introduction of PR in the Dáil for the 1922 election, almost 100 years ago, I think, or exactly 100 years ago to the day. This led to an actual improvement of representation for Protestants than what they would have had under the old under the old system, under the British system. Protestant religious rights were respected in the new state. Nonetheless, the years of the revolution had undoubtedly been the most difficult period for the Protestant community in the last 200 years.
Thank you very much, Andy. I'm struck very forcibly and very personally as you're talking that my grandfather, Harry Millen, was a Presbyterian in Wexford at the time, and there were 3 incidents which he survived and which he could have become part of you and your history. And my life wouldn't exist in the first place. So, you know, I think there are many stories that we have of that, of good neighbourliness between Protestants and Catholic, where Protestants are saved. And, you know, it's something that I personally would like to emphasise in this debate that we're having here. And Gabriel then, last but not least, we'll move to you. Gabriel Doherty is a college lecturer within the School of History in UCC with a research specialism in the field of revolution, and you've really been one of the leading players, along with my colleagues here as well, in the commemorations for the decade. He's a member of the academic advisory group to the Irish government on policy regarding the decade of centenary. So the floor over to you then, Gabriel.
Well, thank you. Well, I suppose in terms of duration, I'm last and may well be least, because I actually will speak sort of a little bit more briefly, partly because Dahi has said some of the things that I wanted to say, and some of the other speakers have covered the points, and just with a view to try and, as it were, move on to a discussion phase. suppose when one's looking at an institution such as the Roman Catholic Church in Ireland, there are two aspects I think that has to be taken into account. It's hierarchical, and therefore one cannot possibly comprehend the significance of the church without studying that top-down aspect. And of course, within the context of the Civil War, that includes, perhaps most obviously, the alleged politicization, I think weaponization of access to the sacraments is one part of that. One also has to have a look at the religious orders and the other elements of the church that made up that hierarchy. And of course, one also needs to take into account what I think is the rather neglected and misunderstood role of the Vatican during the Irish Civil War, which I think has a surprisingly radical note. But the other aspect of the Roman Catholic Church in Ireland is that it is the faith of the vast majority of the people, and therefore one cannot simply reduce it to the top-down elements. One also has to have a look at the role of the non-institutional factors and the role of the individual and the role as of faith formation and communal attitudes more generally. So I don't want to speak too much longer than that. One, perhaps with a view to getting the discussion moving, however, perhaps taking up one point that Dahi made with regard to how individuals reconciled, as it were, their fidelity to a church that preached the doctrine of non-violence and of the desirability of peace, with actions that were anything but. I think the way, now, there are various different practical ways in which that could be done. First of all, it's simply turning a deaf ear to the voices that one didn't want to hear. On the case of the anti-treatyites who were theoretically prevented from access to the sacraments, it wasn't that difficult to find a sympathetic member of the clergy. But I think there's also a theological aspect that many of those who have access to violence during the Civil War, especially perhaps on the anti-treaty side, but also on the pro-treaty side. And I think if one goes back to Pearce's speech at O'Donovan Ross's graveside, he says the same Christ that said, "My peace I leave you, my peace I give you," was also the Christ that said, "I bring not peace but the sword." And the same Christ also said that, Pearce was saying this in his speech, that it is a Christian duty to hate untruth, to hate that which is wrong, and to take action to stop it. So I think in that sense, I think that there was a way in which, if you wish to describe that as theology, in which these type of rationalizations could be used by participants to justify actions which, of course, in many respects violated some of the most sacred principles and tenets of their faith. I prefer to leave it there and have the discussion more open after that.
That's a really fascinating concept as well. I'm just wondering maybe that each of you would talk about the key concerns or priorities of each group in the Civil War. Like, what did they fear most, or what did they hope for? Tricia, maybe you'd...
Yeah, I'm happy to start with that.
Yeah.
First of all, it's really difficult. There isn't a lot of information, so because there is this sort of sense that they held the breath, they just waited for it to, whenever it's going to be over, and they just got on with their lives, but negotiating and managing all this change. I think Ian Dalton brought up in his paper, they feared this idea about the failure of constitutional democracy. What was going to happen? Was there going to be a sort of a long period of disorder, and how would this long period of political and social instability actually have an impact on the community? And of course, they're always kind of looking, they were very active and very aware of what was happening in Ukraine and other minorities, and they were actively kind of fundraising and supporting. But, in 1916, after the Rising, there was a problem. There was a moment of anti-Semitism that really kind of problemized and worried the community, and that was the publication of the Catholic Bulletin about the blood libel, and it was three of the of the journals, and it was very problematic and very worrying, and it sort of led them to think that, oh, it could just be, the problem might be around the corner. Now, it was dealt with, and it was dealt with in a private way between the Anglo-Jewish community and the Board of Deputies in London, and they contacted Archbishop Walpes. He never got back, and Dermot Keir's written about this. But their sort of way of dealing with that, or slightly being worried about it, was just to kind of observe and keep your head down to a certain extent. So I think their main concern was about stability and democracy and having a certainty about how they would move forward, and as citizens they wanted to really sort of exemplify or state and that they were fellow citizens in this country.
You've mentioned this sense of citizenship quite a lot.
Yeah.
It obviously is very important within the community.
Well, I mean, I think we've got to see it in a larger. I mean, it was the post-emancipation contract that when Jews were sort of came and were allowed citizenship. Part of that contract is that contract was that you become the most loyal citizens in the country, and you can see that, and of course that all came crashing down in the 30s. But so this was an implicit thing, and the Anglo-Jewish community would work very hard to make sure that these immigrant Jews from Russia understood that, because they were coming from a place that had no sort of sense of emancipation. So it was something that was sort of learnt and shaped, and this was part of what I was saying about these communal structures were still in formation, because there were still kind of small Russian kind of little havras that were still operating in Dublin, and so that was really important to sort of internally make sure they felt coherent, which would then protect them sort of outside the community.
Thank you. Andy, would you like to look then at the Protestant communities and
sure.
their concerns?
I suppose what we've got to remember is that in the Civil War, the anti-treaty IRA was not a paid army, so they had to live off the land. Mm-hmm. And of course, ex-loyalist households were prime targets, and they deliberately picked on loyalist households. Also, on average, many of them were better off. So billeting, putting people into those households, and they lived off the food. And of course, they also had very nice beds, which the IRA enjoyed for much of the Civil War. And the IRA, people were talking during the conference about the dog tax. That did not go very far. And I can see in loyalist compensation claims that they picked up money at the point of a gun. No dog tax or anything, just 50 quid now, please. And it was pretty crude. So also, of course, holding on to land was important for those who had land. And of course, for those who had land confiscated in the War of Independence, like the spy farms in West Cork, they were trying to get their land back again, which ultimately they did when the Special Infantry Corps came to West Cork.
I'm struck looking at the Church of Ireland Gazette, how little they actually mention the Civil War within the pages. Gabriel, that's occurred to you as well, has it? They talk about, they talk about Ukraine, they talk about growing fascism in Italy, they talk about the collapse of the Treaty of Sèvres and the issue in Turkey, but they don't really mention, it's like the elephant in the room that they don't talk about it, and again, is that because of what you talk about, that, Tricia, that conservatism, that they're so afraid that they don't say? I don't know whether any of you would have an opinion on that.
What I might say there with regard to certainly not just the Catholic hierarchy, but much Catholic literature. I mean, I've studied the Irish Catholic newspaper, for example. And I think one has to make a very clear distinction between before the Civil War breaks out and after the Civil War breaks out. Before the Civil War breaks out, I don't think the primary focus is stopping a civil war, because I don't think there's necessarily a widespread belief that a civil war is inevitable or will happen. There's obviously concern that it might happen, and steps have been taken in the spring to try and to warn against that danger. But I think the concerns are far more with regard to Northern Ireland and trying to do the best they can to stop Northern Ireland becoming established, and also a belief that the Free State will become established and trying to engineer a position to the greatest advantage. And of course, until the Wilson shooting, which I think has been identified as absolutely central to the sequence of events that led to the outbreak of the Civil War, I think that remained their focus. And I think that belief that a civil war, however risky it might be, was by no means certain, was widely shared. It wasn't just a concern of or a belief of the Catholic hierarchy. Once the Civil War breaks out, clearly the focus is as trying to bring it to as swift an end as possible and as complete a victory for the Free State side as possible. But to come back to the point that there's a whole series of other considerations, domestic and international. And of course, because the Civil War, as well, the conventional phase pretty much goes entirely in the favour of the Free State government until the deaths of Griffith and Collins. I don't think there's necessarily any huge alarm. I think the deaths of Griffith and Collins certainly introduces a greater degree of uncertainty because they're clearly the leading lights of the treaty settlement. But even though, of course, because this is a conference on the Civil War, we're only looking at the Civil War, but there are so many other things going on as well that broader perspective perhaps may be lost sight of.
Thank you. Dahi, have you anything to?
I suppose there are two or three major concerns for the Catholic Church. One is that the majority opinion that would be upheld. And the result of the June 1922 general election is very important in that regard. There's a real concern, echoing what Theresa mentioned, about the need to return to a state of order. There are fears that society is breaking down. And you can almost imagine the bishops breathing a sigh of relief in early 1923 when they can get back to the relatively safe ground of giving out about licentiousness, the length of women's dresses, hot jazz, etc., and away from political questions because of the dangers associated with those questions. And that there is also an ongoing concern for the Catholic minority in Northern Ireland. And just before the outbreak of the Civil War, the hierarchy released a statement where they talk about a campaign of extermination, and they are the words that they use, being waged by the Ulster Special Constabulary against the Catholic community. They compare it to Turkish atrocities in Armenia. But they also take the opportunity to denounce, in no uncertain terms, the atrocities against the Protestant community in West Cork and Altnavay.
Can I come in?
Yeah.
I think another, just following what Andy was saying, I think another concern is that these communities, you've got Cork community, you've got your Dublin community, but you've got your smaller communities in Waterford and Limerick. And I think they're struggling economically. I mean, I think there's been 3 years of sort of, they're not wealthy communities. In fact, you've got letters to the chief rabbi saying, first of all, they can't get a teacher to come to Limerick because nobody wants to come to Ireland, it's so unsettled. And so this is really fundamental to, maintaining and continuing a Jewish life, your education, your learning Hebrew towards your mitzvahs. So they can't get a teacher to come to Limerick. But also they're really struggling financially. They're asking, look, the rabbi here is doing so much work. There's only 20 families. The rabbi is doing so much work and he's hardly getting paid anything because the money to pay the rabbi comes from the community. So if the community is small and then, and they're still, they're not a wealthy community, they may have had some small shops, there was still probably some still kind of, I think looking at Cormac O'Grad, there's still this element of sort of peddling or, on the lower rungs of the commercial economy. So I think the disruption, and with the railways, I think the disruption to their economic well-being is huge. And we don't hear that, we don't know about it, but it was happening. And I think, they're thinking about their viability. They're working very hard to stay in this country. They're, in Dublin, they're working very hard to try and think about building another synagogue maybe. and that they see that they can belong here. But there are lots of different issues that are going on. I think economic is a really important one with the disruption.
Could I come into that? Yeah, of course, the economic recession hits, quite apart from the War of Independence and the Civil War. The economic recession hits in 1920 already. It gets very quickly worse in 1921. There's very, very high unemployment, not least among ex-soldiers from the First World War. And then, of course, with the campaign by the anti-treaty side against economic infrastructure, particularly the railways, that really damages a lot of trade and movement of goods and so forth. So it is an environment, that resonates what you're saying in terms of the economic situation.
Yeah. So we have both the railway and the postal strike in that period, and it's hugely disruptive to the whole operation that's going on at the time of society, as well as what's going on in the war situation.
And the plethora of local strikes that weren't necessarily national in nature.
And again, that's something that's really heavily covered in the Church of Ireland literature. It's so frequently mentioned. I'm wondering if it just might be a time, because time is moving on, we might go to the audience for some questions. We have plenty of other things here we'd like to discuss, but Ian. And if you just might introduce yourself for the purposes of the online audience when you...
Oh, sorry. Is that working? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Ian Dalton. Thank you. They're very interesting points and from different perspectives. I suppose I'm going to make a comment rather than a question, but somebody might like to comment on my comment. I think the particular nature, for instance, of the Church of Ireland's demography coloured its institutional reaction to the settlement of Ireland, if you can call it that, in 1922. 3/4 of its population were in Northern Ireland, which meant that it was quite, in one sense, unbalanced. But the institutional church had to do a job which would allow it to see both of the states that had been set up as legitimate. And it was very anxious to make sure that sense of legitimacy was equally applied. They had a problem, for instance, with the Church of Ireland Gazette in this period because it was edited by a strongly anti-partitionist editor, Chamberlain, who frequently published editorials that I think probably got up the nostrils of a lot of his northern co-religionists. So I think the important point to remember is that to navigate the constitutional settlements in both jurisdictions was a prime concern of a church which was very nearly the majority in Northern Ireland, not quite, it was slightly less than the Presbyterians, but it was a tiny minority in the south, and that this coloured different perceptions of the states, but in both cases the institutional church it was paramount that it recognises the absolute legitimacy of both states and doesn't allow the minority in the south to question the legitimacy of the north, or indeed the northern Protestants to question the legitimacy of the Irish Free State.
Can I just, as a part response to that, I've studied not just the Irish treaty debates, but studying the Westminster treaty debates, the other treaty debates, as it were, which were required under the terms of the treaty, and looking at the contributions of the Southern Unionist community, the relatively small number of TDs, people like Maurice Dockrell who were elected, and the slightly larger number of Southern Unionist landlords. And of course, from a political point of view, they're speaking as unionists per se rather than as on behalf of the Protestant community, but it's understood by everybody that that's part of their brief. And looking at both British and Irish treaty debates, I think the most enthusiastic section in support of the treaty is the Southern Unionist community. Obviously, the anti-treaty side, the diehard in Ireland, the diehard side in Britain are absolutely opposed. The British government and I suppose the signatories on both the British and Irish side sort of are conscious of the flaws within the settlement. And the one voice that speaks up absolutely sort of loudly and clearly in support of the settlement is that relatively small but very talented Southern Unionist stroke Anglican community that was present in Westminster during the debates.
Well, I think can I just say, I think they recognised where their interests lay.
Yeah.
And we're back to the economics of it largely again. The politics had largely been settled and accepted reluctantly, and probably privately they were not happy. But by and large, they saw that where their interests lay, and were prepared to accept the settlement in the south as the best that they could possibly do. And that was really, I think, what coloured that.
Can I just come back? So I think it's a really interesting point. I think, again, looking at the Jewish Chronicle, I think we've got to, from the Jewish perspective, the Jewish community perspective, there was this kind of support of the settlement, support of the treaty, because the Jewish community, don't forget, were also thinking about their future and the future. We've had the Balfour Declaration. They're looking at how this has been mediated, how it's working out and playing out. So, for example, there's a lot of editorials in the JC during this time where they're sort of, talking about this new era and how it's closing the long, long, dark history of persecution and tyranny on behalf of the Irish people. So they're also looking at this and thinking, it's really important that it's settled, and that it's sort of settled in a way that maybe provides some kind of template for the Jewish community in the way that they're sort of hoping that the Balfour Declaration may play out.
So we'll go to Brian Hanley. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
We'll go to Brian Hanley for the next question, I think.
Thanks, Brian Hanley. Just a question for Theresa. You mentioned the Catholic Bulletin articles in 1916. They were written by Father Thomas Burbage, and by 1917 he's a member of the executive of Sinn Féin. The Catholic Bulletin was edited by J.J. O'Kelly, who by 1918 is a Sinn Féin TD. Narrowly gets in. He's also president of the Gaelic League at various points. And while he's not a central figure in terms of Irish Republican history, what I find interesting and also depressing is that those views aren't challenged, really. That, who were the allies of the Jewish community, if you know what I mean? Because I find in a whole range of literature at the time, both casual anti-Semitism of all kinds of types, but also then the tropes of the international right, the Jewish Bolshevik, the Jewish financier, and so on. Now, during the War of Independence itself, that's very common on the British and the Unionist side, because they see the IRA as part of this Bolshevik plot as well. But during the Civil War, elements on the pro-treaty side, and this, Collins didn't use anti-Semitism, but he uses De Valera's American Birth as a xenophobic way to target him famously in the treaty debates. And that becomes very, very common. De Valera the foreigner, De Valera the Spaniard, De Valera the Jew. And by the 1930s, I mean, if you go to Fine Gael meetings across the Free State, Briscoe the Jew, De Valera the Jew is just a very, very common trope. So is it significant that really there are very few people outside the Jewish community who say, no, that's wrong? Who say, no, we shouldn't tolerate that. I know some do, and there is some debate, and even within the Republican movement, there are very mixed and diverse views as well. But isn't it, that issue of the Catholic Bulletin is very significant in Irish Republican history, because it's those issues that really popularised the 1916 martyrs. So lots of people read it, in other words, and while they were probably buying it for the news about the rising, they're getting medieval anti-Semitism along with their
news. I mean, it's sensational. I think it's a really good question, and I think that, I think there was anti-Semitism on the margins, and I think it was bubbling away, and I think it became visible at certain points, and I think it particularly, in the 1920s, but certainly in the 1930s, as you say, where the sort of language changed and there was a real sort of focus on kind of Bolshevism and the Jews, particularly from the Catholic Church, from members of the Catholic Church. And I think this is another thing that I think really needs to be some great research and looking at a broader understanding of different Catholic voices and the Jewish Catholic encounter. That hasn't been done, and there needs to be more research on that. But I think that I think there was an internal dilemma here. I think the Limerick boycott of 1904 was handled in a way that I think the Anglo-Jewish community decided they weren't going to handle it in that way, which is it became very visible, it was internationalized, you know, and they lost control of it, and it was, you know, it was complex. There's a new publication coming out about it soon. So you can see that they've made a decision that you just keep your head down. So we know that when the Catholic Bulletin, that they decided to do sort of like private letters to Archbishop Walsh, who never replied. But instead of, there's a whole series of letters back and forth from Edwin Solomons to the Chief Rabbi's office saying, you know, what do we do? Well, look, let's just hold on to see if the next issue, because it might not come out in the next issue. Yes, it does. Okay, so what do we do? Okay, let's not publicize it because it'll just make it worse because I'm feeling vulnerable. So this is a tendency that then happens from then on. And you see that the chief rabbi wanted to do a pastoral tour in 1916, and they write to him and said, it would be a disaster right now. They talk about the atmosphere. Again, another letter in 26, again, sort of talks a little bit about there's an atmosphere. So I think they're kind of living with this kind of anti-Semitism, but it becomes visible, it's invisible, and it's in the margins, they can touch it, but it becomes very visible at certain points. And the De Valera Jewish thing becomes really visible in the 1930s through an economic lens, because Fine Gael, Cumana Gael, and then Fine Gael are sort of trying to attack De Valera, particularly with his economic policy and protectionism and tariffs, et cetera, and so they go for this idea that, you know, De Valera is Jewish and he's allowing Jews into the economy, and therefore he's not doing what he's promised, which is providing, you know, an economy that's serving Irish interests. It's going to be serving Jewish interests. So it's always there. But the Catholic Bulletin is extraordinary. I mean, and when I talk to scholars who do medieval Bible, they'd never heard about it because it was kept quiet. Now, I don't know whether anybody, you know, in the Protestant community, whether there was anything sort of said about that at that time. I'm not sure whether it was talked about in the Gazette or not. You don't know? No.
In fact, we have another question there in the audience, but now can you just check the microphone is on, please? Great, it is, thanks.
Hello there, Niall Buckley from Trinity College, Dublin. So I have one quick question for Dahi and another question for Dr. Kessler about anti-Semitism. Firstly, Dahi, about the intersection of material and spiritual warfare. I find that quite interesting. I presented myself on a Wednesday in the Catholic Church in the legitimization of political authority. I was quite intrigued just before the outbreak of the Civil War, a homily given by the Archbishop of Clonfert in County Galway about just war theory, tyrannicide, the hierarchy between divine, natural and civil law coming from Christ's recognition of Pontius Pilate's civil authority coming from directly from God, that even if you work against divine law, there's still a certain legitimacy in civil law in and of itself. But specifically, that it seems to be the case that both sides, anti-treaty and pro-treaty, see not just a material struggle, but a spiritual struggle, and to label their opponents through a religious lens. For example, the anti-treaty side quite often would associate the pro-treaty side with being flirting with Freemasonry, and the pro-treaty side would label the anti-treaty side as flirting with Marxism, both movements, ideologies being contrary to the faith and condemned by a series of papal encyclicals. But also I found interesting that in the correspondence with the Free State and the Vatican, Francis George Duffy, the Minister for External Affairs, even before the Civil War in the 20s, from 20 to 23, he's quite put out by the fact that the Free State doesn't get recognition from the Vatican. And he specifically mentions how he attributes this to the Protestant and Freemasonic press, both even not just in America and England, but in Rome as well, and how it's having an influence. And he even points out that it's somewhat permeated through the Vatican press as well, that these narratives are being accepted tacitly, and that he can't get a papal audience, but that heathens, Mohammedans, and Jews could get a papal audience. But also specifically, I'd just like to ask you about, I found it very interesting as well, the October pastoral. It seems to me that in the forecourts, it's reported by the Irish Times that, of course, they're barricaded and they besiege themselves within the forecourts, but they're still getting pastoral assistance, a chaplaincy from Capuchin priests within there. Now, it seems to me a very dubious canon law argument, and I'd be quite sympathetic to the point of view that the Irish bishops exploited the passivity of the Vatican in a sede vacante period between the death of Benedict XV and the election of Pius XI. But was it a matter of conscience? How did clerics interpret the pastoral? Because it wouldn't have a binding canonical power in and of itself, but yet they would have a duty to their superior bishop at the same time. But that duty would only go so far as it would go towards the law of obedience, and the salvation of souls being the primary and supreme law of the Catholic Church. So how is this a matter of conscience? Was this strictly obeyed?
That's a complicated question. I suppose I'll offer two brief answers, because I know we're kind of pressed for time. So I think, first of all, one of the objectives of the pastoral was to rein in priests who were giving spiritual assistance to the anti-treaty side. And then, as Gabriel mentioned, there's this threat that the sacraments will be denied. Okay. Now, the religious orders don't have the same level of obedience to a local bishop, and that's why we see, for example, in the Mam Hotel, you have Capuchins and other religious orders. In terms of the Vatican, it's quite complicated, in the sense that there are persistent fears going back to the 1880s that the Brits have the Pope's ear. And so there are those concerns going on right throughout the Irish Revolution. The bishops have the view that the Vatican doesn't really understand Irish conditions. We do not want sort of papal observers telling us what to do and reporting potentially the wrong view of things back to Rome. And then, of course, the pastoral itself, theologically, has as many holes in it as a sieve, and the Republican side exploit that, appeal directly to the Pope. And maybe, Gabriel, if you want to add a comment.
One point I was simply making, it's sort of slight adjunct that you mentioned, Clonfert. The first bishop that's appointed after independence or into the Free State is Bishop Duignan to Clonfert. And he is a very vigorous opponent of the treaty. Now, to me, that seems pretty clear evidence that the Vatican had judged that the Irish hierarchy had got it wrong in coming down completely and 100% on one side of what was basically a political question, and had misused their powers in, for example, the denial of the sacraments. Why else would they appoint somebody who was anti-treaty? It's an inference rather than something you can prove conclusively. But to me, that's an indication that, as the reading of the Vatican's intentions, as I suppose is always the case with the Vatican, there are so many angles that one has to take into account to reduce its action simply to one or two elements, even though I suppose I've just done it, is usually mistaken.
We are just out of time, and thank you very much to the audience for your questions, but maybe you each might like to make a closing statement.
Well, I suppose one thing that I mentioned to you when we were just talking about the format is research. Sort of what remains to be done and what angles from a faith perspective need to be researched. One thing I would like to see is sort of more work done on the key individuals, biographies. It's a rather standard, some would say old-fashioned type of history, but I think until we understand people such as members of the hierarchy within both the Church of Ireland and the Catholic Church and chief rabbis and the like, that our understanding of how those institutions operated will always be incomplete.
And to look at the connectivities, because, when you were talking about Walsh not replying, and what the history of that is. Trisha, do you want to have a couple of quick remarks?
3 things I'd like to do. So one, I think from a perspective of Irish Jewish studies, I think we need to bring more diverse voices in. I think there's a lot of work being done at the moment. Katrina Goldstone's doing fantastic work with Leslie Dakin. Barry Montgomery on sort of plays and drama, Natalie Wynne on sort of looking at a kind of questioning this idea about this community narrative where, Ireland's never suppressed them. Sometimes I think that was more a reminder, just to remind you that you haven't. So I think there's that. I think that's really interesting. And I think secondly, I think there is a really interesting more research to do on the sort of the Catholic kind of Jewish and Protestant, how not necessarily just interfaith, but just how they representations and understandings of each other. And I think that takes me to the sort of third thing is I think there's a greater history to be done on the anti-Semitism in Ireland.
And Dahi?
Just to maybe I'd add to the list that Gabriel was putting together, there's a real need to do significant work on the religious orders, particularly female religious orders, right throughout the Irish Revolution and the Civil War. I think it's one really glaring area, particularly given the numbers involved.
And gender was an area we were meant to discuss, but time ran out on us. Yeah, thanks for that. And Andy?
I suppose 2 things, how important the separateness of Catholics and Protestants continued to be after independence. And really, best measure of that is how few mixed marriages there were. It was very, very low. There were very few marriages were mixed. And that shows how separate the 2 communities were in family terms and social terms. Then the second thing I think is the treaty settlement. The final point is the treaty settlement was strongly influenced by what the British perceived to be the needs of the minority. So dominion status, it was very important that Ireland would remain within the British Empire. That was enormously important to Protestant loyalists at the time. Secondly, the PR system, which survives today, that was put there in the first place that the minority would have some kind of representation. And it's interesting that there were attempts to get rid of that, but it survived
held true across time.
Held true because it does represent smaller groups like the Green Movement or the Labour Party would never get seats, if it wasn't for the PR system. So, but it's interesting. This is where
but also the Jewish community and the Church of Ireland and etc. That the faiths did hold political representation because of it.
So that was, I think, very important, and it shows how important the representation of the minority was considered to be in the treaty settlement.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you all, to each of you very much for this, and I'd just like to give you a round of applause. And as we're at the very final session, just to thank UCC for this splendid conference, and to hand over to the Head of History, Mervyn O'Driscoll, for a few concluding remarks.
Whatever one can say after this conference, one is in danger of being viewed as trite, because it's almost impossible to summarize the richness of what has been unveiled to us over the last 4 days. we have chosen not to revisit the Collins-De Valera split as depicted by Neil Jordan. Instead, we've chosen to get into the rich local, international history. And what we see is that the Civil War has got numerous dimensions. You will have seen some of them on display over the last few days, whether it be a local, biographical, gender, international, depends on the perspectives you take. Intercommunal, internment, there are innumerable perspectives which have not been satisfactorily explored in the existing literature. So therefore, I think you have to take it cumulatively in terms of what has been displayed here over the last 4 days. And I don't think this is the end of our investigations in this section of the Civil War. It should be the beginning. And it's an indication of what is possible if we continue this process. But I need to make a few final comments and to thank a few people. In a very practical way, the School of History has been very important in supporting this initiative in terms of a collective sense. Obviously, John Borgonova, who's not here, he's probably attending the other session on memory, which is very appropriate, has been inimitable, a dynamic driving figure for this entire project from the very beginning. Helene O'Keefe, who again is not here, has been effectively the logistical center of all of this, particularly in the last 3 or 4 weeks. But in addition, a lot of administration behind the scenes, people who are not even here, people like Niamh Barry, Deirdre O'Sullivan, Geraldine McAllister in the School of History. And also, I think it's important to note that the historians in the school operate in a very research-led atmosphere. And they've been heavily immersed in the last decade, in the decade of commemorations. But it's, in addition, I think one of the powerful features here in this conference has been the connection between local history, national history, international history. And effectively not to see the divisions, but in effect to see the overlaps and the conversations that can occur. So big thanks to all my historical colleagues in the School of History who have chaired many of these sessions, contributed papers, including on this panel, and practically everybody was involved in some way, shape or form. To all the contributors, they need to be taken into account. They've brought very diverse perspectives, the fruits of their research, and they have contributed to the overall picture that we have established here. Also want to thank the College of Arts, Celtic Studies and Social Sciences, Professor Chris Williams, Niamh Sweeney and Conor Delaney in CACS. They assisted greatly in aligning UCC to history's vision, rather than vice versa, and in assisting us in important ways with logistics and finances and such like. Finally, my thanks to the expert advisory group on the decade of commemorations for their faith in the concept that we put forward 3 or 4 years ago, and to Minister Catherine Martin and her Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and Media for investing in this national conference and making it all possible. And the support there we've had from numerous colleagues, particularly Orla Loughran, Myrna Lyons and Sinead Copeland, who have been very patient with us as we have worked through various challenges on the way. But I hope you'll all agree that the investment has been well worthwhile. And on this point, let me turn over to Minister Catherine Martin, who's going to give a recorded address for 3 or 4 minutes to close the conference. Thank you.
Díomh go léir. Cumóra, Painver agus Parsanta Isha, the Galore Dani Fos. tá sé tábhachtach go néonfaí mid imeachtaí starúla na tréimhse seo a Comóra bhealach masúil, eager agus cimseach. Our history belongs to us all, as we seek to understand the journey our country has taken to become an independent, sovereign state. It was a difficult and at times a deeply traumatic journey, interspersed with acts of violence and tragedy. This has been a very significant and timely conference, and I would like to express my appreciation to University College Cork, a valued partner throughout the decade of centenaries, for developing what has been a really ambitious, thoughtful and comprehensive multidisciplinary programme. My department is also delighted to support this event. The decade of centenaries has adopted a measured approach to the remembrance of events, an approach which focuses on healing and reconciliation and the respectful remembrance of those who suffered. This does not mean that we shy away from examining difficult themes and their enduring legacy for generations to come. The decade of centenaries has gifted us all with a greater understanding of and perhaps new insights into our history. Instead of a one-dimensional narrative, the decade of centenaries has revealed rich layers of understanding. And what we think we know about the events is also sometimes challenged by new research and previously untold stories. One of the greatest legacies of the decade of centenaries is the access we have to new research and scholarship. Events such as this conference are so important in creating a space where we can really explore the various narratives and perspectives surrounding our history. As Minister with responsibility for leading the commemorative programme, I am delighted with the rich diversity of historical, community-led, cultural, artistic events and formal state ceremonial occasions available to all of us. Our partners have created a wealth of accessible and imaginative initiatives to mark the centenary of the Civil War, all underpinned by academic independence and rigour. Significant investment in our national cultural institutions has supported a range of exhibitions. New creative initiatives include an Artist in Residence programme, partnerships with the Arts Council and Fighting Words, and Poetry as Commemoration, which is led by the Irish Poetry Reading Archive at UCD Library. My department is also supporting RTE in developing a really ambitious and informative programme, which will appeal to a broad audience. The launch of the Virtual Record Treasury of Ireland on the 27th of June will offer an imaginative, enduring and meaningful legacy, restoring the most traumatic and devastating loss of our cultural heritage in the opening part of the Civil War. Mná 100, a new online resource, offers an invaluable resource for everyone which highlights the experiences of women during the revolutionary period. We are supported in our explorations and discussions by the Expert Advisory Group on Centenary Commemorations. I am immensely grateful to Dr. Maurice Manning, Dr. Martin Mansour, and the members of the Expert Advisory Group for their careful stewardship. I would like to thank Professor John Halloran, President of University College Cork, and the School of History for their commitment and enthusiasm in developing this conference. The rich diversity of papers presented over the last few days have explored difficult themes, many stories not previously well known or heard. Bé sé seo ina acfin thar a bheith luachfar do gach duine a bhfuil spéis acu sa tréimhse staire seo, agus guím gach rath oribh in bhníireachtaí amach an seo. Gurv míle maithagah go léir.
Okay, welcome back. This is the final step for a conference that feels like it's kind of lasted forever, might never end. We're all part of this collective experience. But without I again just want to echo. We had a great day today. I'll start very briefly, and I just want to recognize all the panel participants who came, who participated, who offered such wonderful insights, many of whom traveled from long distances, and that's greatly appreciated. I'd also like to recognize the chairs today who were just outstanding. And I've always believed that good chairs make good panels. So thanks to Theresa Reidy, John Cunningham, Sarah Ann Buckley, Mervyn O'Driscoll, Brian Hughes, Donald O'Driscoll, Lindsay Aaron Byrne, and Ida Milne, and Heather Laird, who for just doing a tremendous job. As we understand, this conference has been supported by the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sports and Media as part of the Decade of Centenaries program for 2022. We also received financial support from Cork City Council and Cork County Council, which was very helpful. I'm going to start reading through names, and hopefully the orchestra won't start and kind of get me off. So our academic steering group was established and chaired by Professor Chris Williams, who kind of led this initiative here at UCC. It included myself, John Borgonovo, Dr. Sarah Ann Buckley, Professor Marie Coleman, Professor Mary Daly, Dr. Ann Dolan, Professor Lindsay Aaron Byrne, Professor Dermot Ferreter, Dr. Donald O'Driscoll, and Dr. Mervyn O'Driscoll. We'd like to thank the UCC President, Professor John O'Halloran, for all his assistance and support. We're also very grateful for Taoiseach Meehan Martin for opening this conference and giving an absolutely sterling address. Here on the UCC side, a lot of people put in a lot of time over the previous, not just months, but years. Professor Chris Williams chaired and established an organizing committee that he chaired. Dr. Mervyn O'Driscoll acted as a program chair. Dr. John Borgonovo acted as the program director, and Dr. Helene O'Keefe was the digital and broadcast manager. And Helene really stepped in this week and did a lot of, helped really carry us over the line. So thank you so much to her. Our communications team really relied heavily on the UCC media office under Donald O'Driscoll, and included Owen Hassey, Nancy Hawks, Michael Tobin, Unan O'Driscoll, Joe Logue, Morris Ryder, Owen Sullivan, Dennis Toomey. They were all outstanding. Our events and location management team was led by Tara Cullen. We also included Denise Goggin, Gino Callahan from the Academy and the conference, UCC conference office, Neve Sweeney, Mark Poland, Pat Cotter, and Sean James. Our vendors included KSG Catering, Cabs, thank you very much, and Babelfish Design. Connor Delaney, we also recognize for help with finance. Our conference coordinator, Eugenie Hanley, our graduate support team, John O'Donovan, Niall Murray, Natasha Duclos, and Luke Watson. We had a really robust, and we were really thrilled to have so many conference partners who helped us establish events both on campus and off campus. So from Cork County Council, thank you to them, especially Connor Nelligan. From Cork City Council, we'd also like to recognize Paul Moynihan and his team. RTE was a wonderful partner. The Irish Examiner, which produced a supplement and delivered it for us for this conference. The Cork City Libraries, which put together a wonderful evening lecture program. So thank you to David O'Brien and Helen McGonigal. Thanks to the National Library of Ireland for giving us access to their wonderful photographs collections. The Irish Defence Forces, who hosted us on Thursday and also brought down the Sleeden Mon, an 18-pound cannon, and their band for good measure. So thanks to the Southern Brigade, the GOC, and really the key man there was Jerry White, who's a tremendous asset to the historical community in Cork, and especially relating to the Defence Forces. Jerry also led a walking tour in partnership with the Cork Historical and Archaeological Society. Cork Public Museum hosted us for reception and exhibit walk by Dan Breen, so thank you. St. Peter's and Cork hosted us Thursday night for their treaty exhibition, and they're also going to host Tommy Graham and History Ireland this evening for a hedge school, so thank you to Christine Maloney. History Ireland with Tommy Graham also came on board, and he's going to be hosting a hedge school this evening with John Dorney, Pargo O'Rourke, Quiva McDavid, and John Regan. So go to that. We also have a very important partner in Benny McCabe in the Crane Lane Theatre, where we'll be retiring for very well-deserved drinks from about 6 o'clock, and we welcome you all to join us. That's off of Pembroke Street between Oliver Plunkett Street and the South Mall. So hope to see you there tonight. Again, from UCC, we really thank Chris Williams and Mervyn O'Driscoll, and as Mervyn said, all of our support from within the department and beyond. Here at UCC, especially in the history department, and particularly folks who study revolutionary Ireland, we believe in taking multidisciplinary approaches to this period. We believe in partnering with heritage and cultural groups from whoever wants to collaborate and is willing to help us make our scholarship accessible. We invite collaboration with inside UCC and beyond UCC, inside the academy and beyond the academy. And what we believe is that we want to share our expertise and expand it and engage the public with it as much as possible. And I think this conference is a good example for that model. Long may it continue. Thank you all for attending, and we will see you on the flip side. So thanks very much.